Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning. Depends on the time zone you are living in. Please accept our greetings. Welcome to the second conference on managing tourism across continents. This year, we are starting the world's first and the largest virtual tourism conference with an 8-hour research academy. The academy will be delivered by distinguished academics from the University of South Florida. Before introducing them, I would like to remind you of a couple of housekeeping items. Please keep your microphones muted all the time. You may write your questions in the chat box, and they will be forwarded to the instructors at the end of the session. There will be 4 sessions, and we will share an online form at the end of each session. If you fail to fill the form, we may not be able to provide the certificate. Now, let me invite Professor Cihan Çobanoğlu and Dr. Faizan Ali. Dear professors, on behalf of the conference organizing committee, please accept my gratitude for your time and effort to deliver this research academy. The stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Doğan. I also would like to welcome everybody here. It's wonderful to see all of you. And Dr. Faizan Ali and myself will try to do hopefully a good job that will be helpful, hopefully at least to some of you. I would like to go and get started. Just would like to share with you a couple of slides first before we go into our sessions. So as you can see on the screen that this particular research academy will have 4 different sessions in a few seconds, and I along with Dr. Faizan Ali will be doing this. So I would like to first again welcome you officially to this research academy, and I am also proud to be the co-chair of this conference, Managing Tourism Across Continents. First, I would like to invite Dr. Faizan Ali to introduce himself, and then we are going to go into the sessions. I will also do a couple of other housekeeping items. Dr. Ali?
Hello, Dr. Cihan. Good morning, and good morning to everyone who is joining us today from different parts of the world. Good afternoon, good evening, or I would just say hello. That's much more inclusive. So my name is Faizan Ali. I am an assistant professor at the School of Hospitality and Tourism Management, MoMA College of Business, University of South Florida, and I started working at USF in 2016, and Dr. Cihan was the one who actually interviewed me. So it has been a wonderful journey so far. Prior to USF, I worked for a year at Florida State University as a postdoctoral scholar. And then my PhD is in marketing from Malaysia. It completed in 2015. My master's, I got it from UK in 2010. Originally, I'm from Pakistan, so like many students, I got my undergraduate degree from my own country in 2008. I've been quite active in research, so far I have close to 120 publications, including articles, conference papers, and books, chapters, and stuff like that. And then lastly, about my research area, so several people on this group, I know them, I've worked with them. I work in hospitality and tourism consumer behavior. Recently, I am trying to move more towards services instead of just focusing on hospitality and tourism, and that's because many other services now also include hospitality and tourism component. So that's about my research area. Now, today's session, because we titled it as a Research Academy, and whenever it comes to Research Academy, it always is helpful if we share our experiences with the attendees, right? Because it makes it much more learning experience. So this slide only talks about what I've been doing in the last few years in my different roles for journals and different type of professional bodies and organizations. And that helps me into improving my own knowledge and learning, because every day there's so much stuff to do for different journals, including hospitality journals, services journals. I serve on several editorial boards, which gives me an opportunity to look at people's work when they submit it, plus review people's work and then edit several things. So today's session, whatever we will talk about, will mainly come from our experiences in these type of roles. Now, the last thing is that I have been quite active in conducting workshops in several countries, thanks to some very good friends, including Professor Jihan, who invited me in different conferences to do such workshops. And again, I would say that as much as I love doing these workshops for the sake of delivering knowledge, I also learn a lot in these workshops because of the breadth or the type of people who attend these workshops. So that's all for my introduction. Professor Jihan, you can take one.
Thank you, Faizan. This is such a nice introduction of him, but I would like to tell all of our attendees, there's almost 160 people here, that I met Dr. Faizan Ali in a conference similar to MTCon, what we are doing right now in Bangkok in 2013. He was a PhD student at that time. His advisor, Muslim Emin, Prof. Muslim Emin, encouraged him to attend this conference that I was attending also as a speaker. And then I met Faizan in that conference. This is the reason why the conferences are so important. We exchange a lot of information there. Then I'm really proud that I was the one who recruited Faizan, who asked Faizan to apply for a position in our university. And hence now he become an amazing scholar, soon to be an associate professor at our university. So I just would like to tell you the story about him, and I really appreciate him very much. So continuing with our program, a little bit about myself, just like Dr. Ali introduced. I am currently working as the McKibben Endowed Chair Professor of Hotel Management at the University of South Florida. Also, I'm directing the M3 Center for Hospitality Technology and Innovation, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that in 2 minutes. I am also serving as the Director of International Partnerships at the USF MoMA College of Business. Our school, Hospitality School, is under the College of Business. So I direct the international partnerships. This is rather a new post for me. Also, I'm serving as the president of Association of North America Higher Education International, ANEHE. Some of you may know this. And also, just like Faizan, I also have quite a few editorial experience. I am the proud founding editor of the Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Technology, which you can see here. It's now an SSCI index journal, which was accepted last year. And Dr. Doğan, Dr. Ali, and Dr. Katerina Berezina, they are all part of the editorial team, which I also thank them again for doing that, because after JHTT, after it became SSCI, our submissions increased so much. Also, we'll talk about the Global Business Insights Journal and some of the other journals, but I myself, just like MTCon, organize, chair, co-chair, many different conferences along the way. Also, M3 Center, as I told you that I am the director of M3 Center. The reason why it's important, because M3 Center is actually a research center first. We produce a lot of research. m3center.org is our website. We also provide training materials. Most of it is free. M3 is the name, where the name comes from. Some people ask me why it is M3. M3 is actually the name of the company that our donor, who donated multi-million-dollar gift to the University of South Florida, that's his company name. It's a hotel accounting and business analytics company, Mr. John McKibben. So that's why we named our center M3 Center after his company. There is M3 Accounting, there is M3 Insight, which is a business intelligence software. M3 Center also publishes open access journals. We organize conferences, certificate programs. Maybe some of you heard of Academia Central, is the hub for academics. It's free of charge. We have academic jobs, academic conferences, call for papers, you name it. And also, we also offer a MOOC, Massive Online Open Course. And finally, any of you who have actually submitted a paper, you probably have had an experience with eReviewer, which is again, open access, free of charge, double-blind manuscript system. Speaking of certificates, this is the one certificate that's going on right now by the M3 Center, free of charge, post-crisis hospitality management certificate. It's self-paced. If you are interested, please go to m3center.org. You will be able to enroll in this one and also watch the lectures. If you don't want to get the certificate, you can just go to youtube.com M3Center and simply watch our lectures there. We also have another live certificate as we speak right now, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. This one is rather quite large. We have, as of today, we have 125,000 people, and today is the second week of it. So if you, again, somebody is interested, please go to mooc.academiacentral.org and you can enroll. JHTT, as I have introduced you earlier, is a journal which we would love to receive your submissions. It's a 10-year young journal, but yet it still got accepted into SSCI Scopus. As you can see, I think our site score right now with Scopus is a little bit higher than what you see, but our first impact factor was 2.796. And the address is here. As you can see, feel free. The other 3 journals that we publish from the M3 Center, Journal of Global Business Insights, it's a 6th year right now, hopefully be Scopus soon. Journal of Global Education and Research, the other one, Journal of Global Hospitality and Tourism, that's brand new journal. Dr. Faizan Ali and I co-edit that journal. And here's the new journal. The first issue is not even published yet, but we would like to invite all of you to submit for our inaugural issue soon. Quick housekeeping items. You know, this particular Research Academy has 4 sessions, and half of it Dr. Faizan will do, and the other half I will do it. And as you can see here, we are at 8 to 10 p.m. That's Florida Eastern time. 3 to 5 p.m., almost 5 p.m. is in Turkey, where the host of this conference is located. That's why you see 2 different time zones here. And, you know, some of you are here for a session, for 1 session, and it's perfectly fine, come and go. But if for those of you who would like to earn a certificate, as you know that we have a certificate, and if you want to have the certificate, then we are going to ask you kindly to fill out a short attendance form. This is the only way that we can know, and we are going to introduce this form. It's only your name, your last name, email, a couple of other things throughout the 4 different sessions. So anybody, those of you who would like to earn the certificate, please stay in there. I know it's long, it's 8 hours. We have some breaks in between, just like you, but please hang in there. And when we introduce these surveys, please type your name. This way you get credit for that session. If you attend all 4 of them, then we are going to email you your certificates at the end after the Research Academy. So without further ado, now I would like to turn the floor to Dr. Faizan Ali to introduce the first session, Identifying and Presenting Research Gaps and the Smart Literature Review. Dr. Ali, the floor is yours.
So I will share my screen now. All right, perfect. Okay. All right, so the first session will be talking about research gap, developing research idea, which also will have some ideas about smart literature review. In the middle, we'll take a short break, maybe a 5 minutes break or something, and then we can change the slides and stuff. So in the first session, when we talk about research gap and research idea, normally the way I try to explain things is not in a bookish manner. What I try to do is I try to explain my own experiences and share my own experiences so that, you know, people can relate to them. I mean, books are wonderful and good, but sometimes books are a bit too either perfect or, it's like many people have difficulty in relating with them. So I'll share some of my experiences. Maybe a couple of you or some of you already have heard my story, but I feel that it's important to talk about the progress, and then we can relate it to research ideas and research gaps. So let me start with my own experience with research, right? So it's important to talk about this because we don't do research out of nowhere, right? You have to have some interest, you have to have some sort of background, go through something, and then you would realize how you are interested in research and stuff like that. So before I talk about my experience with research, at the same time, I want to say that everybody's story may be very different. I'll just share my story. But maybe other people have different type of stories, and it's not necessary for us to have the same story or same viewpoint, right? My experience with research started actually in Malaysia. In my master's level, I did some research, but that was not too serious research. It was just for fun. But really serious research started in Malaysia when I got into a PhD program in Azman Hashim International Business School. There is where I really got some flavor of pure academic research and working on research projects for 8 to 10 hours or 12 hours, sometimes even 14 hours a day. So that's where my experience with research started. And then now, after getting into PhD, I joined a group on Facebook, which is called as Doctorate Support Group. Some of you may be members there. I know Professor Jihan or Dr. Sedan, they are members of the group, but I'm quite active there. And what this group is, it's one of the largest support groups for doctoral students, right? So, and obviously there are a lot of professors, assistant professors, associate professors who are part of this group. Every day, several dozens of people, they share their problems, their issues that they have and stuff like that on this group. And then, people answer their questions. But what I see in this group is that many people have a big, diverse, set of problems that they face in their research. And it also contributes in my own understanding of research on this group. Then, other than this group, during my PhD, I was lucky to work with another professor who was in a university called Taylor's University in Malaysia. It's a private university right now. I think it's in the top 3 or top 5 universities in Asia for hospitality and tourism. In this capacity, I worked not on academic research, but on applied research for research projects. So here's where I got a flavor of a little bit different research that I was used to for the first 2 years in my PhD, and that was pure academic research. Now it's more like research projects and stuff like this, right? Which obviously contributed in my understanding of research and what goes into this research and how do we differentiate between academic research as well as applied research or research projects. Currently, I'm working with students in different countries. The funny thing is that the problems that students share are very standard. It doesn't matter where the students come from, whether they are from China, whether they are from Pakistan, Turkey, Malaysia, they have very similar problems, especially if they do not complete their work on time. Then the excuses that I hear are very standardized. It doesn't matter what is the background of the student, but regardless, I mean, all of these things, the reason why I'm telling you all these things is because these have contributed in my development as a researcher. And I'll share something with you right now, why I'm saying this. Now, I don't know if we can make this session a bit interactive, but if we can do that, it would be perfectly, I think it would be great. So the easiest thing we can do is use the chat feature on Zoom. I just want you, maybe some of you, to tell me if you have any dream organization, any organization that you want to work for, like maybe a university or maybe some other organization that you want to work for, and you are really, looking to apply for that dream job. Just use the chat feature and tell me what is that one organization that you really want to work for. Okay, so I have somebody, RPS Gaurav, who says that IBM. I'll wait for a couple of other answers as well. Anyways, so let me tell you this. Now, whenever you have some dream organization, you try to follow that organization, right? We also have Sahil Sharma saying UNWTO, United Nations World Tourism Organization. So now, when you have a dream organization and you want to work for this organization, what happens is you follow it, right? So you follow them, you follow their updates, you see what type of jobs they are posting. But most importantly, just like this research academy, just imagine that somebody from your dream organization is going to come to your city or maybe to a university or somewhere. You would definitely want to go and listen to them, right? Because that's your dream organization. You want to go and listen to what these people who are already working there, what do they have to say about this organization? Now, okay, just imagine for a few minutes that you go to this place where there's some, top tier people or experienced people from your dream organization. They came to this place, and then now when you are listening to them, all of a sudden these people start complaining and whining and being upset about their organization where they are working, and they're like, oh my god, I don't know why I'm working there, this is such a bad place to work and stuff like this. Now, I want you to imagine at that moment, what would happen to your own motivation level if you, who is not working in this place, who is aspiring, is really motivated to work there, and now you are listening from people who are already working there, that this is not a good place and there's a lot of problems and they are not happy with this. What does it do to your own motivation? Where do you stand then? I mean, logically, it would be pretty demotivating. Yes, it would be a downer, like, oh my god, what have I been thinking? It's such a dream thing for me, and then now these people who are already working there, they are not happy and they are sharing so bad things. Why would I do this? So now this story most of the times does not apply to pretty much any industry other than research. The funny thing is that in research, this story applies 100%, and I'll share with you a couple of things. So this is a picture that I took from one of the research support groups. Okay, now support groups normally is supposed to support you. It's like when you have a problem, you go to a support group so that the support group can support you, right? I mean, this is normally what a support group needs to do. But then this type of, this is a picture I got from one support group. I'll share another one, which is also pretty cool. Here's another one that I got from one of the support groups as well. Now, if you look at this picture, it's funny, right? And well, I'm criticizing it. It doesn't mean I don't have a sense of humor. I understand it's fun, it's humor. But the problem is that young people, like undergraduate students or master's students, when they aspire to go for PhD, when they want to go for PhD and get into research, first of all, not many people support them. Second, when they go to social media support groups, try to talk to people, then it's stuff like this, which dominates, right? Even though it's fun, even though it's joke, but in the subconscious, in the back of your head, it creates a little bit of, a scare of fear of research. And ultimately, what happens is that people just believe that writing a paper or researching something is just something extremely, extremely difficult because of, this. Now, with this, we all know, I mean, normally we know that even out of research, like as a consumer, right? You are a consumer. When in consumer, you go and buy something and you like it a lot, then even if they give you an opportunity to write a review, you don't write too much. If you have a very good experience, you probably write 5 words or 6 words saying, very good, I like it or something. Now imagine if you have a very bad experience or even a little bit bad experience, then people provide all types of details, right? Go to Amazon, go to any online retailer shop and check the review length. Any review that is more than 100 words, 95% of the times those are bad reviews, negative reviews, not positive reviews. We as human beings, we like to say bad things, right? I mean, much more, right? Exaggerate big. So in research, this also happens, right? So look, I just told you that I have 120 publications. I'm doing my part to say that it's good, it's good, it's good, but I don't really highlight the goods of it as much as people who get rejected, they highlight the bads of getting rejected from a journal. And then we have a lot of negativity around it, right? So people, younger people, right, who don't have a lot of experience, they just realize that research is too difficult, right? I mean, because of what they hear around them. And ultimately, people start hating research, right? It's like, oh, I hate it. It's just not good. Even now around yourself, I know that in this academy right now, we have 193 people online. If I exclude myself and Professor Jehan, then we have 191 people. I can guess, maybe a rough guess, that more than 50% of the people did not get a lot of support from their family and friends when they told them, I want to go for PhD. When I say support, it doesn't mean like, you know, of course your families and friends support you, but at least for the first time when you told your family or your friends that I want to go for PhD, they probably have passed a funny comment like, are you crazy? Are you sure? What's going on? Are you still going to study? You know, that type of stuff, right? So ultimately, it creates this negativity around research. And then when that happens, people are lost. You know, I mean, younger people just lost, okay? So here's what I'll tell you. What needs to be done? It's very simple. You just need to realize this, okay? And like anything else, you need to realize that when you have this negative feeling, when you have, you know, sort of helplessness, not realizing what's going to happen or what should you do, you need to understand that research is not easy. Okay, if anybody tells you research is easy, that's a lie. It's not easy, especially if you want to do good research, right? Now, when I say research, remember that I'm talking about academic research, right? I mean, we normally every day, especially today in today's world, when there's a lot of data available, a lot of information available, we do research for every single thing, right? Now, I want all of you to think about one thing, and it's a very simple thing. I work with several students in different countries, not as their advisor or something, but to guide them in doing things. Like right now, at this moment, for the last couple of months, I'm doing two projects, and these are all voluntarily done. One of them is called Research Jam Session. And in this session, what I do is I have a group of 30, 35 people. We get together on Thursdays for 1 hour, and then I invite some established scholars who come and share their stories, right? They come, they share their stories and stuff like this. The other one that I do is now I am teaching a group of 25, 30 people how to review papers. Now, whenever we get together, obviously we talk about the problems that people are facing and, you know, what type of issues they are facing and stuff like this. In all of this, what I am realizing is that many people realize, and I'm talking about young students, early career PhD students or early career researchers, that they realize what the problem is, but they are reluctant to either show that they have a problem or they don't know who to talk to when they have a problem, which actually gets into a much bigger issue later on, right? So I want you to know that research is not easy. It is not, okay? Just like any other skill, just like any other thing that you do, you need to put time in it. You need to practice it, right? And then it slowly, gradually becomes better. So here, I will also share with you the first day when I get into my PhD, I went to meet my supervisor in Malaysia. And at that time, I thought I knew a lot of stuff, you know, like people are just a little bit over the moon getting into PhD. So I knew that I knew a lot of stuff. So I went to my supervisor. He asked me, what will be your topic? What are you going to work on? And I was like, I was trying to be smart, even though I was not, right? So I told my supervisor that I'll work on this topic, which at that time was service quality and satisfaction. Then he told me that this is already 30 years old topic. Like, what are you going to do in this? So you need to come up with something new. That was a good reality check for me, right? So somebody is telling me that, you know, whatever you came up with, it's not good. You need to go and talk and you need to go and look into some other stuff. So I still remember to this day that he gave me 5 journals, and all of them are top tier journals, right? So Journal of Academy of Marketing Science, Journal of Business Research, Journal of Marketing Management, Computers and Human Behavior, and then the other one was Journal of Product and Brand Management. So he told me that because my area was marketing, so he told me go and read some papers, okay? So I went to this, I took his advice, I went back home, and this is the first time when I was reading complete papers, right? So, first few days of my PhD, I downloaded a bunch of papers, didn't know what is inside the papers, no idea what is inside the paper, downloaded the papers. Now, the first paper I read, I couldn't understand. I literally couldn't understand what are they talking about, because now we are talking about really the top tier journals, right? So I don't know what those authors eat, how they write, but it was too difficult for me to understand it. First go, no idea. I read the paper. I have no idea what's going on. Second paper, and when I was reading the third paper, I was done with it. I was like, what is this? I mean, it makes no sense to me. It's too difficult, right? Anyways, I read 3 or 4 papers, and then a few days later, I went to my supervisor, and he asked me, okay, so did you read? I said, yes, I read. And I gave him those 4 papers that this is what I read. This is what I read. And I remember that he was so upset. And now he is a very good friend of mine, Dr. Muslim. I love him for what he has done for me. But he was very upset with me. He told me that, Faizan, if you want to succeed, you need to do 3 things, and you need to stop doing 3 things. I was like, okay. I was already scared, right? Because I read 4 papers, no idea, just like what I explained earlier about how people think of PhD, no idea. So I told him, okay, Dr. Muslim, tell me, what do I need to stop doing? Because I was scared that if I ask him first, what should I do? Probably is going to give me some difficult stuff with research. So I asked him, okay, tell me, what do I need to stop doing? So he said, the 3 things you need to stop doing is stop going out all the time, stop enjoying your life all the time, and stop celebrating happy and sad moments with your friends all the time. I was like, wow, this is too much, right? I mean, what am I supposed to do? I'm like in a new country, I just started, and then now my supervisor is asking me, don't enjoy, don't go out, and don't celebrate happiness and stuff like this. So it's a bit too much, right, for the first few days of PhD. So then I was like, okay, let's ask Dr. Muslim, what should I start doing, like the 3 things that I need to do. So I asked him, and then he said, well, the first thing you need to do is read. The second thing you need to do is read. And the third thing you need to do is read. And I was like, wow, this is too much. So I took his advice. I went back again. I read maybe 10, 15 papers. And literally, I started getting headache, really severe headache. Okay. So I go back to my supervisor and I told him that, Dr. Muslim, I have headache. It's just not possible to read anymore. And then he told me that, Faizan, the day your headache finishes, that's the day when your PhD finishes. So it is like this. And now I realize why he said it. So the reason why I'm telling you this is it's not because it's a difficult thing. It's because our brains are not used to it. So when we are getting into PhD, we have to expect that we need to do things a bit differently than we are used to do, right? And then it requires a lot of reading. So that's why this research I said earlier it's not easy. It's not an easy thing. And it creates confusion because you have to read a lot. And when you read a lot, what happens is you are reading multiple perspectives about the same thing, right? So when you are reading multiple perspectives, sometimes if you don't have an opinion about it, it confuses you. Right? And that confusion is where many people actually give up. So many students who give up during their PhD is when they are facing that confusion on what to do, right? Because they're reading a lot of different things. So at this moment, I want you to know that if you are stuck, instead of giving up, seek help. And by help, I don't mean that you should only go to your supervisor or you should only seek help in your circles. There's so many more places where you can seek help. For instance, every single day I get messages from people on Facebook, on my WhatsApp. I don't know how my WhatsApp number is so famous, but I get a lot of messages on WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, my email, right? There's a lot of stuff. And many times people are upset with not answering them on time, right? Because it's too much. However, most of the questions that come my way are people asking me, can you help me with understanding PLS? Can you help me with understanding sampling? Can you help me with understanding size? Yeah, so there's so much help available. You just need to look into it, right? So, I mean, I can help people, but not many people are willing to help. So in that case, right now, there's a lot of free resources available that you can actually tap into to help yourself. Like YouTube at this moment is so much full of free content that you can actually consume and update yourself, right? And this is also for people who are not early career, like myself, right? Professor Jihan, I know still to this day, we talk about things. I mean, it's just impossible for people who are experienced to say that they know everything. It's not like that. And the fields are developing, right? So it's for everyone. Like, you know, go look into the resources that are available, update yourself. So instead of giving up, seek help. The most important thing here is that, and this again is for early career researchers and PhD students, that when you are seeking help, you should know what help do you need. Because many times what happens is that the confusion that comes in research also comes into the way you ask questions. And this happens many times, okay? One thing is this, even yesterday, I get a message from someone saying that, dear Dr. Faizan, I need one help. I was like, okay, what help do you need? And the student said, I need you to tell me a topic in marketing. I was not sure, like, okay, if I have a topic, why will I give it to somebody else? Like, if I have a topic readily available, why should I not work on it and give it to other people, right? It just doesn't make sense. So instead of asking for help like this, I mean, just imagine if somebody reach out to me and say that, Dr. Faizan, I did some literature review, I came up with these 3 or 4 topics. Which topic do you think would be a good topic for me in the next few years? That is, you know, a good topic. That would be a much better way of asking help compared to if you directly reach out to someone and say, give me a topic, do this, do that, right? I mean, it's just not good for your own impression. It's not good. So when you seek help, make sure that you also know how to ask for help. Because obviously you are not going to ask help from people who don't know things, right? You obviously are going to reach out to people who are senior compared to you, or, you know, at a higher level. And many times those people don't have time, right? Time is the main issue for many people. So when in that case, if you reach out to someone and they are giving you their time, you better not waste it, right? Otherwise, it just is so bad for your impression, and also other people would remember this for a long time. So anyways, let's continue with what is research. This is very important, okay? So again, I would recommend for you guys to use the chat feature. I just want to know what some of you think is research. This is important for me because again, this answer is very standardized that I get from different people. So while you are answering in the chat, I'll tell you what is research. But before telling you that, you know what? Okay, let me ask you this question. What type of people do you think are best researchers? Like when you look around yourself, right? When you look around yourself, you see a lot of different type of people. In your opinion, what type of characteristics do a good researcher have? Like a good researcher, what type of characteristics would they have? So all right, so now we have one answer saying curious, then thinker, solver, curious, patient, and neutral, right? So these are a lot of good answers. I'll tell you what. So a couple of years ago, I was at a conference in Orlando, and then the keynote speaker was from Disney. Okay, now you all know what is Disney, right? I mean, of course, our childhood memories and everything, right? So the keynote speaker was from Disney, and this keynote speaker said something that actually struck a chord in my heart, and I still remember. And in my opinion, the best researchers are the people that this Disney person told me, and that is small kids. Okay, small kids are the best researchers. I'll tell you why. So here's the thing. Now, even if I go with this chat feature, and you can actually monitor the chat feature to see what people are responding here, I'll tell you. So the first one, the first answer that I get in the chat was neutral. Okay, which actually is very good answer, because as a good researcher, you need to stay neutral. Again, I'm not going to go deeper into like what type of researcher you are, because if you're a qualitative researcher, then you shouldn't be neutral regardless. So let's look at neutral. Okay, I don't think anyone who is 15-year-old plus can be neutral. You just cannot be neutral because of the biases that you have, because of the things that you think about and stuff like this. You just can't be neutral. But when you look at small kids, I have two little boys, they are very neutral because they don't have a lot of biases. They don't think about politics. They don't think about religion. They don't think about other things. So it's very neutral for them. Adults have a lot of preconceptions, stereotypes, and biases and stuff like this, and it just becomes too difficult for you to be neutral, right? And everything else that is written here, thinker, solver, believe me, I'm telling you, my sons, the 6-year-old and the 5-year-old, sometimes I'm so upset with them. So I'll share with you something that happened to me 2 days ago. I was to this day, I'm thinking like, how could my son think about it? And this is 5-year-old kid. Okay, I'll tell you this. So my son was sitting near me. I gave him a task to do, and the task, many of you may know that there are two pictures, and he needed to find 10 differences in these two pictures, right? I mean, we all have done this, right? So you have two pictures, you need to find differences, 10 differences in these pictures. Now, while he was doing it, he found 8 differences, 2 were still left. And then his brother called him from downstairs saying that, Musa, come down, we are going to eat ice cream. Now, this 5-year-old kid wants to eat ice cream, right? I mean, of course he wants to eat ice cream. But I told him that you cannot go down until you finish this work. Like, you have to find these 10 differences, and then you will go down. I was unbelievably surprised because he came to me in 3 seconds after I told him, and he told me that he found 10 differences. Okay. I was just so surprised. What did he do after that when I told him that you can only go down after you finish these 10 differences? And what he did was he made those differences by himself. So in one picture, there's a flower. In the other one, he just used the crayon to color it differently. And he told me, this is one difference. And then he draw something else on the paper and said, this is another one. Now, maybe people think it's cheating or something, but to me, it's very creative way of solving a problem. I couldn't have thought about it. I honestly couldn't have thought about it. Like, I couldn't, right? So this is another example of why I say kids are the best researchers, because they think very uniquely. Now, the problem is that the same kid who is very curious, who asks a lot of questions, who is really a problem solver, why is this kid not a curious and problem solver when this kid grows up to be 15-year-old or 20-year-old or 25-year-old? This is the million-dollar question. And the million-dollar question, the answer to this question is because of adults. And here is what happens in many homes. You know it. You probably know it. All of you know it. So my kids, they ask a lot of questions, right? And many times I have a lot of things to do, so I don't have time to answer my kids all the time, right? So if their questions go like 5, 10, 15 questions, I can answer. But then when he asks 16 question, I ask him like, can you please keep quiet? Like, I really need to do work. Please go to your room, go do something, you know, that type of stuff, right? And you also know that in class, when these kids go to class, some of the kids ask a lot of questions, and many times teachers have to cover the course content and whatever. So when the questions become too much, then the teachers also get irritated. They also ask students like, yo, please keep quiet, you know. So that's another thing. Then religion is another big social pillar. Then many kids go to some religious establishments like a mosque or a church or synagogue or some places. That's also funny because kids have questions about religion and about different things. And many times what happens with religious establishments is when somebody asks questions, then there are no answers, because many religions are like, okay, you need to believe it, there's no questioning. So what happens is when this kid grows from 5 to 10 to 15, at every step, this kid is actually suppressed to ask questions, not really allowed to ask questions, or not really motivated to ask questions. So by the time they're 15, they're like, oh, okay, you know what, it's okay, whatever, it's okay. And that's why we don't see a lot of these kids then going to become, these type of researchers. But this is my observation. Like I said, maybe it's different in different places. Maybe, I don't know. But my observations about this are just like this, okay? So what is research? So the best informal definition that I have for research, it's a formalized curiosity. So, well, of course, whatever you do, you need to be curious, right? You need to question things around you, right? Why is it happening? How is it happening? What's going on? But this has to be formalized, okay? I normally give an example to people when I talk about this. Look, research can be very simple. Very simple. Just imagine you are traveling in a bus, and when you are traveling in the bus, you suddenly want to go and poke somebody else, right? So let me see. I don't want to name people, but let me see if I know someone. Okay. So I know Jihan, the not Professor Jihan Chobanoglu, but Professor the Jihan Jan Bulat. Yeah, I know him. I told him in the past also. So he is traveling in a bus, and he's a good guy. I know he loves his family and everything. But let's say he is traveling in a bus, and then suddenly he sees someone and he wants to go to poke this person in the bus, right? Poking is like this. So this Jihan goes and poke this guy or a girl. Maybe the first time nothing happens. After a minute or two, he goes and poke the same person again. Maybe now this person is looking at Jihan a bit angrily, right? The third time, maybe that person can shout. After a minute or two, Jihan goes for the fourth time and poke the same person. Then probably Jihan has no finger, right? Because it's like, what's going on? So then at the end, Jihan can come up with a theory saying that, well, if you poke somebody for no reason 4 times, you may lose your finger, right? This is normally how research is done. So you observe things, you do the thing again and again and see what's going on, and then your results can become a theory or whatnot. Now, the thing is that within all this, it has to be formalized. Now, the same example, just imagine that if Jihan goes and poke one person in one bus, then he next day go and poke another person randomly, probably nothing will happen. But if he is poking the same person repeatedly in the same day, which is much more formalized, then the results would make much more sense, right? So this is the formal definition of research, in my opinion. Now, the informal definition. The academic definition of research that actually covers a lot of stuff is this one. So we say it's a diligent process. So the first thing that is important here to know is that research is a process, okay? Why am I saying this? It's because you cannot publish any research, or you cannot proceed on any research if you don't have literature review, right? What is literature review? So literature review is similar research to your research that is done before you, right? So you look at that, you pick up that research, and then based on that, you come up with your own research ideas. Now, once you are done with your research, the last part of your research, and if you don't mention it, then editors, reviewers ask for it. If you are a PhD student or a master's student writing your thesis or dissertation, then your committee or your supervisor asks for it. But one thing that is very important at the end of your research is to talk about the limitations of your research. What you cannot do perfect research. Your research will always have limitations. So the last thing that you need to do is to talk about the limitations of your research. What are the limitations, right? That you need to mention. And then somebody else is going to pick up on those limitations and then do their own research. So that shows it's a process. You start by taking things that were done before you do your work, and then you give future directions to other people, then who other people pick up those directions and continue. So it's a process, right? That's one thing very important to know. And then the other thing is that in this process, you seek or revise. Two different things. Seek is where you are trying to find an answer for the first time, right? Many people don't know about it. For the first time, you are trying to come up with something. Okay, so in marketing, maybe some of you know there's a scale called SERVQUAL, right? SERVQUAL is a scale to assess service quality of services. So one of the most famous theories in marketing, one of the most famous scales in marketing, which was proposed in 1985 and then 1988. For the first time when it was proposed, many people used it, and that's called SEEK for the first time, seeking an answer, coming up with something. But then also research includes revising things. Okay, revising means what? So like I said, it's a process. So you look at what has been done before. Maybe it's not perfect. You know, for the first time when somebody made something, maybe it's not perfect. Just like any other thing. Like we use phones these days. I mean, we are using, all of us are using smartphones. Now, if you think about the smartphone that you're using today, let's say I'm using iPhone XR. It's iPhone 10. I'm using iPhone since iPhone 4. So iPhone 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, not 9, 8, and then X. So all these models. Now, if I compare iPhone X with iPhone 4, it's completely different. It's completely different, right? Very different. How is it? Because for the first time when iPhone came out, then every year they look at what people use, what are people's problem, and then they revise the technology accordingly, right? So then we have a new version. The same is the case with research. So one way of doing it is to seek, but another way to really develop the field or the discipline or the theory is revising the research, because it's not perfect, right? So you can revise it all the time. And what do we do in research? So we can revise facts, we can revise principles, theories, and applications. So these are all the things that you can do in research, right? So many people, when you are doing research or you're finding research gaps and stuff like this, so many people ask you, what is your contribution? What is it that you are doing new that nobody has done, right? And as students, by default, we think that we need to do something that nobody has done before, right? So yes and no. I mean, it's very difficult for you to do something that nobody has done. I mean, it's just not possible in research, because you have to start from somewhere, right? So replication, which means that if somebody has done something and you are replicating it, that can also be a contribution. I'll give you an example. Professor Jehan is here, and he can correct me if I miss something here. He did a research 10 years ago about technologies in hotel rooms, right? So he published one research paper 10 years ago, what type of technologies are in hotel rooms and what do consumers think about it, right? So that research is already done, published, many people cite it and everything. So now Professor Jehan is replicating that study. He is doing the same thing now, 10 years later. So if you think about it, most of the technologies that were 10 years ago in the room are no more even available. They are not even available. Like there's no fax machine available anymore. Many hotels do not have landlines anymore, right? So the type of TVs that were available are not available anymore. In fact, in the US, there are many hotels that are moving to bring your own device model. So if he is doing this replication, here's where he would know that how technologies have changed over the last 10 years, even though it's a replicating study, but it brings a lot of new contributions, right? So I want all of you to know that research is not only about coming up with something new, but also about revising things. But there should be a logic behind that revising, why you are doing it, right? So stuff like that. All right, so now let's move on. And guys, again, if you have any questions, please make sure to use the chat feature so we can answer the questions. Then why do we do research? So this is again another important question. Obviously, all of you know the answer for this. We are doing a lot of, we are doing research for a lot of reasons. One is to create knowledge, to provide solutions to problems, to explore general issues. Like, for example, now, these days, everybody is talking about COVID-19, right? So when we talk about COVID-19, there's a lot of research that is happening about COVID-19 that is technical research, right? The efficacy of vaccines, the efficiency of vaccines, or what goes in the vaccine, like the medical research and everything. But at the same time, this research is also being done to analyze general issues around vaccine, right? Are people really accepting the vaccine? Are people not accepting the vaccine? In fact, in many countries, funny things are happening. In Pakistan, our president and prime minister, they got the vaccine and then they were COVID positive. So many political parties were talking about if the vaccine is really good to do, or is a vaccine really making people sick, right? These are general issues. So we also do research not to only counter the technical issues, but general issues, generally what people think. In the US right now, many people, maybe some of you know in the news that a couple of weeks ago, somebody killed a few Asian women in Atlanta. And then after this, a lot of people are talking about Asian discrimination happening against Asians, which is a generic social issue, right? And there's a lot of research going on to understand why do people get into stuff like this. So that's why we do research. We also do to create new systems or new procedures and stuff like that. Then to explain new phenomena, and to also generate revenue by research and development. So many companies like technology companies or pharmaceutical companies or even universities, they generate revenue through research and development. Okay, so these are different reasons why we do research, really technical reasons to do research, and these should be your aims if you want to do good research. Okay, there's a question in the chat. What should be the characteristics of a PhD research topic? I'll answer this very soon. It's one of my slides. I'll answer it very, very soon. All right, so now let's go into science. Okay, what is science? This is pretty interesting. So now if you look at all this, it's funny how people react to this COVID-19. But anyways, so if we look at these pictures, which one do you think is the right one? I mean, which one can help us with COVID-19? The first picture or the second picture? I would love to hear from all of you. So anyways, now if we look at these pictures, these are real pictures. I picked them up, and you see that this guy also is covering his mouth, right? He is covering his mouth with a plastic bag, which is funny though, but this is what it is. Now, if you look at this picture, it shows how the society react to things, right? So I would say that as a social scientist, so if I was a medical science student, I would obviously go with the first one, saying that of course there is research done on these masks and everything, and this is all cool. But then because I'm a social scientist, we also need to think of why people do things like this. Okay, so somebody is saying, Hermania is saying that it's creative, which is cool. Yes, it's creative. But at the same time, why would somebody do this? Because many people don't think of the technical issues with the mask. It's not about is the mask, stopping germs or stuff like this or viruses. For many people, it's like just covering their mouth, right? So you can cover your mouth with whatever. Right? It can be a plastic bag, it can be whatever, right? So it's social things that you need to look into. And then you look at some stuff like this, and then if it makes you curious, you can go ahead and start studying stuff like this. And that's how you start with your research, okay? Now, in science, there are a couple of things that it's important for all of you to know. So right now on this screen, you see these two pictures, right? One of them is palmistry, looking at someone's palm, and the other one is, I don't know what, maybe future seeing person or something. I don't know. I have a lot of friends who believe in stuff like this, but I also have a lot of people who do not believe in stuff like this, right? I just want to ask you people this. If somebody do not believe in this, to just tell me quickly, why won't you believe in something like that? Why you know, you do not believe in stuff like this? Now, you know, the debate about stuff like this being science is a long debate. I think it's science. Many of my friends think it's not science. Okay, those who do not think it's science, they give me an explanation saying that, well, because you cannot confirm this, and which I agree, you cannot confirm this, right? I mean, if you go to somebody who is looking at your palm and they ask you to invest in stock market, you invest and you lose. You cannot go back to sue this person because this person told you to do it, right? Because there's no way you can confirm any of this. However, there are higher education degrees available in palmistry. So you can actually get a PhD in palmistry and stuff like this, right? So there's some component of science in it, but it, you know, it does not check all the boxes for science. So for things like this, we call them pseudoscience. Okay, pseudoscience means fake science. Okay, so fake science is very simple. These are claims that have no scientific evidence. It's no scientific evidence, and they're usually accepted as facts or passed down as tales. Now, I know that in this session we have a lot of Turkish friends, right? And I love Turkey, and I love my friends from Turkey. There's a lot of Turkish friends. In Turkey, there's an interesting thing. I like it a lot. I have it in my office also. It's a blue thing. It's like a blue thing. It's like a blue circle with a white circle inside and another blue thing inside, right? I don't know how do you call it in Turkish. Yeah, Nazar Bunjubu. I don't know if that's the right way to say it or not, but yeah, that one, the blue thing. Now, yes, everybody is saying it's evil eye, right? So many people have it in their homes or in places like offices or other places because they believe that it can protect you from evil eye, right? Which is okay. I believe that too. But is it fact? Like, can you confirm this? Can you do a scientific research to confirm this? Like, can you see how many people have it with them? How many bad things happen to them versus people who don't have it, and how many bad things happen to them, and sort of like make a conclusion? No, you don't do that. It's just a fact. I mean, in cultures and societies, you have a lot of things that are considered as facts. They come from our elders, you know, we hear from elders, then we pass them to our kids, and it just keeps going on like this. We call things like this as pseudoscience, right? It's not pure science, it's called as pseudoscience. Now, why is it important to know? Because in research, if you are going into research with some conceptions from pseudoscience, then you are actually diluting your research. You are not making it into pure research. So don't do that, okay? Just something like this. Now, in research, we have three main things. Like when we talk about science, the pure science, there are three main things that go into it. Number one is you do science in order to understand the natural world, what is happening around you, right? So this COVID-19, it's something happened around us, right? It's something that, you know, a virus or whatever, you want to understand it, so you have to conduct research. The other reason why you do science is to explain the events in our world. So not the natural things, but to understand the events in our natural world. Okay, so many people do researches on, you know, like I just told you about this Asian hate, right? In the US, many people are now talking about this, or people are talking about age-friendly research, right? Stuff like this. So that type of things are the reasons why we need science to understand things, right? And the third one is to explain or to predict things. This is the last level of research, where you are doing research to an extent where you want to predict things, like we have this weather prediction and, you know, stuff like this. So those type of things are also result of science. Okay, these are the reasons why we do it. I'm gonna skip this slide because of the time, so that we can move on to stuff. Now, where does your research start? Okay, so number one, remember, always research starts with an observation. You have to have some sort of an observation to start research. If you have no observation, you cannot start research. I just showed you that picture about the mask in COVID-19, a person wearing plastic bag. So you have to have it, maybe you observe something, and there's where you start your research. Then the second thing is that the gathering of information about events or process should be in an orderly way. Like, you should have a process to follow. You cannot do it haphazardly, right? So the first one, you should have an observation. The second one, about that observation, you need to collect data, but it needs to be collected in a systematic way, in an order, right? You need to know, when are you collecting data? Why are you collecting data? Okay, so this is what we have: observation, data, and a systematic collection of that data. Three things are very important. Now, there are 6 steps involved in the method. Okay, I'll talk about them very quickly, and then we'll go to the gaps. Number one, you make an observation. Number two, about that observation, you form a hypothesis. Now, the funny thing is that we as human beings are extremely judgmental, right? What it means is that as soon as we see something, then we pass a judgment, right? Or we make some sort of conception about it. Just imagine you go on a street, you see 2 people are hugging each other. Maybe you have some sort of thinking in your head. You don't say it loud, but you think something, right? Or maybe you see that somebody is shouting, you just make a conception in your head, right? So whenever in science we observe something, the next thing is we hypothesize it, like, why is it happening, or how is it happening? Some sort of a hypothesis. Then you test the hypothesis, and the third step, by collecting, organizing, and analyzing data. So you test the hypothesis by collecting, organizing, and analyzing data, and then you draw a conclusion, right? Whether your hypothesis was correct or whether it was not correct. And in the end, you communicate those results to people in research articles, in magazines, and conferences, and other places. But these are the 6 steps to your scientific method, and they need to be included in every scientific research that you do. If you don't have them, if either one of them is missing, then it won't be a complete scientific research following the method properly. Okay, for each of them, there are a couple of slides. Your observation comes from your senses. Number one, as a social scientist, you normally believe on your senses to get the observations like sight, smell, touch. But also, if you are working in technology or some other fields, then your observations also come from your tools, right? Like different type of sensors or tools like this. For instance, doctors use thermometers to make an observation, like what's the temperature of the patient or stuff like this. So tools are also used to make those observations. And normally observations are done to raise a question, right? For instance, why did the water rise when the candle went out? So, okay, let's say you are sitting in your home, there's no electricity, you turn on a candle, and the candle went out, and then you see that the water in your cup has risen. It just happened, you observe it, and now you are raising a question. It's just a normal question, right? So normally that question is then answered through research. Now, when we do academic research, like PhD students or professional academic researchers, when you do this academic research, then this question needs to come from existing literature. So you still have to observe it, but your observation should come from the existing literature, right? We'll talk about this very soon. Number two, you need to form hypothesis. Okay, your hypothesis is something that explains the question that you have. Okay, I want you to think about this. When you go to a doctor, if you are not feeling well, you go to a doctor and you tell the doctor that you are not feeling well, right? So then how the doctor work is like this. So as soon as the doctor hears your first set of symptoms, like you say that maybe my head is painful and my eyes have a lot of tears and stuff like this. Now the doctor when listens to you, make a hypothesis in the head. The doctor might think that your eyesight is weak. It's a hypothesis. The doctor does not know this. They just make a hypothesis. And then to confirm that hypothesis, the doctor asks you more questions, right? They ask you, how long do you look at a screen? When you look at a screen, does your eyes hurt more? Or stuff like this. So they ask you more questions to confirm the hypothesis. Hypothesis normally is explanation of your observation, okay? So this is what the hypothesis is. And this hypothesis should be testable. So in all the papers that you look at, in all the dissertations that you look at, these hypotheses are normally if and then statements, right? If we use to greet people in their mother tongue, they will have a positive feeling towards us, right? So let's say you go to another country, most of the times when people travel to other countries, they normally, learn the hello in that language, right? Like when I go to Turkey, I tell people marhaba, right? Well, okay, it's cool. I may not know a lot about this, but I say this. I go to China, I tell people ni hao. After that, I don't know what they say. Like maybe they answer to me a lot in Chinese. I have no idea what they are talking about, but at least when I say ni hao, it just creates a good image, right? A good positive feeling. So how would I know this if it really works or not? By testing it, right? I go to different places, I tell people hello in their tongue and see what happens, right? So we have to test them, right? So hypothesis should be testable. How do you test hypotheses? You test them by conducting experiments or collecting data and stuff like this. Now, normally we have two types of experiments. One is called quasi-experiment. The other one is called controlled experiment. Normally, controlled experiment is where you have two groups. Okay, one group is called control group. The other one is called experimental group. Okay, I'll give you an example here. So let's say that we have an hypothesis that students, when they are taking their exams, right? When they're taking their exams, so if there's a lot of noise, students will perform bad on their exam, right? How can I test it? So I put two different groups of students. One is here that you see on this side, this group. So this group is taking an exam. This group is also taking an exam. But for one group, there's a lot of music around them. For other, there's no music. So this group is called as control group. Okay, we control for them. We don't do anything. And then this one is called experimental group. So for this group, we have some sort of music. And then in the end, we compare the results and see whether the group in the music one perform bad compared to the other one or not. So normally this is how you test your hypothesis. Again, it depends on different fields, but this is just a rough explanation of how things happen. In these experiments or any surveys, you collect data. Data is collected from experiments. Like I said, later Dr. Jihan is going to talk about data and stuff like this. I'm just going to leave it here. He will discuss this later on. But this data is part of your research, part of testing the hypothesis and stuff like this. Now, once your hypotheses are tested, then you need to see whether your hypotheses are supported or not supported. Whatever you thought about anything, is whenever you look at your hypothesis being supported or not supported, what you need to do is you need to confirm this to previous literature, right? Whether your hypothesis that is supported is same like previous literature or not. So this is what you need to do. If it's same like previous literature, you need to explain why. If it's different from previous literature, then again, you need to explain why is your hypothesis different from previous literature, right? So this is important to know. The last one is communicating your results. You can do it by writing papers, presentations, magazines, like I said. Why is it important? Number one, if you do not publish your work in any form, then it means nothing to anybody, right? Nobody would know about this research. It's just hidden research, so nobody would know it. The second one, why you need to communicate your results, is so that you can provide a direction to people to continue that research in the future. Like I said, it's a process, right? So you need to be part of that process to give it to the people who want to do research in the future. Earlier, somebody asked me about characteristics of a topic. This is related to that. So remember that research projects always start with a question or a problem. You have to have a question or a problem where you start. How do you come up with a question or a problem? I'll explain very soon. The next step is to define your aim. So your aim should be very clear. It should be testable. It should be very clear. Then the third one is you should have a plan that you need to develop on how are you going to proceed with it, right? This is especially important for PhD students or master students who are working on dissertations and topics, okay? So this is what it is. Then the principal problem needs to be divided into sub-problems. So whatever is your bigger problem, you need to cut it down into smaller problems, right? So that you can manage them one by one, one by one. Then remember that you need to have the appropriate data that you need to collect so that you can test your hypothesis or whatever your proposition is. Then the sixth thing is that you need to proceed with some sort of critical assumptions as a researcher, right? And these assumptions are about how you think the world works, okay? I'll give you a very simple explanation here. Some people that I know, my good friends, they feel that human beings are very different. Like every person is different from other, right? So when they conduct research, most of them are qualitative researchers because they think that everybody is different. When we ask them questions, we need to be very specific to what they think, and we should have this quality data. But at the same time, I have a lot of people who think people are same, right? I mean, especially if you ask husbands, they always believe that wives are the same, right? Their wives are always behaving the same, right? So many people, they have generalized thinking. They feel that, you know, things are similar. And most of those people are quantitative researchers. So you should have some assumptions about how the world works around you, right? So that's important. Then the researcher needs to be able to not only collect data, but interpret data. What does that data mean in order to answer the question that you have, right? So that is number 7. And then the last one is that make sure that you provide a cyclical way of doing research, and that is to provide future research directions so that people after you can proceed with that research. Okay. Now, let's get into identification of research problem. So how can we identify research problem? This is very important. Remember that a research problem is a question that needs an answer, right? So you need to have a question that you need to answer. That would be a research problem. Now, this is one of the most important things about research because it's your starting point. And if your problem is not, you know, a solid problem, or if it's not a significant enough problem, then the rest of the stuff that you do won't matter too much, right? So you need to really work hard on the problem, coming up of this problem or a research gap and stuff like this. Now, I see in the chat, some of you are explaining some stuff. Montserrat Iglesias, you are saying that some research types don't rely heavily on hypothesis, but rather on research questions or simple research objectives. That's very true. Like action research. That's why I said earlier that, of course, there's so many different types of research, so we cannot generalize them, right? This one that you see, this is very specific to quantitative or somewhat qualitative research. Now, you are right that some research do not have hypothesis, but that research still have some sort of thinking, like an anticipated outcome or something, and to that you go and see what's going on, right? So maybe it's not a pure quantitative hypothesis, but you have some sort of proposition or some sort of assumption that you want to test. So something like that. Okay, and then someone else says that you need positivism or interpretivism. Yes, exactly, that's what I mean. Your research philosophy. All right, so where do you come up with a research problem? Now, this is important, very important. So know this, that many of us, when we are looking for research problems, we normally go to existing literature. That's what supervisors, that's what everybody says, that, come up with a problem, go to existing literature. In my opinion, it may not be a good idea. The reason why it may not be a good idea is because many of the research papers are already outdated. So even if you go to a very good journal today, the paper that is published today is at least 1.5 to 2 years old when that idea was developed by the researchers, because they need time to write the paper, data, collect data and all that, and then the review process and production and publication. So existing literature is a good way, but it's not the only way. So if you want to really come up with breakthrough ideas or really cool gaps, you need to think out of the box, right? Not only existing literature, but other things. One of them is social issues. Think of social issues around us, right? So right now in Turkey, like I said, I have a lot of Turkish friends. There's a big problem, sort of not a problem, but a social issue, and that is of refugees, right? Because there's a lot of refugees coming from other countries to Turkey. It certainly changes the social fabric of the society because the population sort of changes, demographic changes and stuff like this, and then it creates social issues, right? So even though hospitality or tourism not so much, but hospitality traditionally do not have a lot to do with social issues, but now many researchers are bringing these social issues in hospitality. A couple of years ago, maybe some of you know, there was a very famous hashtag trending, and that was Me Too, right? So a lot of people came out, talk about sexual harassment and stuff like this that they faced. It was a social issue. But then we saw that hospitality researchers also brought that social issue in hospitality research and sort of studied Me Too hashtag in hospitality domain, right? So think of social issues, you can bring them, and then it can create a very good topic to work on. The other one is your own experiences. So if you are working on human resource management, let's say, think of the organization where you are working, or think of you as a consumer. You go to other places to get services and whatnot. What type of issues do you face? Take that as a starting for your research, right? Then ideas from workshops or seminars. So right now, this workshop or seminar that we have, you would see that I share a lot of ideas, right? I mean, even if I'm talking very limited, like I just talked about Me Too or refugees or whatever, at least it can, push you a little bit or stimulate you to think about it. So these type of workshops and these type of seminars can also give you some ideas that you can really explore and see what's going on, right? Brainstorming is pretty cool, especially if you are working in a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary team where you're working with people from different areas. Then that brainstorming can become really, really cool. So right now, I'm working on a research project with 3 other people. One of them is from econometrics, one of them is from service design, and one of them is from marketing. And then I'm from hospitality. So when 4 of us got together, the first meeting went nowhere because all of us were talking about our own stuff, right? It's like 4 different areas. We're all talking differently. The second meeting, we tried to bring those things together. Third meeting, fourth meeting, and now 5th meeting, we are also happy because the thing that we created, the idea that we created is just so unique, and it wouldn't be possible if we did not brainstorm, right? So brainstorming, especially with people from other areas and other fields, can really help you with coming up with a very unique research problem or ideas, right? So this is very, very, very important to know. Now, I will say that remember that your research starts with a good topic, okay? It's very important. So Hande, you are saying which of these sources you generally use. I use pretty much all of them. I just explained to you, and I'll go ahead and also explain a couple of other things, but I use pretty much all of them. So remember one thing, that a good research starts with a good research topic. Like your topic needs to be really good to, finish a good research paper. A good topic comes when you have a good understanding of literature. So you need to know your literature pretty well in order to know what topic you need to work on, right? And then this good literature comes from a lot of reading. You need to read a lot in order to understand the literature, and then in order to come up with a good topic. Now, the funny part here is that we need to also understand what are we reading. Okay, so I want to I want all of you to think about something. We all, when we write papers or when whatever we do, right, we also have to do referencing, right? So you are writing a paper or thesis or dissertation. In the end, you need to put all the references. Yes. Okay, so some of us use different type of referencing techniques or formats, Harvard formatting, APA formatting, and stuff like this. Right? I'm sure all of you have seen that stuff, right? APA formatting, Harvard referencing, and stuff like this. Now, if you go to any type of manual where they show how to do the referencing, have you ever seen that they talk about different things? They talk about websites, they talk about how to do referencing for a blog, even how to refer to a YouTube video, how to refer to interview, how to refer to a podcast, how to refer to a book, right? This is all provided in those manuals. The reason why it's provided is because you as researcher are supposed to read all that type of stuff or look into that type of stuff to come up with your own problems or to write your literature and whatnot. But we traditionally do not do that. We normally stick to journal articles. That's the only place many of us stick to. Just read journal articles and forget about the other things, which is not a good idea, right? Many times, remember, good ideas come from other sources. Now, when you are writing your literature review and really digging deep and trying to understand what's done, what's not done, then yes, you can go to journal articles. But the problem itself, the issue, the observation shouldn't always come from journal articles. Don't do that. It's not a good idea. Okay, so right now I'll give you some examples. For instance, industry magazines. Now, this is very cool. Industry magazines, many of us ignore this, but know that industry people are much, much quicker than doing things. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. Let me see if I can share my screen real quick and show you this example. Okay. All right, maybe I cannot do it right now, but I'll maybe after the break I can do it. So now when we look at the industry, for example, let's just focus on this COVID-19. So because of COVID-19, people were not supposed to touch things. You cannot touch the doors, you cannot touch the things. So industry found out some very unique solutions to that. Maybe they put a small handle type of thing on the bottom of the door, so you can use your foot to open the door or close it, right? Now, very easy, because industry is very quick to implement these type of things. But if it were to do through researchers, it would have taken years. Like first you would test it, hypothesis, data collect, blah, blah, blah. After a year and a half, you are going to tell the industry that you should do like this. By that time, industry is already way ahead of us. Right? So the problems, when you want to come up with problems, look into your industry magazines. I'm from hospitality and tourism area. There's several magazines that I look at every week, every month. One is lodging, one is hospitality update, hospitality insights, hotel hospitality news. These are all the things that you need to look into. Again, I'm saying to come up with a problem, to observe the problem, you need to look at it. Other than that, obviously you have to go to the research articles. The other one is industry shows. I know that Turkey has a lot of industry shows. I know that India is pretty big. Ooh, somebody is really not happy with my slide. So let's see, I don't know who was it, but whatever. So Now, when we look at industry magazines, so I know that there are a lot of people here from India, from Malaysia. I know a couple of people from Taiwan, and then Turkey, and all these places are pretty big on industry shows like MICE Tourism, right? So there's a lot of industry shows. And if you can, I would highly suggest you to go to these shows, because what happens in many industry shows is that you have people bringing their prototype products, the products that are not even launched yet. They are bringing their prototype products. So before even they are launched in the market, you have an opportunity to look at what is the new things coming into this industry and how you can integrate that into the research, right? So please make sure that look into that. Social media, again, social media is such an amazing platform where you can come up with a problem, because social media, you know that things happen and suddenly they become viral. So you can actually get that and then go into, you know, why is it happening? I'll give you an example, very quick example. Maybe 2 years ago or so, you may remember that in America, there was a problem where one Vietnamese doctor was pulled out of a plane and he was punched in the face and his face was all bleeding, and he was dragged out of the plane by the staff of United Airlines. I don't know if you remember or not, but if you know that suddenly it become viral, this problem of staff misbehavior, physical abuse, and stuff like this, there is some research, but this thing becomes so viral that all of a sudden, you know, we wanted to know why it happens, how it impacts people. And it's much bigger than this, right? Not only dragging a person out of the plane, but within 3 days, United's loss was in millions of dollars because many people cancel their contracts with United. In fact, the biggest contract that was canceled with United was from Chase Bank. Chase Bank was providing the credit cards for United Airlines. They canceled their contract with United just because of this issue. So these things come on social media, right? So you can also pick up a topic from social media when it's viral, when it's new and people want to know more about it. Blogs can be a good option. Podcast, very good option. So these days, a lot of top tier people are doing a lot of podcasts, right? So I know in marketing, there is a very interesting podcast about the marketing podcast. So there's a couple of professors, they talk about new things happening in marketing. And you know, you can pick it up. Professor Jehan can help me. He recently was invited at a podcast by one organization I don't know in Turkey, but maybe Professor Jan can help me remember that.
Chef Association of the World.
Yeah, so Chef Association of the World, and then they invite different people who come and talk about stuff. We have another very good friend, Professor Bohales, and the amazing thing he does is that every day he is invited at different places to talk about stuff. And he doesn't talk about things 10 years ago. He talks about things for the future, right? So how things are going to change. How do you, so right now I know that recently he was invited, I guess a day ago, 2 days ago, where he talked about how to restart tourism in Greece, which is really thought-provoking, because if you think about it, that doesn't exist right now. So he talked about it, you listen to that video interview, and then you get a few different very interesting ideas that do not exist. And then you listen. So podcasts, these type of interviews really help you to understand, you know, what these experts are talking about it. So now if Professor Bohales have to do a research paper, because I also know that he is editor of Tourism Review also, and I know that many editors do not publish in their own journals. So when they submit their papers to other journals, they go normal, like normal papers, right? So if instead of talking in an video interview, he had to write it in a paper and publish it, it would be probably next year when it would be published. And by that time, that topic already loses a lot of its work, right? So what I'm saying is that, okay, so, Professor Wallace is here also. I'm looking at the chat. So he is saying that all his videos are on his YouTube channel. So thank you, Professor Bohales, for joining and for your message. So if you watch that video instead of the paper, right? So what I'm saying is that for the topic, for the idea, you can pick it up and then you can go to journal articles and, you know, dig deep and stuff like this. So this is just something very important for all of us to know, not stick to journal articles for ideas, for, you know, really breakthrough ideas, rather look into alternate sources and then go back to articles to do your literature review and stuff like this. Okay, so this is a couple of examples I'll show you because somebody asked me, how do I use it? So I was traveling to Taiwan from Boston Airport, okay? And Boston Airport, these two pictures were pretty cool. So I looked, the first picture on the top, you can see these two red circles. These are two mice in the airport. So I was in Boston Airport, late night waiting for my flight to Hong Kong. And then suddenly there's some stuff moving, right? First, I thought I'm very sleepy. But then when I look at it, it was a family of mice running around. So I took a picture. They were very quick. I couldn't really capture it very well. So this is the picture I took. And then later in the flight, what happened to me, so I'm not a rich professor, but I fly economy. But when my food came, the bottom picture is my food. So if you look at my food, this bun had a mark. It looked like somebody bite. I don't know what it is. It looked like somebody bite it and then leave it like this, right? So if you look here, I looked at it and I was so surprised. Like my food has this bite and stuff like this. So I called the air hostess who was in the flight and I showed her this. So she didn't apologize and she didn't say sorry or whatever. She just picked up this bread, this bun from my plate with her hand, and then she brought one in another hand and put it back without any gloves or something, right? So of course, this was something very unique to me. I was like, what's going on? So anyways, I took these pictures because I share them in my classes and these type of workshops. But when I came back, then at that time, I talked to a couple of my very good friends, Babak and Hussein and these people. I shared this story with them. And then when we looked into the literature, we realized that, there's not a lot of literature on the dissatisfaction of travelers. Like it started from here, right? Because obviously I was dissatisfied, but there was not too much research on understanding this dissatisfaction and stuff like this. So then this idea then later on, of course, it takes a lot of refining the ideas, but then this paper was published in Journal of Travel Research, which started basically from this particular idea, okay? So this is one example. The other example that I said about the industry magazines or newspapers is this one. So I have another student called Loana. She is no more my student. She's now in a PhD program. But when she was thinking of starting her master's thesis, she didn't have a good idea to work on. And we were trying to think of something unique. And then just at that time, in the morning, I was going to my office and I got this email from Google because I have some alerts. And this, I looked at this news article in Hotel Management, which was talking about how the lobby designs are being changed in hotels in order to promote wellness of guests and environment and stuff like this. So I really liked this one. It was unique. That day I met Loana, we talked about this, we did some literature and stuff like this. We couldn't find much of research in hospitality domain on this lobby design and stuff like this. There's some generic research on physical environment and stuff, but not really detailed, right? So then again, this is how the idea started. Of course, it refined a lot. And then ultimately, this paper was published about hotel lobby designs and how it impacts people's behavior and stuff like this. So this is again for you as an example to show that, we can certainly go beyond only journal articles to look for ideas and inspiration to things that we want to work on. All right, so I'll leave this one quickly, but I'll tell you how should you start, right? So this is again for early career researchers. I would say that pick up something that you are really, really interested in, the things that you really want to look into, and then use it as an antecedent to something that you are not sure about. Okay, so I was talking about Professor Bohales earlier. I just remember, and I'm giving this example because I don't know if he's still here or not, but if he's here, maybe if I miss something, he can also correct me. But I know that Professor Bohales last year worked on a very unique topic, and that was about real-time services, because his area is also technology. So he talked about, in one of his papers, he talked about real-time services. right? So real-time services is, like, for example, you use Google Maps. Google Maps is real-time updating stuff and doing things, right? There's not a lot of research about this. But if you think about real-time services, the most important thing in real-time services is something called nowness. Now, at this time, what do you need? At this time, how to change things, right? Nowness. Now, okay, let's think about nowness as a concept. It's a unique concept. There's not a lot of research about it. So if you want to start working on this nowness, what you can do use it as an antecedent. Okay, so just imagine that you are a consumer, you want real-time services, and you are getting services in the now. Right now, you are getting the service and it's being updated in the real time. What is it going to do for you? Would it impact your perceptions of the service provider? Would it change your emotions towards them? Would it change your behavior? Would you be willing to pay more? That type of stuff, right? So use nowness as an antecedent to something that you don't know. It can really get into a good topic for you. Now, this is one way of doing it. The other way is use it as a consequence of something that you don't know. Okay, so maybe why would companies focus on nowness? Like, what are the reasons why somebody would focus on nowness? So you can use it as a consequence of things that are unknown, right? So you can find those out. And then again, for this paper that I'm talking about, Professor Bohalis is kind enough, thank you, to share the link to this paper. So if anybody who is working in technology area and stuff like this, you can look at that paper, which is about real-time co-creation and nowness service lessons from hospitality and tourism. Okay, so this is normally what we would do, right? Now, let's look into this. This is again another example. The concept here is hotel booking websites, right? So hotel booking websites are websites, you go on the website, you book your hotel on this website. Now, it's a very simple thing. We all have been doing this for years now, right? So it's already many years that people are using booking websites to book their hotel stays and whatever. So what about it? Let's say if I want to come up with an idea for hotel booking websites, or if I want to do some research that is unique and that is really worthy research, what should I do? So hotel booking websites, normally you go to a hotel booking website and you see some pictures on it, right? So let's say this is one picture that you see. This picture is from Orlando, Shingle Creek Resort. You see this on a website. Just assume this is the picture on the website. How is it going to impact you as a consumer? Or let's say if this is the picture that you see on the web. Now, these two are different pictures. Maybe you can see the difference in these pictures. What if picture A was on the website versus picture B? What if there was picture B on the website versus picture A? How would it change your perception of things, right? So I've asked this question of many people. And equally, I get people who say that they like picture 1 better than picture 2. And obviously, there are also people who say that they like picture 2 compared to picture 1. And there's different reasons for it, right? So people who say they like picture 1 is because it's much more cleaner. Nobody is there. It's much more calm. It's peaceful. And especially after COVID-19, when I asked this question, then definitely many people like picture 1 because there are no people, the social distancing and stuff like this, right? People who like picture 2, they say that, well, picture 2 gives them a sense of the scale of the hotel because you can compare the building and the swimming pool to the people. It gives you an idea of the scale of the establishment. At the same time, it gives you an idea of romance, couples, what can you do, and that type of stuff, right? So either way, consumer behavior is pretty broad and it's different, right? So we cannot say which one is right, which one is wrong. People have different perceptions. But how about this? Now, we saw these two pictures on a hotel website. This is how you question things. What's the benefit? Like, what's the benefit of having these pictures on the website, right? Maybe one thing that you can explore. Why do you use it to book? Like, why do you use the websites to book hotels? Why not any other medium? What about if there were short videos on the website versus photos of the hotel? How about if there were 360-degree images, right? What would that do to the behavior of consumers? what if there were humans versus no humans, right? Like I showed you a picture. What if there was a pet in the pool, right? What if these two people were swimming with their cat or dog or something? Because there's a lot of places where that happens. How would that change people's perception or, you know, their intention? So very important for all of us to have this these type of questions. Now, here is a paper that a couple of very good friends of mine, they did on the same topic. Now, if you look at this model is a very straightforward and a simple model. There's nothing out of the world in this model. It's very simple, but it's very applicable. It's very, you know, where hotels can use these findings and other researchers can do it. And if you look, it's very simple. Size of the photograph. So they look at whether the picture was big or small. The other one was presence of human image. Are there humans in the picture or not? And then they look at the moderation of both of them. You know, small picture with human, big picture with human, small without human, big without human, something like this. And then now, the most important thing in all this is remember that whenever we see these short videos or pictures on websites or magazines or places like this, it creates a sense of flow or transportation. Like you, people who are watching this video or picture, they for a split second feel that they are in that location, they are in that place, right? So this is what the model is. Very simple, published in IJHM. And you can see that how. So it starts from, you know, a concept like hotel booking website. You dig a bit deeper, see what has been done, what has not been done, and then you come up with a topic like this that you can work on. Another example now here is what happens. So those of you who are in marketing, you know that there's one relationship that 95% of marketing studies explore, and that is the relation between satisfaction and loyalty. Right? So if you are satisfied, you are loyal. Now, some people say that, you know, if you are highly loyal, like, you know, if you are really loyal to a brand or a service, then you also accept the price. Even if there's a slight increase in the price, then you accept it, right? This is what we all know. Now, there's an article in Harvard Business Review, and this article says that customer satisfaction is not enough to create loyalty. So now what we know as researchers is that customer satisfaction creates loyalty. Now there's an article in Harvard Business Review that says that customer satisfaction is not enough for loyalty. It's not the only thing, right? So then as a researcher, you would say that, okay, if customer satisfaction is not enough for loyalty, then what should be an antecedent to loyalty? What are other things that we need to look into for loyalty, right? So at this moment, when you have this question, then a very good idea is to go and find review articles. This is very important. Okay. Now, again, when I say review articles, it's because these review articles, they bring all the research on a particular topic together, and then they provide you a lot of future direction. So this is one article that was again published in, I think, if I'm not wrong, in Professor Fevzi's journal, International Journal of Contemporary Hospitality Management. And if you look, this is purely talking about customer loyalty, right, in hospitality. Now, in this particular paper, if you go towards the end, you will see that they provide at least 20 or so exact topics on loyalty, right? So the first one, if you look, it says engage customers' impact on loyalty. So like, okay, now remember the question was that other than satisfaction, what else leads to loyalty, right? So now I have engagement, I have customer to customer interaction, I have customer commitment, I have customer value co-creation, and stuff like this. So you get a lot more here that you can then include into your own study and then, you know, explore it further. So these type of review articles are a very good place for you to develop your research. Eduardo, I know you said that in your research you use Delight as a predictor of loyalty. Yes, I've done the same, and there's a very good paper on Delight, review paper published recently by Edwin Torres from University of Central Florida, Rosen College. So you may want to look into that. Okay, so here I hope that it clarifies a lot of stuff for all of you. Then we all hear about you know, research gap. what is research gap, and stuff like this. Now, remember, research gap is simply two things. It provides you a reason for conducting research, like why are you doing this research? Why is it worth? What is the importance of this research? And then it provides a uniqueness to your research. So this is, I think, very important. And sometimes as researchers, as young researchers, many PhD students, in their head, they know what is the gap. They know why they are doing this research, but they cannot put it on the paper, or at least when they put it way ahead in the, after many, many pages. So now several journals are doing it. I know that, for instance, tourism management in our field, they now ask you to submit a 150-word impact statement, which actually is, what is the impact of your research? What is the main contribution of your research? So gaps are important. They give you a reason for conducting research. They also show you the uniqueness of your research. And how can you do that? You can only do it when you understand the literature in your field. If you don't understand the literature in your field, it's very difficult for you to come up with a gap, right? So just like any other gap, right, whatever we talk about, it's like the difference between two things, right? So in academic research, the gap is, one, you need to know what is examined in the existing literature, like what do we already know, okay? The second one is, what do we not know? I already gave you an example earlier about satisfaction and loyalty. The first step was, we know that satisfaction leads to loyalty. The second one is that satisfaction is not the only thing that leads to loyalty, right? So we need additional things for that. So then I go into additional review papers and stuff like this to find out what can be those additional variables. So this is sort of how you come up with a gap, okay? All right, so I think, Dr. Jihan, I will stop here. We have 7 minutes for any questions that we have for this, and then we can continue this later on, a little bit stuff that is left.
Yes, yes. So let's give a 10-minute break then.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So we have sent you one link. They say that the link is not working. Let me double check. Yeah, I just checked the link.
It's working.
Is working, yeah. So please click on the link and then fill out to get credit for the first session. So it is 9:53 right now. We'll come back at 10. That's for Florida time. And I guess that's like 7 minutes to the hour, wherever you might be. So we'll see you soon. Dr. Doğan, is there anything else we need to do right now besides taking a quick break?
No, Dr. Jihan, we can take a break right now.
Okay, perfect. Please stay with us. We have 222 people right now, which is wonderful. And we will continue grade some topics as well too. Maybe while we are waiting, Dr. Buhalis, are you still here with us? If not, I know that he was here earlier.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah. So while we are doing the break, Dr. Buhalis, what is your few suggestions for the young scholars, young researchers?
To feel their passion and go with it. To actually see what really makes them wake up in the middle of the night to research, and what's the contribution they would like to do to society. And if you find that, then everything is easy.
Absolutely.
Because it's not a matter, I mean, most of the people who are publishing research, they do it because they would like to get promotions, they'd like to get a job or whatever, but that's not going to take you far away. What really is going to take you away is when you find your passion. And then you wake up every day, and that's the thing that you really want to do.
Not because somebody else told you that this is a good topic to research or do this, that, right? You got to find it yourself. Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Buhalis. Dr. Buhalis, if you don't mind, I want to ask you a question. So what year did you graduate from your PhD? What was the year that you got your doctoral degree?
Give me a second. Give me a second because I need to relocate. I graduated in 94.
1995.
96.
So in those years, the research topics, the research methods were different than what it is today, right?
Well, that's the other trick. You really need to look forward, because when I was doing my research, I was doing it 91 to 95, and I was doing about technology and distributed networks. And I was doing that, if you remember, the internet came up in 95, right?
Yeah.
So I was doing about the internet before the internet. That gives you the trick on how you can go forward, because you're predicting, you're creating, research is creating the future. It's not only looking to what other people have done. It's really about creating the future, a better future for society. And that I've always done in my career, looking into how can we take the best technologies and help organizations and society to move forward. And the trick is to do it before everybody else does it.
Exactly. And you keep learning, right? Learning never stops.
I learn from you, Cihan, every day. I keep looking what you do, and I'm learning every day.
We all learn from each other. Absolutely.
Exactly.
All learn from each other. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bouhalis. Thanks for your support.
Thank you for doing
always.
that and bringing all these colleagues together. I think that's service to the community. And as I said earlier, when Faizan was discussing, and great to see him in good form, is that normally we're doing this research and we're publishing. It takes a year and a half. At the COVID era, the industry was absolutely, and still is absolutely, desperate for advice and to move things forward. So I came up with the rapid communications on my blog. I think I've got about 60 or 70 videos on my YouTube channel, all kind of helping people around the world to actually restart the industry. And I think that's our responsibility to society.
Yeah, there is one question, Dr. Bouhalis, while we still have 3-4 minutes before our break is over. One participant asked, what are your thoughts on people who say, don't try to change the world with your dissertation? It's not your masterpiece. That's a good dissertation, is a done dissertation. So just get the doctorate, then work on your masterpieces. What do you say?
I will change that. If this is your advisor, I'll change the advisor. As simple as that. I was very, very fortunate to have Chris Cooper as my advisor. And he gave me the space and he said, what do you like to do? Go and do it, and I'll help you to do what you like to do. But the important thing is that you need to have the drive as well. You need to put the energy and the time and the pain and to enjoy that. But you need to find the people who will support you. And if your advisor is not supporting you, find another advisor or find some other people that can inspire you. Look what Cihan is doing. You'll be inspired every day.
Yes, exactly. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, we've got about 1 minute left. Again, to get the credit for the first session, I thank Dr. Faizan Ali. There is a link there, Sedan. Please send it one more time.
Lovely to see you all. I'll need to
disappear. Thank you, Dr. Bouhalis. Thanks for coming and your support all the time.
It's like the ballet during the break, right? The ballet comes out, does the thing.
Yeah. We just need to give people some time to go to bathroom, take a drink. We are given a certificate if they attend the whole day. And people feel free to come and go. We have 4 different sessions. And Sedan, do you mind sending the link also to the sessions? mtcon, I think .org/research academy. Was it that one? So if people want to follow what the sessions left, I can even share my screen. I think I have it here. So here we go. We have done the identifying, presenting research gaps, smart literature review. So I'm going to continue now with basic research, design and methodology, basics of data analysis, and then basic mistakes in research and how to avoid them. These are the 3 sessions I'm going to do. Then I will leave that to Dr. Faizan Ali again. He will continue with pitching your research ideas and overview of Smart PLS, hands-on example. And that's going to conclude our research day. It's going to be a long day. It's not easy for you, for us as well, but we are committed to make MTCon is one of the best outlets in the world for hospitality and tourism research. For that reason, I, as the co-chair, and Faizan, as one of our faculty members at the University of South Florida, committed to this day. And I do hope that it will be useful to you. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. My next section. They are asking Professor Bouhalis his email. Bouhalis.com is his website. You can contact him from there. He's quite famous. So if you go to UK, ask somebody who's Bouhalis, they will tell you who he is. He's very, also a very good friend of us, myself, Faizan, Sedan. He came to our conference last year, Globe Conference to Istanbul, and he and I tested the Turkish baklava. He concluded that Turkish baklava is better than Greek baklava. So I want to put that as part of the record in there. Okay, so let me go ahead. Now the second session starts. Yeah, he says tamam, means okay. He agrees, which is great. He usually don't agree with me on some things, but this is one of the good ones. Okay, let me open my presentation. Here you go. And then I'm going to go to Zoom and share my screen. Here you go. Okay, I'm going to share my first screen here. Okay, I hope you can see my screen. So this is the second session. Now I have the pleasure of doing this session. Let me open the chat box onto my second screen here so that I will try to look at the chat box from time to time, but and we have some interaction. So when we do this, I'm going to just try to get it over here and finally hide this flowing controls. Okay. So as you all know, probably you have heard of this quote many times: life is a journey, not a destination. What it means is that it's not just one-time thing. This is what I was trying to ask Dr. Bouhalis earlier, that he got his PhD in 1995. Since then, learning never stops. So I will change this code to make it fit to this particular presentation. Research is a journey, not a destination. Let me tell you what I mean by this. For all of the people who are here with us today, there are many people who are in the beginning of their research career. There are people who are in the middle, and there are people who are already experts. You know, they've published many papers, have been involved in the research all the time. Even for them, for anybody, research career is a journey. What I mean by this, that it's never finishing, learning never stops. When I got my PhD in 2000, 1999, early 2000, structural equation modeling, partial least squares methods were new. It was beginning. And today they are one of the mainstream methods that are used in social sciences, in hospitality tourism, definitely. And many other things. The topics today, what we are looking, you know, Stan Ivanov is one of our good friends. He's actually one of the panelists that's going to take place tomorrow. He himself was researching on a different topic. And one of these days he said that, look, it's enough. Now I want to find a new niche, new research area. And he started working on automation, robotics in hospitality and tourism. So what I'm trying to say is that if you feel that, oh my God, I don't know this, I don't know that, don't feel alone, because that feeling is a continuous feeling. We are always going to do that, and learning never stops because different things that are coming up, everything. So what I would like to ask you right now, I prepared a quick poll for you. You can do it in two different ways. You can either scan the QR code in your screen right now with your phone. Just hopefully a survey should open, or go to tinyurl.com/mtcon survey. Please do it. I will give you, it's a quick survey. It's a quick poll that I wanted to use some of the results in there. So please take the time and answer, I think there's 5, 6 questions that I asked there for you. Just take a moment, please, and do this. And I'm going to share the results with you. Once we have everybody respond to this poll, I am asking you, what is your level of expertise? And be honest, there is no name, by the way. It's an anonymous survey. Nobody is going to know who is you, what you are entering. There are a few questions there that are related to research. If you have ever been rejected a paper from a journal, if yes, what's the biggest problem? Like things like that. When you go and I'm gonna, while I'm doing this, I hope it's working. Share the link. Oh, okay. Share the link here. That's a good idea. Let me do it.
The QR code is working, by the way, Hocam.
Excuse me?
The QR code is working, by the way.
Okay. QR code is working, but I'm gonna share tinyurl.com/mtcon survey. Yeah, that's a good idea. Sorry about that. Here is the link. Oh, it didn't work because I have to do HTTPS, I think. HTTPS. Sedan, oh, here we go. Somebody did it. Wonderful. I think it's working. It's gonna come like this when you do it. And there's a couple of questions there, several questions. Please respond to them. That's perfect. And we are gonna go back to this. Okay, I'll give it another minute and then I will see the results. So please, if you didn't do it, please do it though. I would like to ask you to take this quick survey. We have the link in the chat, or you can scan the QR code, or you can just type, open a browser, any kind of browser, your desktop, laptop, or phone, tinyurl.com, mtcon survey. That's the link there. Okay, I think it is, should be enough time. So let's go and check the results. I have the results here. So first of all, let's see the result. Let's see the result of this question, first of all. Okay. What is your experience level with research? I asked the audience. We have about 220 people here. And this is the survey. And I'm using Question Pro. And I'm going to click on, so we had 152 people view the survey, 52 people. So here's the results that people have said. 44% said they have average experience with level of research. 15% identified as very good right here. 23% said good. 17% said good and poor. 17% said poor, which is perfectly fine. That's wonderful. Average is good. For me, I also put average because, as I have told you in the beginning, research is a journey, not a destination. It never finishes. I'll give you one example from mine area that I started to be interested in research topics that required the conjoint analysis method. And I was trying to do trade-offs between people when I was trying to understand the value of a 1 rating star in a hotel review website. And it led me to this method, and I never used it before. So I learned this is how you do it. And I ask this question: what is one thing that is most important in conducting research? Let's look at this question as a word cloud. And here is that question here. Oh no, I'm going to go to the, it should be coming here. Okay, normally that this is the things that are has been entered. Okay, I should be seeing this here, but for some reason I don't see the results here. Give me 1 second. You know, that's technology. Normally it is supposed to work. Maybe I can take this here. Okay, here you go. Okay, that's good. So this is the word cloud for the type 1 thing that, let me read the question to you, that is most important in conducting research. And here what it came. So as you can see, research question, I believe, that's what passion has been mentioned many times. That is method has mentioned many times. Reading, information, question. So research question, I think they are probably have been entered together. Problem, curiosity, patient, learn. You can see there's many different words that has been mentioned here. We had this. So if you are one of those who said method, even though it is important, but it's not the most important, because method usually comes after your research question. That research question comes after passion. That passion comes after curiosity, the problem statement, observation, reading. Reading probably is one of the most important things, because if you don't read, you will not know what has been done and what needs to be done. You cannot even predict the future, look at the future. So these are very helpful. And we are going to come back to this in a few seconds to the other questions. We have done this. And what is one area that you need the most help with? So let's go back to the word cloud and look at this one. What is one area that you need the help the most? Okay, as you can see, analysis, right? Most likely it's the methods, statistical analysis, methodology, research, method, discussion, problem, survey, data collection, maybe data analysis, quantitative methods. So as you can see, there is a lot of items that came from you, which is wonderful. That's exactly what we are going to talk in this presentation. So in terms of scientific method, Faizan earlier said that kids are the best scientists. Why? As you can see here, it's a kid go touch something, he or she doesn't know what it is, and then form a hypothesis is like, this is something to be eatable, right? I'm going to eat this, it's going to taste good. Perform the experiment, eats that, analyze the data, puts that into mouth, and report the findings to others, and invite others to reproduce the results to see that if what he or she found is indeed happened. So this is, of course, as simple, maybe a jokingly way of what is scientific method. But when we look at the sound methodology elements, the first thing that it needs to be scientific. It needs to use sound methodology in here. Okay, I'm just looking at the, okay. No, you don't need to leave the session to fill the credit form for the past session. You can just do it if you attended that one. But remember, every session link is going to be different. So back to the elements of sound methodology. In between scientific method to sound methodology, you need to have observation, which Faizan mentioned earlier about reading. And I'm going to repeat that again because it's so important. Creating the hypothesis or research question. If you are using experiment or whatever methodology that you're using, analyzing the data and conclusion is next. Set of procedures to help us questions, gather evidence and draw conclusions is what we are going to do. And empirical evidence, if that's what you're doing, although it's not the only way of doing research, that it needs to be observable, measurable, and testable. So, for example, I'll give you anecdotal evidence that one of my friends told me that, Johnson & Johnson vaccine is better than the others. Don't take Pfizer, don't take Moderna. I'm talking about for the people who are in USA. There are 3 vaccines right now that are approved by the government here. So what evidence do they have? Maybe they hear from their friends or somebody who may have gotten another vaccine and they got some side effects, which actually happened to Muhittin Çavuşoğlu, one of my former students and now an assistant professor, and he had a allergic reaction to Moderna. But it doesn't mean that it is actually enough evidence that we can make that conclusion. Obviously not. That's why they are all new. A lot of studies are being done, but we need to do create evidence with qualitative or quantitative should be, or qualitative methods. There's a typo there, sorry about that. We need to do it. So for example, eating an apple every day will keep the doctor away. I'm sure that you know this saying, right? People keep saying that to encourage you to eat apple in specific or fruits in general. So if I would like to do this, I would like to be able to test this hypothesis. What am I going to do? I need to create an operational definition of the variable, such as, this is just a simple example, and you can come up with different ways of doing what I'm just doing here. That's why I just need to tell that eating one Honeycrisp apple, because as you know, there's many different apples, right? If you just say apple in this case, then maybe there is some apple that may give the impact of, for example, lower the blood pressure. Maybe that's how we are going to define the keep the doctor away, or reduce the visit to doctor's office in a year, if that's our variable. In this case, this is our dependent variable here, reduce the visit to doctor's office. Maybe that you visit one time just for general checkup. That means that you don't have any problem. And how do we do that? We are going to do, of course, an experimental study, or you can do a survey study, observation, case study, whatever that your research question is, that you can choose one or more than one of these tools that we are seeing here to be able to test this hypothesis. You know, it's important to have the focus to be able to do it again by just saying an apple here in this just simple example that I'm giving, that I use this in my classes when we are talking about research with my students, that this kind of like uses as an analogy to be able to make the point there. And then choosing a research approach, adopting a deductive approach, which is one of the most utilized ones in social science, of course, in my journal also, which is actually develop a hypothesis or hypotheses, more than one, and express these hypotheses or hypotheses in operational terms. And of course, before you do this, I'm going to cover this in my next section, that there is steps that you need to follow to be able to come to even to this particular step here. You need to read, you need to look at the previous literature, you need to do what Faizan has defined earlier, gap analysis, to be able to see what has been done, what needs to be done, hence that I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And test the hypothesis, again, experiment survey. We are talking about quantitative methods here, and there's also qualitative methods, many different tools that we can use in that particular area as well to examine the specific outcome of the inquiry, corroborate or the hypotheses or refute them. You can never accept them. You fail to accept or reject the hypotheses if necessary, because there is always an error component to whatever that we are doing. Since we are not doing the entire population in our studies, you need to be able to obviously mention that one. If necessary, modify the theory in the light of the findings. Theories explain why things happen. Theory doesn't mean that it will never change. It means that we need to be able to test. That's why, for example, technology acceptance model in hospitality technology or tourism technology, or technology, I should say, has been going through, the model has been going through different iterations to be able to explain how people adopt technology in one. So what is quantitative research? Quantitative research aims to determine how one variable affects another by quantifying the relationships between variables. You can do the same thing with qualitative research, right? There is many different ways of doing this. And in quantitative research, you can do it with experimental designs, which I'm going to give you quite a few examples, or non-experimental design surveys, which is very highly used in social studies. And in terms of experiments, it's classical form of research that owes much to the natural sciences. It's also started to be used in social sciences for many years and becoming mainstream. And I would love to, speaking of that also, I would love to welcome research studies that uses experimental design to Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Technology. Likewise, to Journal of Global Business Insights, Journal of Hospitality and Global Hospitality and Tourism as well. So we are welcoming experimental studies, usually experiments conducted in laboratories by physicians, food scientists, and chemists. As you know, with the pandemic that's going on, we are know what is going on with those studies for them to be approved in different countries, that they are doing experiments. They are giving samples of people randomly selected, placebo, no vaccine, or the vaccine itself, and they are looking at how much that vaccine protects the people. This is just one example. That's how we are seeing actually in our day-to-day life. Involves allocation of samples to different experimental conditions. That is, random allocation is the key here, and introduction of planned change on one or more variables, which is also called as a treatment as well too, whatever that you're doing, and measurement on a small number of variables, and getting the survey research, usually associated with deductive approach, as we explained, allows collection of large amount of data from a sizable population in a highly economical way. Speaking of highly economical way, I'm going to talk to you in my second section of this, that how you can actually use crowdsourcing. We just published a recent article on this, like Mechanical Turk, Qualtrics, or in China, in different countries, there are different forms of doing that in social research. We'll talk about that as well as a problem and as a also potential solution as well. Often obtained by using a questionnaire, should give you more control over the research process, and much time will be spent on designing and piloting the questionnaire. And you need to make sure that the questions measure what you want to question. In terms of experimental design, I'm going to give you a quick idea about some of the experimental research that I personally, along with Faizan and my other colleagues, as you see here, have done. This is the related to pandemic. In America, as you all know, in the Asian countries, wearing a mask was part of a culture. I've been going to China for many years, even before the pandemic, that, when I was teaching there in my classes, that I used to see probably 25% of the students wear masks. And there was no pandemic, there was no problem at all. It was just part of it, and nobody actually looked at them differently. It was just part of the general attire, especially in China, other parts also too. But with, in the Western world, if you went to go to a bank with a mask on there and gloves, like, people would think that you came there to rob the bank. But today it's different, right? Because of the pandemic, people know. We wanted to find out if actually wearing a mask makes any difference in guest perceptions of seeing that the server with a mask or without a mask. That's one of the research questions that we had. And if yes, we also wanted to look at if there is any impact on the color of the mask. This is just one study. And as you can see here, this was published by The Conversation. This is in peer review right now, although the peer review article that we have done is different than what you're seeing here. This is a research brief. It's only 500 words, even less than that, just to get. The reason why we chose to do this first is we wanted to get this information to the restaurateurs and hoteliers as quickly as possible. Although we have done this experimental study, the guest got a random picture that you are seeing. By the way, just for your information, if anybody wants to do research with involving human faces, instead of using a real human face, you can go to thispersondoesnotexist.com. Thispersondoesnotexist.com is a website that you can actually get a artificially intelligently manufactured faces. All the people that you see here, they do not exist. They never existed. So this particular website uses artificial intelligence, not only generate human faces, but also animals and even art there. So that's just a side information, but I just tell you that. And another example to experimental research, this is Luana Nanu that Faizan was earlier mentioning. She is one of our master students now. She's doing PhD in Auburn University, and this is her master thesis committee. And we are really proud of her and the research that she has done. As you can see, this is the effect on hotel lobby design, on booking intentions. She has used this experimental design, altered the treatment here in 2 pictures. As you can see, that one of the pictures have been, you can see that there is a lot of plants in this one or not. And randomly people got this pictures, hence we got there. Okay, so let's see if there's the links. There are some problems with links, but I think the team is working on it. And Sedan has written this person does not exist.com website for me in the chat. So thank you to her. And in continuing, how do we measure variables? We are using different measurement scales. Of course, you can ask this question, what are the tools that we are using, like Qualtrics, Question Pro, and I can talk about them a little bit later, but let's talk about the type of scales. There are 3 main ones that you see here: nominal, key characteristics of objects or individuals like sex, color of an eye, or occupation, the ones that you can get, for example, frequencies. Ordinal, importance attached or preference for certain variables like rank orders. An example, preference of hotel brands, preference of courses, and interval scales, numbers with the same intervals. The best example for this is the one that is being utilized in the social science probably the most is the Likert scale, 5-point or 7-point Likert scale, or temperature is another example. In terms of nominal scale, categories or groups, as we have said this earlier, gender, occupation, department of employees in any organization. One example, what type of restaurant have you dined in most recently? And then you can actually get the frequencies, and then you can get the most frequently visited restaurants by your sample, whatever that might be. In ordinal scale, as we have said earlier, rank orders and individual preference of hotel brands, or a hospitality student's preference of courses rank. Here's one example. Service quality dimensions has been listed, and we are asking the respondent to sort them in terms of ranking. This is one example. It's also used as part of a Delphi study. It is also Delphi study, for those of you who may not know, is a qualitative method, and in which that you find an expert group and you ask them open-ended questions about whatever the question interest is. Once those answers come in, you categorize them like you are seeing on the screen here, and then you send it back to the same group for them to rank it of the importance. So that is something that is happening. Numbers, interval scale numbers with the same intervals. Distance from 1 to 2 is the same as the distance from 2 to 3, and measure the distance between any 2 points on the scale is, although, there is a lot of discussion. I am currently working with several of my colleagues, Gözde Türktarhan and Muhittin Çavuşoğlu, on behalf of JGBI, Journal of Global Business Insights. We are actually doing an editorial on the Likert scale, the use of Likert scale, because you are seeing many, I've seen Likert scales with 4 points, 5 points, 6 points, 7 points, a lot of those are, and it is, it's a session by itself. We will be doing, we have done an editorial, as I told you, about crowdsourcing. We'll be doing actually a webinar about it soon. That's coming up April 9th, I believe. And you can find that information at m3center.org if you're interested. But the same thing is also going to happen for the Likert scale. Here's an example. You are very familiar, many of you are very familiar with this. The key issue here is to be able to get this construct from something that has been tested before. Obviously, you can create your own scale, but again, construct development is by itself another session that we may look later. Type of variables, two different variables that we work with, independent variables that probably cause outcomes, and the dependent variables that depend on the independent variables. So for example, let's say that we are trying to understand what grade or what's your GPA, what's your success, right, in the school, and how you define success in the school can depend on your research. Somebody may say that, did you find a job after college? Maybe that's the definition of success. So then that, yes, no question, that you can do a logic regression based on the dependent variables. Or somebody may say, what's your GPA? If this is the definition of success for you, for somebody in the school or education, let's assume, for the sake of example, the grade for the proposal, research proposal that you're submitting to your teacher, to your professor. And if you are looking at what impact, what kind of relationship between amount of time spent on studying, or if this was an exam grade, then you could do the same thing. You can find an independent variable, for example, number of hours slept before the exam night. You know, you can have the type of foods that you have eaten, whatever that might be. There's many different ones. This is just an example. And there's also intervening and mediating variable. It mediates the effect, stands between the independent variable and the dependent variable in the probable causal link. To give you, for example, if I am looking at the relationship between seawater temperature and number of deaths by drowning. Let's say there's a lake or there's a beach, whatever that might be. They're telling us, I'm just looking at the check, the messages, they're asking us if we will share the slides. Absolutely, yes. We will, at least I will be happy to share the slides, and we will put that on MTCon website. We'll work with the web team, and we'll be happy to do that, absolutely. But this video, this lecture actually is also being recorded, that will make that available as well too. So back to the topic here. I'm looking at my time for my first session. I've got about 20 minutes left. So we are looking at the mediates. So if I were to look at seawater temperature and the number of deaths by drowning, if I, for example, found out that when the seawater is very cold, one person died, only one person. If that's the case, then can I just conclude that this particular cold temperature in that particular lake or beach causes death? Can I say that? Probably not, because I need to look at the number of swimmers as a mediating or intervening variable here. Similarly, if I were to have a moderating variable, new variables that measure the joint impact of two variables and may change the observed effect of the independent variable or the dependent variable. Type of gift, what's the happiness? Happiness, I can measure that with a scale. Happiness scale. I'm very happy. I feel joyful. I enjoy the gift that was given to me. Whatever those scale is, which you are going to either create yourself, as we talked about the construct development, or adopt the one that has been already developed, and the type of gift, whatever that might be. And maybe we are also going to introduce the color of the gift. If this is, for example, a necklace, or if this is a phone, or if whatever that might be, that the color may also influence the happiness or not. We don't know this, but it may, if we think that we do, based on the review of literature and hypothesis, that we can also have this. Example of moderating variable and its importance in a kind of like a joking way. I think you are going to get the idea in this one. This example is one that Faizan uses in his lectures when we are doing this together. And I really enjoy this, although it is, it could be merit to it because of the difference between genders. I'll tell you, time spent during shopping. And let's say that we are looking at the relationship between time spent during shopping and the shopping enjoyment. Again, you measure the time spent, let's say the number of minutes used, in shopping or shopping enjoyment. If we were to do an experimental study and go to Gap store, right, buy a pair of pants. So if I were to use, let's say, the average of males and females, the result that I'm going to find is going to be different than if I were to do this male and female as a moderating variable. If you look at over here, if you ask the males, they go to a Gap, buy a pair of pants. He or she goes, finds where the Gap is located. Time on average is 6 minutes. Cost is $33. If the same task was given to the females, they go to Macy's first, JCPenney, Sears, and then they finally come to Gap, and they spend 3 hours, 26 minutes. Again, this is in a joking way, just to make you the point, the importance of moderating variables when you design your studies, that it can have a severe impact. And I'm sure that you have seen this in shopping malls, that these are the males that are waiting for their partners to be able to do. Gender is definitely one of the most utilized variables that are used in social research. And you can also do this across multiple groups, not just male and female, but in different, again, this is, and then Sedan reminded me that I've got 1 hour, 20 minutes, but I was just referring to the first part of my session because there are 2 sessions there. I'm gonna do about that. Okay, and I feel good about, remember I asked you this question in my survey. So I'm gonna, let's go back to the survey results, and I'm going to find the result of this question that I asked earlier. And let's see, we have now 109 people have responded to this survey. I'm gonna try to get the result. Okay, I feel good about, I asked the respondents what is their feeling about the different methods. Quantitative methods, 39% said that they are confident, they feel good. Also, almost the same, about 31% have said qualitative methods, and both methods, 21% said that they feel confident or good, and 7.4% said that none of them. And that's perfectly fine. For those people who are none, this is a good start here, this Research Academy. But remember, for all of us that are here, is that research career is a journey, not a destination. It's not just one thing. Go and take these 5 courses, attend the MTCon Research Academy, read this article about conjoint analysis, partial least squares, factor analysis, you're done. Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, since I graduated from my PhD, those are the years that I've taken the most research and statistics courses, that methodology has changed so much, and it's changing all the time. That's why it is a process. It never finishes, and there's never stop learning. And there are a couple of other questions. We're gonna come to that a little bit later. And meanwhile, if you have any questions, comments, please feel free to do. And one person asked me, can you please share the link of the paper for PhD student with the hotel design? If you go to Google Scholar and put Luana Nanu, you will be able to find that. It is very easy. Luana is a new scholar. Her profile comes immediately, and this paper you'll be able to find there. So thank you for your interest on this one. And again, I see some more comments about the PPT. There is no problem. We will be happy to share the summary of these PPT slides with you. If that's going to help you to learn, we are happy to do that. Okay, let's continue with the continuation, what type of statistical test to use. Data normality. If your data is normal. The other day I was just telling one of my colleagues about the standard deviation. He told me that he never understands standard deviation to me. And I remembered my first stat class that I've taken. The way that the professor explained to me has never really actually went away from my one. Standard deviation. Basically, the definition of it is that it tells you how much your sample that you collected data deviates from the mean. When I explained to him that if I tell you that the average age of a group, let's say that you're going to do a presentation to a group of people, and you tell me that what is the average age, if I'm going to maybe change my presentation based on the age group, so I can tell that the average age is 58. This means that these are mature travelers, not old, but mature travelers. Or if I were to know that the mean is, let's say, 18, I know that these are younger teenagers, young adults. This is what I'm going to then maybe utilize when I'm doing my presentation for them. Standard deviation helps me how diverse this group is. And my colleague asked me that, oh, so Jihan, the small standard deviation is better, right? I said, no, it doesn't really mean that small standard deviation is better. It just depends on the context that you are doing this. If you want a diverse group, right? We are doing a certificate program that I shared earlier, diversity, inclusion, equity in the workplace. If you want diversity, you want a higher standard deviation in your age group in your company. Why? Because we want to employ not only young people, but we want to employ a variety of different age groups. So you want that standard deviation. So one standard deviation roughly goes into 68.27, 69% roughly into. So in other words, if your mean is, let's say 20, standard deviation is 2. So 18 to 24, 22 is your one standard deviation interval there. The second two standard deviation is 95, and the second is 99.73. If your data is normal, you are in good, although in social sciences, especially when we are using convenience sampling, this is not the case. So what type of data you have? If you have a univariate data, age group, okay, education. If this is the case, then you are going to use descriptive analysis. That's simple. And then you can use some univariate statistics like chi-square, for example, if you would like to be able to test the difference between those univariate variables. And in terms of multivariate, if you have more than one variable that you're looking at, you may be looking at two different things. One is relationships, the other one is comparisons. If you're looking at relationships, you can look at the correlation between two variables. Or if you are going to work on regression, what regress on what independent variable versus dependent variable, to be able to predict, not cause and predict, right? So if I am going to look at, for example, just to give you as an example, the guest satisfaction, that's my dependent variable, and I have different independent variables, the perceptions of them about the cleanness of the hotel, the perceptions of them about the atmosphere, the staff members' attire, whatever that might be. I'm measuring them. I can regress them one variable. So that's simple regression. If you have more than one variable, it is multi-regression. And as you all know, the path analysis or PLS, partial least squares, is a form of regression in its own cases. But if you are looking at the comparisons on the right-hand side, that you are looking at the t-test, if you have only comparing two groups, imagine that you are looking at, for example, the guest satisfaction for your hotel and for males and females. Or I'm going to show you some examples from the research that we are conducting right now. If you have more than two groups, then you're doing analysis of variance, right? These are some of the simple. Here's one study that I have actually done in 2001. This is one of the first articles that I have published along with my co-authors, a comparative study, the impact of technology in lodging properties in the United States and Turkey. This was published. You know, it's so funny. just before this presentation, I always look at my slides just to see. I mean, this is not the first time that I'm doing this kind of a presentation, but I always look what is my slides, because things sometimes change and I want to update them. And this is one of the ones that I wanted to add as an example here, that I have used a simple t-test and published, pretty good study has been. But what is interesting, is funny in a way, that when I went to this journal to be able to download this paper, my University of South Florida, does not have this particular journal's database. So it asked me to pay $30 for this article, the article that I written and published. So it's kind of funny. This is, it's a sidetrack here. I know that we have about 5-10 minutes before the break, but I just wanna tell you what I feel about open access publishing. What you see here, with all due respect, I mean, I don't, Ingenta is the publisher, I guess, for this journal, International Journal of Hospitality Information Technology, which, by the way, doesn't exist right now. So there's two interesting story here. One is actually this particular journal is disappeared now. Unfortunately, it didn't continue. Hence, maybe, that is one kind of like a sad news, but yet the fact that this journal that I published in my early careers disappeared is the result why we now have Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Technology. Because when I published this one, that I wanted to actually get the article and didn't hear from the editor, and then later I found out that the journal discontinued. Then I reached out to some publishers. Emerald liked my proposal to create Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Technology. This is happening 10 years ago, 2007 when I proposed, and we published JHTT in 2010. So that's interesting story. But the other one is the open access publishing. Please remember M3 Center, the center that I am the proud director of, publishes 3 journals, open access journals, many books also too. Please go to m3center.org. You can, let me write the address here. I don't have it here, m3center.org here. Please go there and you'll be able to see them, but they're all open access. When I say open access, that's one of the things that I wanna give you a warning, especially to young scholars about predatory journals, that the open access that we have is true open access, 100% free to submit, publish, or access articles. The model that you see on the screen is the for-profit companies, which they do a great job. I'm not disputing what they are doing, but in my opinion, the academic publishing in the future is going to change towards more open access supported by the universities. The journals that we publish, of course, cost money, but they are subsidized by my university, in this case, University of South Florida. We are going to have more. So again, with just the t-test, that you can even, if the research question that you are asking is interesting enough that you could do that. Here's another experimental design that I have used. This is an example. It's again, one of my early career papers. The story about this paper is interesting. I want to tell this to the young scholars here, especially the young ones. Is important to mention this because, let me go back here. It's important because I was taking a stat class at Oklahoma State University, and Bill Ward, peace be upon on him, he was my statistics teacher, and Pat Morio is, of course, my professor. By the way, this journal put the word of the authors different in their website, but that doesn't matter because I was a PhD student at that time, and Dr. Morio, Pat Morio, is my PhD advisor and my mentor, lifelong mentor, by the way. That's also another thing that we're going to talk about, creating your network and mentors in research. That's very important because you never know everything. I know I'm the editor of 3 journals. If I tell you that I know everything, I would lie to you. Absolutely not. There are so many things that I don't know. That's why I said the research career is a journey. But let me tell you this, and then I'm going to give a quick break for us to kind of reflect on this, that when I was taking the statistics class, our professor, Bill Ward, told us that students, I want you to collect data, and I don't care about this data. It can be fake data. It can be from your friends. How you collect the data is not important, but I want data because I want you to do some of the statistical analysis on this data. And that's going to be your project. So you are going to use t-test, you're going to use chi-square, ANOVA, whatever it is, okay? And I went to him, and one of my other mentors, Dr. Chen, Joseph Chen, I met him in a Cree conference. This is really important to mention this, that he told me one day that, Jihan, you need to try to turn your class research projects into publishable papers, if possible. He said, most of your research projects is not going to be enough for you to publish, but you need to do a little bit more to be able to. So I thinking of that advice that I got from him, I went to Bill Ward. I said, Dr. Ward, I would like to ask you if I can actually do a study I have in my mind. This is 2001. Remember, internet came into our lives in 1995, 1990s, early 1990s, right? So the web-based surveys were just started to be used at that time. People were using them. And I wanted to find out if actually collecting data by web-based surveys, fax or mail, at that time we were also collecting with fax, by the way, that if it is fast, if it is effective, and how does it or not. And I published this paper, and as you can see, that LCD type z-test show, it's very simple statistics over here, but look, it has been cited 975 times. It's one of the, I guess, the most cited paper that I have in my thing. Okay, before we go into ANOVA, let me stop here. As we promised, we are gonna give you about 10 minutes break for you to get a quick break and go get water, go to the restroom, and we will be back in about 10 minutes. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, we can send you the link for the second study. And one person appreciates the our journals without any publication charge. I thank this person for this recognition, of course. Fax is obsolete, of course. One participant said fax is obsolete for survey, absolutely. But remember, that was an example that I showed you as an experimental research, because I did that fax, web-based survey and mail. I used the same survey for these three different, this was 2001, remember. Fax not used anymore, I agree with you. And now there are even maybe SMS-based surveys. There are different ones, even maybe Instagram, social media-based surveys. Somebody said in developing countries, our universities do not provide access to lots of databases, which unfortunately limits access to literature. You're right, but there are some other tools like ResearchGate, for example, or academia.edu, like this, that you can find. And if you also have any other suggestions to this person, please share here for people who don't have access to many databases when they do research. And also for that person, I'm going to tell quickly that that's the importance of creating a research network, because other people in your network, in your team, research team, may have access, so you can actually do it this way. Okay, let's take another 5 more minutes. I'm going to go also get a cup of tea, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. We will start in 1 minute. We're going to start in 1 minute. Okay, let's continue. I am going to continue the basic research design and quantitative data analysis portion. So,
Dr. Jihan, are you going to share the second link?
Yes, I will, absolutely. Or Sedan, if you have it, you can do it as well, no problem.
Okay, I will share.
Yeah, please do that. So for those of you who are, obviously you are always welcome to come in and go out, no problem, at any session that you want. And we have the different parts in our website in mtcon.org, and you can go to the, for those of you who would like to also look at the program, mtcon.org Research Academy is on the first page. If you scroll down a little bit, and you're gonna see it here. This is where we are today. It's the pre-conference day. And we are talking about here, and then Faizan will take over after that. And I'm gonna share some of the basic mistakes in research as I see them. And he's gonna focus on different parts of that one as well. So this is for that one. And I think that Sedan has shared with us the link for the second. Did you share Sedan? Okay, let me go. Oh my God, there's many messages. So I'm gonna just read the messages here. So you see bit.ly React 002. So please click on that link and fill out the form. This is only for those of you who would like to earn the certificate. You will get a certificate if you attend all 4 sessions throughout the day today. And you're gonna get the certificate from MTCon, University of South Florida M3 Center, and ANAHE, Association of North America Higher Education International. This form is not required if you only come to a portion of this research academy. So we are and there is many messages that are saying thank you. So we are very happy that you find it happy. Yeah, of course, could it be possible to get the link? Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, we just give it in a random place. Okay, I think this is good for the, and if you were here, it's an honor system. You know, we are really not policing, checking if you really attend the whole thing. I mean, with these kind of things, it's more important that what you get out of it, as opposed to we ensure that you are here. It's an honor system. So we have the links here for the first session, for the second session. If you are here, please do fill out those. And like I said, we are going to email you your certificate after the conference. Okay, let me continue with my presentation with our session. So I'm gonna go to Okay, let me make the presentation big and then go to Zoom and click on share screen. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. So hopefully you are seeing it now, my screen. So I told you about one person have commented on the topic. This topic, remember, this was 2001. At that time, nobody actually have done, not nobody, not a lot of people have done a study, compare these methods. It is a method. Also, I mentioned that too, it's 975 times has been cited. Usually method papers, if you were to do something like this, it will be highly cited. So it's just one thing that I just want to say. Of course, the types of ANOVA and t-test are here. Remember, this is not a stats class, but we are just talking about in a high level that these are, let me just tell you something, an interesting story about Faizan and why it's so important that I just tell you what I'm going to tell you right now. You see in my screen right now, I have ANOVA analysis of variance, t-test. I'm very comfortable with them because I took a class on ANOVA by itself, because there's 2x2 designs. You can do experimental study by using ANOVA, of course, t-test, peer t-test, etc. Right? So, but and Faizan, many of you know him. He's very active on Facebook. He is one of the big proponents of open access. Share. The more you share, the more you gain, which is my motto and also his motto. Hence, many of the things that we do in M3 Center is open access. But, when I met in Faizan, again, another quick story to tell you. I hope that you will appreciate this. In 2013, in the first session, I mentioned this, that I met him in a conference. He was a young PhD student at that time, and came to me after my speech, asked me questions. And sometimes, from the questions that somebody's asking you, you can understand how good they are, how intelligent, clever, how interested they are into research or whatever. And I obviously noticed that wanted him to come to United States to join us as a colleague, our faculty member. I was the dean of the college at that time. And then he came. Look, today he is doing many different things. If you go to his YouTube channel, Research Beast, you'll find many, countless of great videos, tutorials, hands-on sessions about different methods, different topics, not just methods, from time management to use PLS software to, NVivo, which is a qualitative. He's not doing all of them himself. He brings some experts. But I asked Faizan, how many PhD statistics and methods courses did you take when you were doing your PhD in Malaysia? And he told me nothing. I said, really? What do you mean? Because in Malaysia is usually using the UK model. The PhD is all about research. The research that you do, you go and do whatever that you need to do on your own. Of course, with the support from your from supervisor. I didn't get my PhD in the UK or Malaysia, so I can't really speak, but I'm just telling you based on what other people told me. But yet Faizan is one of the leading experts of the smart PLS software, partial least squares as a technique in hospitality and tourism research. He has published many different papers, books. I've also collaborated with him in some of them. But yet he's expert without taking a single course on, let's say, structural equation modeling, path modeling, or PLS, whatever that might be. And how does this happen? Now, I'm going to come back to this, right? We are talking about these two statistical tools that you are seeing on your screen, that some of you may be very familiar with this, or not at all, or PLS, or conjoint analysis, or factor analysis, explorative factor analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, you name it, neural networks, whatever that might be. The key here is that you don't have to take these courses in your PhD studies or something. You can do what Faizan does. One of the biggest teachers that we have right now is Mr. YouTube. YouTube is one of the tools, many tools. There's so many out there that you can actually educate yourself, train yourself after you know what you're looking for and really become an expert in that particular area. Stan, I'm going to give his example again, Ivanov from Bulgaria, from Varna University, is another good example. He has picked this robotics topic as a research. He didn't study this. I don't remember, maybe 8-9 years ago. I remember his Facebook post that he wanted to change his subject of focus on his research. He was looking for ideas. He even asked for ideas from people, and then he ended up with this. But you can really make yourself an expert in these statistical tools. These are really not really difficult to learn. You just have a lot of resources, and many of them are open access. We are also developing, Faizan and I, myself and Sedan at the M3 Center, Gözde, we are creating a MOOC, Massive Online Open Course for research methods. It's going to be free again to everybody. Here, okay, let's go back to, I know I diverted a little bit from this particular slide that I'm doing, but I do feel that I want to give encouragement to young scholars who may be thinking, oh my God, I don't know what this professor or Faizan or other people are talking about. You take an article and they use a method that you don't have a clue. Don't worry. You can learn yourself or create a team that may have this expertise in that area, and you can learn from that person as well. So, okay, back to ANOVA and t-test, independent sample t-test. You just simply compare two different groups. The one that I have done, for example, in the 2001 article between the technology utilization for hotel managers in Turkey and USA. I wanted to see if there's a difference. And if that's the case, pair sample. This is in the independent sample t-test, you've got two different groups, right? Mean value for each group. For example, a good example of this gender, male and females, would be a very good example. Let's say that you are doing a job satisfaction. Okay, you're interested about job satisfaction, and you want to test if there's a difference between managerial level and the frontline employees, hourly employees. If that's what you are focused, you can do it. Maybe managerial employees are very happy with their jobs, but the hourly employees are not. It might be your research topic, research interest, your research question, hypothesis, for whatever reason in that's definitely pair sample t-test is one group. It's usually good for pre-test and post-test experimental studies that you can actually give, let's say, people a quick survey before you treat, whatever that one, it may be a training method. One of the good examples is that if you were to do, for example, introduce a topic before, check the people's learning level, create a method for them, and then do it again post-test one more time in the same person. And you can do this with two techniques. I'll give you a good example. If you are, let's say, teaching somebody now with the pandemic, everybody's using online, right? Maybe you may want to check that if asynchronous, like what we are doing right now. So this is a synchronous training where I am here with you are here, although you may be in different places, or asynchronous. I could have just videotaped this presentation and then give you this material and then give you a test before and after. Then I could have used pair t-test to be able to see that if, for example, the method that I'm giving this lecture to you, synchronous or asynchronous, is effective or not, if there is any difference or not, right? This is obviously, I didn't study this one, but it is definitely very, very interesting, especially during this time where everybody's talking about one-way ANOVA, mean comparison about more than two groups. If your independent variable has more than two groups, not just male and female, not just managerial level and the hourly employees, not just 2 levels, but 3 levels, 4 levels, 5 levels. Let's say that you're looking at age group, okay? You're looking at 18 to 22 and 22 to, let's say, 23 to 25. Obviously, those categories needs to be equal and logical. I'm just giving you an example. Let's say you've got 5 different age groups. You can do an ANOVA on a dependent variable that is measured as a mean. Right? So it's a continuous variable. That could be one. Two-way ANOVA compares the mean difference between groups that can be split on 2 independent variables commonly used to identify interaction effects. So here's an example from Faizan, Anıl, Bendegül Okumuş, and Ahmet. They have used here, and you can see here that they have used actually a t-test, simple t-test, but in a very effective way, that they are looking at psychological factors influencing customers' acceptance of smartphone diet apps when ordering food at restaurants. They wanted to see if there's a difference between male and female. And of course, this particular model that you do see, and they have actually has looked at this as a male and female as a moderating variable. For this, it's just an example how a t-test can used. Okay, this one, I'm gonna switch here to my other, let me see if there is any questions. I lost the chat box here. So, okay, there is no, so somebody says Research Beast channel YouTube is very effective. Yes, that is right. And another person has given Faizan's YouTube channel. That's also, you don't even have to use that C there. YouTube.com/researchbeast is there one word. Abdul said a MOOC from you guys will be amazing. Absolutely, Abdul. We will be happy to do it, but we want you all to also contribute. This MOOC is going to be done with not just two of us or Sedan Gözde, our M3 team, but a lot of experts. Because as I said, research is a journey, is not a destination, is a journey. We are not best in everything that we do. We are definitely going to utilize. So anybody who would like to help us with the expertise area that they might be, we will be happy to welcome you in our team. And this MOOC, we are very, very, very confident that it's going to be a very highly utilized tool. And it's going to be also M3 Center at the University of South Florida is doing free open access books. We have published, I think, 4 or 5. Again, go to m3center.org, click on publishing. You'll be able to download our books over there as well. And we are also accepting proposals for books as well. If you have it, you will find the link in m3center.org or just simply email me. We will be happy to also publish your book. But the key is that it needs to be open access. If you want to charge money, if you want to make money from your book, we are not the right publisher for it. Somebody just download Readings in Management. Perfect. Please do. That's great. Okay, let me continue. If there is not have anything else, thank you, Sedan, also for sharing the link that I just mentioned. Okay, I'm going to go into my other part. Let me share my screen one more time. Here you go, first screen. Okay, basic research design. I want to share with you some of the things that I learned and I'm learning as we go in terms of basic research design, the things that I pay attention, and then Faizan is going to continue with some of the basic research mistakes that people do a lot. But remember, I asked you to do a survey earlier. There was a question about, have you ever had a paper rejected from a journal? You remember? Again, I don't know if there's any new people who came to join us, but if you did, let me bring this survey link for 1 second. If still you want to contribute, you can go to tinyurl.com, MTCon survey. If Sedan, can you please type this in the chat box one more time, please, if you are there. So if you want to contribute to the survey, still do it. But I'm going to share the results with you, or scan this URL. If you scan this URL, it will take you to that quick survey. And now, from this survey, here's the link that Sedan has shared, thanks to her. I'm going to go to this question. Let's go to this. Let's see what you have said. Have you ever had a paper rejected from a journal? I'm curious. I will tell you what I... Okay, let me go to this. Let me refresh this. Oh, I am in the word cloud. I need to go back to my, let me refresh this. I'm using Question Pro here for those of you, some of you asked me in the chat there. So this is what how many people, 113 people have responded to this survey. You can see look, by the way, this is what are at least the survey respondents in this research. We have 240 people right now. I'm seeing that we are all around the world. That's amazing. I mean, we have got people from at least out of this 113 people who have filled out the survey. We have people from Russia, India, China, Turkey, France, USA, and Brazil. So we welcome all of you. This is just a side information. Okay, let's go to this question. I ask so 42% said no. Unbelievable. Wow, this is good. So whoever is this 42%, congratulations. I got a paper rejected from a journal many times, not just one time, many times. But if this 42% are young scholars that never submit a paper, so you never been rejected, right? So if that's the case, still good for you. But regardless of what you answer here, is that the point that I'm trying to make, why did I ask this question in the survey, is that, oh, master students, somebody said that, yes, we did not send too much. That's okay, that's good. But let me tell you something. You are going to be rejected. And that is not something to be said about. That is something to be celebrated. Why I'm telling this? When you are rejected, that means that the system is working good. When you are accepted, that also means that the system is good. But this is called double-blind, peer-reviewed research, right? The reason why double-blind was invented, because if they knew your name, they could have been biases based on who you are, where you're from, gender, religion, whatever that might be. But if the reviewers do not know who you are, then that bias is somewhat is removed, right? Because they can still find the identity, especially if you presented the same title in a conference before or a shorter version or different version in other places. But the rejection is going to happen. And there were, at least in the first session, quite a few editors here in this session. Thanks to them for coming and supporting this research academy, that many of them got rejected. Dr. Fevzi is a good friend of mine, is the editor of International Journal of Contemporary Hospitality Management. He was doing a session earlier. Doğan, similarly, Gürsoy from the Journal of Hospitality Management and Marketing. Same thing. We all got rejected, and that's perfectly fine. So that's first one, right? When you got rejected, don't feel bad. It is part of the process. So let me continue. So this is one. And why was it rejected? Let's go back to my survey, and I asked this question to you. This one, you see the questions, the answers here, poor academic writing theory, but let's do this in a word cloud. This question, why you were rejected. Why was it rejected? Look, here, design, right? Design was the biggest, the bigger the word cloud is, the more many times has been written. Analysis, right? They found a problem with analysis, maybe used PLS in a data sample that it was not suitable for it. Method was bad. Quality was not good. That's what they have told you. Methodology, again, methodology are probably one of the weak, somebody said weak something, weak method, weak review literature, weak contributions. Look at these things. This is really kind of like describes and summarizes to you what you need to do. Let me see if I can make the screen a little bit bigger so you just focus on what you see here. Please look at these words here, what people have said. Is it possible to prevent this all and so that you never have a paper rejected? Probably not. You can see somebody said generalizable, meaning that not generalizable. Most likely that's what they were trying to say. The word cloud actually takes words out of, if they are used as a phrase, it takes it out. Maybe not recent, misalignment. Misalignment means, you are really kind of like doing this basic research design, what to do, what not to do. Errors, quality, I'm trying to pick and choose some of the words here. Evidence-based, maybe no evidence-based, maybe focus was not good enough. Maybe what you said that you're going to do is not what you have done at the end, all these. So this really gives us a kind of like a 30,000 feet bird eye look at what the research is. Okay, speaking of that, let's continue with what makes a good paper. Originality, what's new about this subject, treatment, and results is the key here to that you need to ask yourself. So one of the things that I always do as an editor, when I get a paper to my journals, one of the journals, I look at we use structured abstract in JHTT, Emerald journals, all use that one, that has the purpose, originality, the method, the findings separately. So I look at them and I try to understand what's new about this particular paper and the relevance, extension of existing knowledge. Is this something that people are doing? And I never forget to ask this question to myself when I look at my own papers or other people's papers, if I'm in the evaluator mode, is so what? We are in an applied field. I'm talking about hospitality and tourism. Of course, we use theory. Of course, we are using different methods, but at the end of the day, it's a very applied field. So what is a question that we need to ask ourselves, that if you were to create a research study, what is that going to do? If you have good and clear answers, that means then it's going to promising research or is already a promising good research. Are the conclusions valid and objective? These are very abstract things. Let me just give you some more hands-on examples of what those are going to be. Title is very important. Spend time on your title. Don't just make it descriptive, because this title is not only good for the citation. Title sells. If a title is good, and when you need to think about it, after you write the entire paper, look at the title, think about yourself. What kind of people that I want the people to be able to type in the search box in Google Scholar, for example, or Scopus or Web of Science, whatever that is. And then what are they going to type here that's going to bring this research? Because you want this to be impactful. One of the ways, not the only way, but one of the ways of measuring impact, as you all know, is how many times your paper have been cited. For that reason, spend time on this one. Try to make sure that it's global. Dr. Buhalis always tells, like, if you are doing a study with a very, there is this thing, something, the case of like a small town in one part of the world, case of this, that case is okay, you can do it, but is the results kind of go back to the larger geographical extent and also editorial scope. If you were to send, I received a paper. I'm not going to, of course, tell you who the authors are, but they did an amazing paper. Oh my God, I read the paper. It's wonderful, about word of mouth, but has nothing to do with technology. I am the editor of Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Technology. Obviously, the title, or if you look at the editorial scope, maybe the title sometimes can be misleading because we do publish articles about innovation as well. That's part of our editorial scope, if you look. But if you are going to do a paper on word of mouth and have no used or applied any of this subject into a technology, it's going to be rejected, right? Even though the paper is wonderful paper, it's great contribution. I would have loved to publish, but it will be outside of the scope of my journal, in this case, JHTT. So please look at that. How do you do that? You need to go and look at that journal before you submit. Look at what they are publishing. Theoretical and practical implications, answering the so what question. I already mentioned that to you. Recency and relevancy. Let me give you one more practical example to you. I get papers in JHTT about robots, about QR code, about artificial intelligence, about virtual reality, about augmented reality. What are these keywords that I'm telling you. All technology, right? Perfect, wonderful. And I open the paper. I look at the paper and I see that the most recent reference that these people have given is 2017 or 2018. But the paper is about augmented reality. Please tell me what you think. Is this paper relevant? Recency, what do you think about this? Too old, right? So the problem here, the problem is outdated. Yeah, this is exactly. Some of you are writing here, absolutely. So if somebody is studying this particular topic, that if the most recent reference is 2017, you're gonna have a problem. I mean, you know what happened there? What do you think happened? Tell me, please, what you think happened with that article. So if you're writing an article about QR codes, about virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, you name it, like these things. And the most recent is 2007. What happened? Yes, somebody said it took them too long. So could be, but that is not probably what happened. Not accepted. Yes. Janet said not accepted. Exactly. So they did this paper, submitted to another journal. So, and then it was in the review for 1 year, 2 years, maybe even it may have been to the revisions, because sometimes my papers got rejected after second review or third review. It happened to me. And then they did not do anything. They just looked at the paper. They were angry, most likely, but I'm telling you, don't be angry. That's part of the process. And this reviewing, this whole publishing is somewhat subjective, even though we try to make it as objective as possible by sending this to 2, 3, 4 reviewers. And hopefully the reviewers knowledgeable about your topic, and then they give you good feedback. But there is a lot of subjectivity in this thing. So don't take it personal. But then these people submitted back again to JHTT without changing anything. So absolutely don't do it. Even though you got rejected, look at the comments that came to you. Hopefully, if you got rejected, it was rejected with some good comments that you can use. Look at them, review the paper, revise the paper. If it is a technology paper like this, absolutely you need to look at the literature, update your literature, look at your data. Is it still valid? And then resubmit there as well. Absolutely. So let me see the chat here. Yes, what to do. Somebody asked like a question, what to do when you rejected many times, years to pass? Okay, it happens. Absolutely, it happens. Two options for you. Is your data still valid? Okay, time did not really impact it. Okay, like for example, remember my paper about fax methodology? I compared fax, web-based surveys, and mail surveys. Can I do it now? If I did that particular paper, submitted to 2 different journals, didn't get accepted, 4 or 5 years passed by that time fax is obsolete. Should I really proceed that paper? Not really. What I can do, what's the other option? You give up on that paper, you learn from that experience, you collect data again, maybe in a different sample, maybe utilizing a different method, whatever that is. That's why I ask you why you were rejected and what was the reason it was rejected. Look at what was the reason, main reason, and try to get rid of that. If you can do it again. So sometimes it's okay to let a research go. I always tell my students that sometimes it's better not to publish a paper than publish it if it is not the best quality that will reflect you, because that's your academic digital reputation that's going to follow you for years. I would rather publish 2 less papers instead of publishing 5 more papers but low quality, right? So that's something that to think about and do that. Speaking of title, look at this, 1961, Intelligence Experience. A short title has been cited 2005 times. And then another example to you, a title very long. So you need to have a balance, maybe not as short as this one, maybe not as long as this one, but yet it will do this. research article components, basic research design, as Faizan has already talked. I'm not going to go in too much detail, but these are the components that we like to see in a research. Depending on what you do, some of it may not be there. If you're doing a case study, if you're doing a conceptual paper, if you're doing a meta-analysis, it could be different, but you have the title, abstract keywords. That's why I'm saying that it's important to look at this in a separate, of course, also in a holistic way. Introduction, literature review, methods, results, discussion, conclusion, theoretical and practical implications and limitations. If you miss some of them, it's maybe rejected because of that. Second thing is that it will be revised 100% that you are going to do that. There is some questions about APC, the publication charge. I'm going to come to that one, but let me first finish this. That's an important question there, and I'm going to tell especially young scholars about this predatory journals and the journals that charge fee. They may not be predatory, but they are charging fee. Significance, abstract and introduction, title, summarize the main point, abstract, we talked about this. Again, think of the citations so that your abstract should have enough information that if somebody is looking for in that particular area that you have. Methods, results, and discussion needs to be carefully looked at. Please don't let your method drive your study. Don't come to me, and it did happen to me. One student one day said that, Professor, I see that you published a paper using conjoint analysis. Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I think I have 4 or 5 papers that utilize conjoint analysis, which is a trade-off analysis used in business research quite a bit. In hospitality is relatively less utilized. So the student told me that I want to do a study on conjoint analysis. Similarly, another student came and said, I want to do a study about Smart PLS. I want to use Smart PLS. It's even a software, not even a technique. Smart PLS, right? Or Amos, or whatever that might be, or NVivo. See, that is a wrong approach. If the method, what you are going to use as a method, is driving your research study, you are in the wrong path. Come back here to this. Actually, what it should happen is that your research questions, which is here, hypothesis under the introduction, and that is derived from the literature review, should lead your methods, what you are going to do, not the other way. So if that's the case, that you are going to need to change how you are approaching the research. Have you stated the overall answer to the purpose of studying the results? This is important. One of the biggest things that I reject papers in my journals is that the author have done a wonderful job in here, introduction, review literature. He or she says that the purpose of this paper is to do, whatever it is. And then the research questions that we have in this paper, 1, 2, 3. And the hypotheses we have, they built into the review literature review. Very good. I'm reading this paper. I enjoy. I say, wow, what a nice contribution. I would love to publish this. Then I go immediately to the results and discussion section to see those the questions that they ask, what the answers are. I find sometimes that the answers are not there. They have a lot of results, findings, but not the questions that they said that they are going to answer. So this happens often, more often than I want to see. For that reason, please look at, and this happens sometimes usually when you are using a research team. Everybody is responsible for a different section of the paper, and there's no one holistic person that is going to look at this, read the paper from A to Z, from the bird eye view, look at from down. What did we say we're going to do? Did we do it? Do we have all these components in there? Do we know what's the conclusion? What's the theoretical implications? That's going to give me the so what question. I did this study because in the theory, this area was missing. Nobody has looked at this before, or this area was not highlighted. Probably you cannot say nobody looked at it because you can never be sure, but you can say there is little research that have looked at this particular area, whatever that might be, and the practical implications. This paper is solving this problem, whatever that might be in there. Okay, so continuing, Okay, I think the audio is good. I'm using a nice microphone. I don't know if you can see it, but if looks like most people have no problem with the voice. But if you do, maybe when I turn my face this way, that's the my microphone is on my left. So maybe that's when you are having a little bit. Mistakes to avoid when writing a research article. The research question is too vague. Just to summarize, broad or not specified. The structure of the paper is chaotic. This happens when 4 or 5 people work on a paper and everybody adds a different places and then nobody merges them. Nobody melts them. That needs to happen. Limitations of the study are not acknowledged. That's important before the reviewers reject your paper or the editor. You need to say, look, this paper have limitations and these are what they are. And the research question is not answered. Grammar and use of language are poor. Grammar and use of language are poor is something that I also sometimes face with my own articles. I am not a native English speaker. I was born in Turkey, in Istanbul, and I came to America. I learned English after the age of 18. Before the 18, I never spoke a word of English. So even native speakers, even the speakers that are born in America or in UK or Canada who speak English, that's their mother tongue, may not be the best academic writers. So don't be discouraged by that. There are some tools that you can use. What are those tools? Your research team may have a native speaker who has a good copy editing abilities. You may utilize this person. Or there are some now, because of technology, thanks to technology, that there are some tools like freelancer.com, upwork.com, scribble.com, those that you can actually utilize a service that you can hire a copy editing at an affordable price. Research questions need complex answers like, does owning a pet improve quality of life for older people is an example. A better one is, in what ways does the owning a pet improve quality of life for older? Javid Ahmed, may I ask you, I think you are trying the tools of the Zoom, but I can ask my moderators here to remove those lines there. But if not, that's okay with me also. And then there is also other, does medication help alleviate attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD symptoms? Do kids need more exercise? See, this is not a very good question because there are 2 different questions in one. You can maybe write how effective, I think I can here. Okay, here we go. I can do that myself. And come here. How do I stop the annotate? Okay, here we go. I think I'm back to annotate. And instead, you just write this question as, how effective are the various types of medication in treating elementary students with ADHD? So for the sake of time, these are more examples. Don't worry, we'll share these results, but look at these other mistakes. Vague research questions, misformatting the paper. Maybe these are not very bad mistakes, but that can cause your paper to be rejected. Revealing identity. Make sure, like the other day, I received a paper. There was no identity of the authors, but when you look at it was a qualitative method paper. When you look at the results, they were quoting some of the answers, and there, somebody who was a respondent said that Dr. such and such is doing this. So they revealed the identity of that. Main reasons for rejection: paper is not well positioned with the journal. I think I'm repeating some of them because they are important, but I want to leave you I've got about 15 more minutes or so. Oh no, I think five or 10 more minutes for this session. I want to tell you, look at this. Cross-check, right, is important. Checking the references that you cited are listed at the end or not. 40% of the time, I find in my journal, I have to send it back because the authors don't check that. You got to check it. Somebody actually done a research study about it. Look at this, a sample of 50 references in May 1986 issue of the 3 public health journals that they have looked, and 30% had a problem with that. And another journal
what errors do peer reviews detect? These are all articles that have been published. This is in the Royal Society of Medicine. Look at what the major errors are. And this is all of them in this particular journal. Poor justification for conducting the study. Biased randomization procedure, because this is a medical journal, so it's important for them. Experimental studies is important. No sample size calculation report. You got to give enough information that if somebody wants to replicate or check your results, can do it. Unknown reliability and validity. Failure to analyze data on intention to treat basis. Poor response rate. Unjustified conclusions. You say that my research saved the world, but you cannot do it. Again, look at this article. It's important. Young scholars, please pay attention. Look at this article, Misconduct, Marginality, and Editorial Practices in Management, Business, and Economics Journal. You know what they have done? They looked at the retractions of all of these journals. You know what retraction means? That you publish a paper, you submit a paper, it goes through the review process, and then you get accepted, you publish. But after 1 year, 2 years, whatever, somebody find a problem with this. They write to the editor that this paper has a problem. It happens all the time. And then it is retracted. When you go to that paper, it has a big, like a sign there. This paper has been retracted. Very embarrassing, of course, for the authors. But when these people have looked why they have been retracted, look at this, how many have been retracted in these different databases. 1329, that has been the part of the study in this. Why they have been retracted. Why these papers were a source of embarrassment for the authors, unfortunately. Plagiarism, #1 result. Oh, no, 23%. Self-plagiarism, fabrication, falsification, problematic data, statistics error, duplication, no difference, right? Word by word the same. Author administrator, these are not too important. Fake reviewer, look at this, even fake. Sometimes these things are found. So please look at these results and pay extra attention. Rejected, absolutely okay. This rejection actually is a gift for you. If you submit a paper and you got rejected in 2, 3, 4, 5 days by the editor, don't look at this as look at this from the positive side. At least that you didn't wait for 6 months or 9 months to hear that your paper is rejected. Hopefully the editor has given you some feedback, and then you can actually look at this one. Why papers are desk rejected? And I'm almost done here. Dr. Sedan, can you please send the link one more time for the second session for people who are interested in the certificate? If you want to get the certificate, you need to fill out that you are here for each session. So please do that. And here, okay, somebody asked, how could there be a stage of retraction? Retraction doesn't happen during the peer review. Peer review goes, you got accepted, your paper you got published after the fact. Somebody read that paper and they feel something is going on. And then they complain to the editor. Editors investigate, then the paper is retracted. Fabrication, plagiarism, self-plagiarism are the 3 big reasons why they are happening. And this is the sampling error here. Okay, Sedan has posted these links in here. What to do, how to do. We are going to continue that in the following session. So now I'm going to give another 10 minutes. Today is a long day. That's why we are doing what to do, how to do. We have good materials here. And I am going to, I'm going to just have a break here for 10 minutes. Please go get water, eat maybe something quickly, and then we will be back in 10 minutes time. Thank you. And don't forget to fill out these little forms if you want the certificate. If you're not interested in the certificate, do not worry about those things. Feel free to come, join, go back anytime you want. Thank you to all of you. And I am going to we're going to continue in 10 minutes. We'll see you.
Okay, we're gonna get started. Faizan will be joining us also a little bit later, and I, in the spirit of managing tourism across continents conference, I would like to just show you that I'm enjoying a wonderful Turkish tea right now. So let me continue this. And if you are enjoying your coffee tea from your parts of the world, maybe share on social media with this wonderful Zoom. Yeah, thank you, Sinan. I can see it. Yeah, with the virtual backgrounds, it's difficult, right? You gotta put it in front of you. So let me just do this. I love tea. So for those of you who know me, a life without tea is unimaginable for me. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen one more time, and then we will continue the topic, and then I will transfer to Faizan a little bit later. So hopefully you are seeing Faizan is enjoying the universal drink, cold water. That's great. He likes water, and he likes iced coffee now, which is interesting. It kind of developed this taste after he came to United States. But cheers to all of you from Bangladesh. They are telling from all around the world. That's amazing. Maybe you can just type in the chat where you are connecting to us from. I know that we have got quite a few different people. We saw that in the survey results, but let me read some of them. Portugal, India, Cyprus, Malaysia, Taiwan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, dinner time in India, I know, Brazil, oh my God, Botswana, Iran, again, Bangladesh, Ghana, Switzerland, unbelievable. Look at this. Faizan is Florida, 4 miles from you, Dr. Jihan, you're right. USA, Baltimore, North Cyprus, Jordan, unbelievable. Kabul from Afghanistan, and maybe Czech Republic, great. Kenya, welcome to all of you. Still, I mean, this is amazing. It's a day-long research academy, and we still have 227 people never dropped below, which is not an indication of success because it's important what people get out of it, but it's unbelievable. We have Tunisia, also Portugal, amazing, very, very good. I'm really pleased that you are part of what we are trying to do here. And I have said this to you earlier, but research career is a journey, not the destination. It doesn't mean that Faizan and I, who are doing this, know everything. We are trying to share with you what we think that we know about it, and there's many areas that we are not very strong. At least I am. He's younger than me. He's much better than me, but I keep learning. So if you have anything that is great, want to just tell you that, okay, one of the things he also shared this very quickly, but I just want to share a couple of things to you about this, some practical examples. Basic research design, he and I talked, Faizan. Good research starts with a good research topic, right? You got to have the topic. Good topic starts with good knowledge of the literature. And how do you get the good knowledge of the literature? Are you asking your friends? Do you watch TV? Is that enough? Good knowledge of the literature start with a lot of reading and listening now, and watching also too. All of them. Where? What should you read, listen, or watch? Journal articles, industry magazines, industry shows, social media. Dr. Sedan Doğan, who is here, the host today, is an unbelievable example of how social media can be an educational tool for me. I follow her. I read the post that she's doing. She's scanning the environment. She's posting a lot of things about robotics, automation, which is her topic. And I learned from her. So she's using social media as a way to build her professional portfolio herself, plus for the others who follow her to learn about what's going on with her research or some of the things that she's doing, scanning the environment and summarizing. Blogs, podcasts. Faizan was telling about podcast earlier. That's also very good, especially
if those podcasts from other experts and the industry professionals, talking to industry executives is very good. Look at this. Oh my God, I don't know. Was it Professor Bob Kretcher from Hong Kong Polytechnic? He did a list of all hospital journals. I think there's more than 300 hospital journals just in hospitality and tourism in the world. Look at this. Of course, I don't mean that you need to read every single journal, but you need to look at the journals that is related to your field. If you are saying that you want to focus on technology in hospitality, so you need to definitely read Journal of Hospitality Tourism Technology, Journal of Tourism Technology in Tourism. My good friend Phil Jung, he is the president of IFIT, and he's the editor of that journal. You gotta read that journal. You gotta read JHTT, definitely. And that doesn't mean that only those, because, for example, IJCHM, the other journals, Tourism Management, Dr. Buharis's journal, also publish a lot of good articles about technology. So you can focus on those things. At the very least, look at what's being published and look at the abstracts. Is it just enough? No, you need to look at also the bigger picture, like business journals, like the one that you see. Is that enough? No, you need to look at industry journals, because industry journals are not peer-reviewed. They are going to be actually much more, let me show you a little bit more examples here. They are faster. So you can actually look at the trends much more quicker than, so you look at what's going on in the restaurant industry right here, what's going on in the hotel business, design scope, technology, whatever that might be, or bigger journals, not just hospitality and tourism industry journals, but you look at the general business journals that can give you a lot of research ideas. Build your review literature. By the way, review literature do not have to come all with only peer-reviewed articles. You can definitely use to a certain extent from that one. Go and look at GHTT. If you want to publish in technology area, go and click on this and look at all the stuff that is going on. Look at the early site. I think it's coming up. If this will come up, I'll just show you. Many journals now, we are lucky than before because they have this early site, or the papers, once that's accepted, they actually go and you can look, these are the articles that I have accepted into my journal, and they are not even published yet. Normally they are in queue, right? We already finished 2021, even 2022. So these are going to come as the time goes in, but they are already here. So please go and look at them, look at the abstracts, understand what is going on. That's going to give you a lot of idea. Look at this. You look at the industry journals, you see that hotels are doing this, and maybe this is going to give you a research idea. Look at the robots are being utilized. Stan, Sedan, many of our colleagues, Faizan, myself, we are studying on these. We get these Flippy, the burger, robot that changes. Why am I showing this to you? Because this is going to, at least it gives us many research ideas. We have done recent research on robots. If they have using a different robot in a hotel environment, humanoid, look like a machine, or a toy like a Coney Hilton hotels uses, have any difference in people's perceptions. And chatbots, for example, look at this. Somebody is talking about, this is Industry Magazine there, and QR codes, hospital technology. This is one of the articles that I have written based on my research. And look, somebody publishes about going cashless, right? So you see the relationship, right? You are getting these, there is many different things, variable technologies. And look at this, face deals. This is the camera that is installed in a restaurant. Look at that. And you can generate research questions that's going to help in there. Okay, I think that I'm going to cut here, and I want to transfer to Dr. Faizan Ali. Faizan, are you here?
Hello, yes, Dr. Jihan. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so we can start now. Give me a minute.
Perfect.
Okay. Let me share my screen.
And this is the third session, Faizan. Before you start, I want to also ask Sedan, please, to share the link for the third session.
Yes.
And then please, if you are interested in the certificate, please fill this out as well. Somebody else
Okay.
can-
Yeah, we can do like maybe a couple of minutes questions, Dr. Jain, if you want, from your session.
just somebody asked that which magazines are these? Can anyone list them? Sarah asked this question. Sarah, I want to tell you that these magazines are I just found them randomly. I just put, for example, in Google search, business industry magazines for the industry magazines. Similarly, hospitality industry magazines, I have just put in there. And the good news, Sarah, is that many of these magazines, industry magazines, are most of the time content are free that you can good. Paid journals are good or not good. Faizan, I think you will also touch this, but this is something that I really want to spend some time, especially knowing that there's quite a few young researchers here. There's a lot of master students because 44% never published or never got rejected, which means that they didn't send too many papers yet. So that's important thing that we need to maybe spend 10, 15 minutes at a later time. But now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. Thank you very much. Wonderful. I missed that 1 hour. I had another meeting in the middle, so I had to step out. I didn't know what did you talk about, but this last one where you talked about ideas and stuff, I think it's a very practical way of coming up with unique ideas, right? Because Dr. Jain, I don't know if you talked about journals and impact factor and stuff like this.
No,
Faizan,
I didn't talk about that.
Yeah, there's a
that.
competition, right? So all of you know that when you want to publish, many of you want to publish in SSCI journals or journals with an impact factor or stuff like this. Now, when we talk about impact factor, that's one of many metrics to assess the quality of journals, right? However, I mean, we always have this discussion whether impact factor is a good thing, is it not a good thing? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter how you feel, whether it's good, bad, whatever. But that's the game, that's if you want to publish, that's how everybody assesses journals. So I think that it's very important that you look at the journals accordingly. Now, when we talk about impact factor, normally this is calculated based on how many citations the journals are getting. Okay, so I remember Dr. Jain just talked about this latest issue in Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Technology. And then I know that there are several other journals as well. I would say that if I'm not wrong, I remember a couple of days ago there was an email discussion going on in TriNet, and this Professor Bohalis mentioned that he for his journal Tourism Review received 600 something journal articles, but he can only accept 144 articles to publish in 1 year, right? So now, of course, Professor Bohalis, as an editor, needs to select the best out of those 600, 700 submissions so that they can go into that 144 slots, right? Which means that whatever papers rejected are not bad papers, but it's just, within those good papers, he has to select the best papers. Now, when obviously editors choose on which topic or which paper should they select, there is an intention in the mind of selecting papers that are going to drive mentions, citations. People should read them, people should cite them. And that's what he said earlier when Dr. Jehan asked him a question on, what do you think of research? And he mentioned that I want to tell all of you to do research that is futuristic, not about past, but future. So which means that if you do a research, it should drive citations, right? How can you do it? You can only do it if your topics are good, right? So you need to focus on the type of topics that you're working on. And most of the examples that I shared today, or Professor Jehan shared today, Professor Bohalis shared today, you would see that these topics are very unique. They're not a typical topic that you see, right? And then those type of topics have a much higher chance of getting accepted because editors want those type of things into their journals. So I just wanted to mention this. All the stuff that Dr. Jehan said earlier, like the articles and everything, you really, really need to look into that and apply them into your research. Okay, I just wanted to touch upon this. So now let's go to research gaps. Okay, I did talk about it a little bit. I'll try to touch upon research gaps a little bit, and then smart literature review, and then we can move to methodology mistakes and stuff like this. So this we already talked about, right? That research gap is the reason for it's a reason for conducting the research, plus it also provides a uniqueness to your research. This I already mentioned, right? The gap and everything. So now, whenever it comes to gap, what do you need to do? Here is what you need to do, okay? So what should we discuss while presenting the gap? So just imagine, thank you, Professor Bojales, for joining us. I know it's he needs to leave. So what should we discuss when we present the gap? So first, remember, you need to discuss what has been examined. It shouldn't be like a literature review, but at least like a paragraph or, some mention on what has been examined, what has been the focus of previous studies, how the existing variables have been treated in the past, what has been the context of previous studies. So these are the things that you need to know about the same topic or same area from the past. And then within that, you need to highlight the gap, right? The necessity to address, and why do you need to have this gap? So now here is the deal. I review papers, a lot of papers, and I'm pretty sure that Professor Jehan, who is here as an editor, he also may know it, or other people who review papers, that many times there are papers that are submitted to journals, and the authors do a good job in mentioning the research. Like they do a good job in saying that this has been done, this has not been done, and then I want to do it. Now remember that not all the gaps are to be researched. This is also very important, that if there's a lot of stuff done in the past and something is not done, and you just say that I want to do it because of that, that's not enough. And this happens a lot of times. This happens a lot of times when people are doing replicative studies, right? So in replication, this I have seen so many times, that people say that, okay, there's a bunch of variables, people have studied them in different countries, but nobody have studied it in Pakistan, so I want to study it in Pakistan, right? Now remember that this is not enough. This really is not enough to say that this has been done, and then it's not been done in one country, so I want to do it. With that, in the gap, you also need to highlight, why is it important to study it in Pakistan? Why is it important, right? This is just so important, or equally important, whenever you talk about the gap. So just something very important to highlight here. How can you identify the gap? So to identify one gap, you need to read a lot. And then again, the same thing we have been saying, that it's not only articles, it's also other sources, but you need to read critically and synthesize the papers, right? So like I said, I'm doing a series of sessions with a bunch of people on how to review papers. Okay, later. Now, the thing is, I'm doing this session with a bunch of people, and some of them are very experienced, right? So we do this discussion. So sometimes we look at a paper, and this paper, if you look at this paper just normally, like if you just read it, you probably are not going to find any problem with that paper. If you are reading a paper, probably you'll just feel that it's okay. And anyways, as a human being or as a human researcher these days, there's a normal tendency to accept that whatever is published is free of any errors, or whatever is published, it's not having any problems. I mean, we think like this, but that's not true, because remember, when papers are published or rejected, either way, there's always type 1 and type 2 error in it, right? So sometimes you submit a paper to a journal, it gets rejected, but at the same time you submit it to even a better journal, it gets accepted, right? So and whatever papers are published, it's not necessary that all those papers are free of problems, right? It's not. So whenever you read papers, especially for research gap identification, then your reading should be critical. The way I do it is, when I read the introduction, so to address the gap or to find a gap, I do not read literature review, methodology, and analysis. I don't do that. So if I'm trying to find a gap, and if I'm trying to justify a gap, then for papers, I only read introduction and conclusion of the papers, right? Those two are important places to read. And mainly the conclusion, it becomes very important, because you know what this paper found out, where is it suggesting to move further and stuff like this. So now the thing is this, when I read it in my head, I assume that everything that is written in this paper is wrong. Okay, I'm just telling you how do you do it critically, right? Critical means you have to criticize the stuff. So it's an assumption. I'm not saying that whatever I read is wrong, really wrong, but when I'm reading it with a mindset that it's wrong. What that does is that everything that I read that is important, I try to counter question it, right? Counter question, like, well, what could be done differently? What is here that is problematic and stuff like this? Take some notes, and then that helps me to synthesize together things and then come up with a proper gap or proper explanation of a gap. The other one is reading future research suggestions. Now, when it comes to future research suggestions for a normal paper, sometimes most of the times you do not find any proper future research suggestions. So any normal empirical paper that is published, if you go to the future research suggestions, I'll tell you a few that are sort of a standard. So number one is that my sample is very limited. It's not generalizable. So future studies should do a larger sample, right? This is what you would see in 90% of the papers. Then there's number two, in 90% of the papers, you will see that my study was done in hotels. Future research should be done in different contexts, maybe restaurants, maybe airlines and stuff like this, right? This is point number two. Then point number three is my research is done in this certain country, and then other countries are different. So future research should be done in other countries. So it's okay, but it's not very solid. Instead of reading normal papers for your future research suggestions, my suggestion is to move to review papers. Review papers provide you much stronger future research suggestions, and there's where you can really pick up future research suggestions from. Okay, let me see. Okay, here it's not here. Gosh. Okay, I'll show you how you can find things from review papers very soon. All right, and then when you are trying to find gaps, remember there are three different types of gaps. So number one, in terms of its importance, is your theoretical and so number one is our theoretical and conceptual research gap. Number two is methodological gap, and then number three is contextual gap, right? So all of these three are equally important, but then the first one is normally the most important, especially for PhD students, because when you're a PhD student, then your main intention is basically to come up with a theoretical gap, a theoretical contribution, something. And what we mean by this is, what can you do with existing theory? Whatever is existing theories, can you criticize it? Can you expand it? Can you explore it further? Can you add things to it? Can you remove things to it? So all that type of stuff would be theoretical contribution. Number two is methodological contribution. So it's about methodology. So are you using a very new method for an existing study? For instance, I talked earlier about experimental research, and then Dr. Jehan also mentioned about experimental research, the masks and everything. One of the studies that Dr. Jehan and his team did, I will mention this, but so in restaurant industry, there's a lot of research done on menu design, right? So, you know, when you go to a restaurant, there's menus, right? So a menu design, there's a lot of research. What type of menu should be there? What type of font size should be there? The menu should be big, small. So a lot of this research is experimental, but it's survey based, you know, something like that. And then I think last year or the year before, then Dr. Jehan did a research in M3 Center, which was again about the menu, the size of menu, the effectiveness of menu, but they used eye tracking for it. So instead of doing a survey, they used eye tracking methodology, and that was people were sitting in front of a computer, look at an electronic menu, and then they were capturing the eye movement, like where are people looking at in the menu, right? So it's a very new method, very unique method. So even if you're picking up a little bit older topic where you're applying new types of methods, it should be logical. But if you are trying to do some new methods with it, then we would consider it as a methodological gap or a methodological contribution. And then the last one is contextual. Contextual simply means that you are conducting research in a context where nobody has done it before. And what it simply means is this, but you have to have some logic behind it. Just because nobody has studied something in a new context doesn't mean that you should do it without any justification, right? So in this situation, I'll give you an example. So recently, Siddhan and I are working on a research paper which has to do with robots. But in that situation, we are trying to understand if Generation Z people who are young people, really young people, if Generation Z is interested to work with service robots in hotels. Now, there's no study, first of all, about understanding people's intentions to work with service robots. So there's a lot of research on intentions to accept service robots as a consumer, right? But first, there's not a lot of studies to understand whether people would really accept to work with service robots instead of to accept them as a marketing phenomena. So now the thing is, when we say we want to study Generation Z, how do I justify this? So I need to justify this, right? I just can't say that nobody has studied Generation Z, so I want to study it. So I need to justify it. And one way of justifying it is that Generation Z are people who are in their teens now. And we know that very soon they are going to be replacing Generation Y or Generation X or baby boomers in the industry. So people will retire and then these young people are going to come into the industry. So this is one justification, because these people are going to come into the industry to work very soon, within a few years. So we need to know what are their expectations when they come into the industry, so that industry is ready for it, right? This is one justification. The other justification for understanding Generation Z here is that normally we assume that younger people, Generation Z, is much more tech savvy. They are much more happier with technology and stuff like this. So we want to see whether it's really true or not, right? Whether it's, I mean, we assume, but it's not true. And again, the thing here is this. Earlier, Dr. Jian asked, where are people from? So we have people from, let's say, Afghanistan, we have people from India, from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, from Malaysia, from US and UK and different places. So if I want to look at a person who is 16 years old, do you think a 16-year-old person in the US right now is having the same type of understanding of technology and access to technology like, let's say, a 16-year person in Bangladesh or maybe in Pakistan or maybe in Turkey? Maybe not, right? So we cannot generalize things about Generation Z. And that's why it's important to study this particular generational cohort. So this is normally what is the justification whenever you are doing contextual study, something about the context, right? This is normally how you need to justify it. Now, of course, whatever I just said, when I write it in the paper, I need to have some sort of references for it, some sort of backing up for it. Not that I think like this. I cannot say that. In research, you have to justify it with some sort of source or reference or whatever. But this doesn't have to come from research papers. You can use blogs, you can use websites, but they have to be somewhat, the credentials should be somewhat stronger, right? Like I won't use Wikipedia to justify things, because anybody can go and edit Wikipedia and stuff like this. So this is just something about research gaps. Now, when you want to come up with a good idea, remember there are 4 cases, okay? Because when we are doing research, there are 2 things that we need to do, right? One thing is the problem, right? So when you are doing research, the first thing is the problem, and the second thing is the solution to that problem. This goes hand in hand for research. So the first situation is where we have a new problem and we come up with a new solution for it, right? This is something very, very limited. We don't have situations where you have a completely new problem and then you come up with a completely new solution for it. And some people who do it, we call them breakthrough, right? Breakthrough research. That's what breakthrough research is. So that is the reason why not everybody gets a Nobel Prize in science, right? It's just not possible because you don't have too many people doing that type of research. So let's say when somebody for the first time came up with the medicine for flu, breakthrough research, right? Breakthrough research. So that type of stuff happens once in a lifetime. It's not very common and not many people do it like that. The second one is where you have a new problem and then you apply old solution for it, right? So you have a new problem and then you are providing older solutions for it. One example of this is medicine. So now we had coronavirus. It's a new virus. Nobody knew about it. But when you come up with vaccines for it, the first thing you do is you explore the previous vaccines, right? The ones that are available, the older solutions. Can they apply or not? So that type of stuff is called new problem, and you are applying older solutions for it, right? So this is the second situation. The third one is where your problem is old, but you are coming with new solution for it. Now, what does this mean? So if we think about a concept called customer satisfaction, okay, customer satisfaction is a problem, right? Satisfying your customers. If you are working in especially hotel industry or travel industry, satisfying your customers is a very old problem. I think it's a problem from when the travel started. You know, I mean, even in the past, if there were small inns on the road for people to stay for a night, or, you know, instead of parking lots, they had horse lot where you could put your horses or donkeys or whatever. It doesn't matter. Whenever, a few thousand years ago, the problem was how to satisfy those people, right? Today, in 2021, we have the same old problem. How do you satisfy your customers? But every single day, we are coming up with new solutions to justify that satisfaction or to increase that satisfaction, right? So earlier, I gave you an example of how Dr. Jehan is replicating a study about in-room technologies or in-hotel technologies, right? Every day, there's new technologies coming up. Earlier, somebody talked about service robots. I think Sedan is working on service robots. It's a new thing, right? 10 years ago, it didn't exist. Now it exists. It's a new thing, but the same reason. How do you satisfy your customers, right? So we also have research where you have the same old problem, but you are coming up with new solutions for it, right? So that is your third situation. The fourth one is old problem and old solution. Now, most of us in research are stuck in this point 2 and 3. So either we come up with, either we look at a new problem and we are applying older solution to it, which is replication, or sometimes we use old problem and new solution. This is how it is. So most of us is case 2 and case 3, and this is what most of us should target, because whether your problem is new or whether your solution is new, you are providing a contribution in there, right? Number 4, first, number 1. So with number 1, the problem is that, one, we are not training a lot of researchers to explore number 1. We are just not doing it. In fact, even today, if you write a paper that is very new, it happened to me actually. One of my papers, I will not name the journal, but one of my papers got desk rejected, and the editor literally wrote in the email that your paper is too futuristic. I was just so surprised, because the editor clearly wrote that your paper is too futuristic. Okay, fine. So that's why this number 1 is a little bit difficult to attain. And then also the mindset that we have in current situation, that everything that you write, then you should justify it, right? So when you are trying to justify it with existing literature, then it limits the novelty in your work. And number 4, a very huge proportion of researchers are sticking to number 4 because of lack of training. And that's why we have a huge number of papers that are being rejected from good journals, right? Because it's the same old problem and same old solutions that are being offered in that paper. So these are 4 research cases. It's up to you. What do you want to do? My suggestion, if you want to publish in good areas, if you want to be a good researcher, you certainly, if you don't have any experience, you can start with 4. That's what I also did. Many people that I know also did the same way. So you can start with number 4, do some replications, do some, copy the research, not in terms of plagiarism, but read the research, see how other people have done it. You can copy the same thing just to understand it. And once you get a bit better, then you can move to point number 2 or point number 3. Okay, all right. So I know that someone said to please explain point number 2. So point number 2 is, let me tell you point number 2, okay? And then Dr. Jehan, are you there?
Dr. Faizan, Dr. Jehan is in another meeting.
In a meeting, okay, in another meeting. So
Yes.
the reason why I asked Dr. Jehan is because he has a slide. I wanted to know if he has it readily available for this point. I mean, not for point number 2, but I remember he has a slide that applies to point number 2. So in point number 2, I'll give you an example. Right now, there's a new problem, and the new problem is sustainability. How do we ensure sustainability? How should we not use too much of energy? How should we protect the environment and stuff like this, right? It's a new issue. Everybody is talking about it. Now, one of these things is this. In the big hotels, in the big places, what happens is that we need to do refrigeration, air conditioning, right? Big buildings, you need refrigeration, you need coldness in the rooms and everything. So this is a new problem. How do you cool a whole big hotel or building with making sure that, you know, the energy conservation is there and you're not destroying the planet and something like this. So some companies are going back to really old solutions of cooling. So a few hundred years ago, when there were no refrigerators or electricity, what were people doing? They would dig a hole in the earth, in the ground, and then they would put their food or whatever in a covered container in the ground so it can keep cold, right? Because under the ground temperature is cool. So now some companies are doing the same thing. So what they're doing is they're digging a huge tank or reservoir near the building. They put a lot of water in it, and then they, that water, when it's chilled, it's cool, then that water is circulated in the pipes throughout the building so that the building remains cool, right? So this is what an old solution being applied to a new problem is. I mean, this is one example. Obviously, there are so many more examples that we can look into. All right, someone really likes my slides and they keep checking my slides all the time. So, can you help me to remove this one, please?
Okay, let me.
Yeah, okay. So while you are removing this, I'm just going to move ahead. Okay, I'll just skip this one. Okay, so now the thing is this. Okay, it's still not removed. Okay, all right, I did it. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
All right, so now earlier I was telling you how do you come up with ideas, right? So of course, these are the things that you understand. Another way where you can come up with really good ideas is special issues. Okay, so what we mean by special issues, go to top tier journals, really good journals in your field, and see what are some top, oh, come on, don't do this. Who is it teasing me? Okay. Yeah, I think I probably have to do this. All right, so yeah, thank you, Mehmet Mujam. I I was gonna do this. I was like, okay. All right, so now one of the best thing is what we can do is go to special issues, right? So go to top tier journals in your field and check out their special issues. Now, what's special about special issue is that they give you really good specific topics that you can work on. Now, if you want to have good ideas, like really good, unique ideas, the selection of journal is very important. You really need to pick up the top tier journal in your field, not all journals, really the top 4 or 5 journals, and see what are the special issues. Because these journals, when they have these special issues, they really pick up the topics that are very unique and that are very relevant. So now here is some example that you see in front of you. So this one, if I am not wrong, is from Journal of Business Research. No, a Journal of Academy of Marketing Science. So here are 3 special issues: artificial intelligence and robotics in retail and service sector, digital technologies, consumer firm and societal, what is it? Societal dimensions and perspectives. And then, so the first one was where I clicked on artificial intelligence, and inside the special issue, of course, there's a lot of stuff written, but then if you go towards the end, there are 12 ideas that are specific research questions. So if you look at them, each of this question is a very unique idea that you can work on, right? So this is one way where you can find some good topics. Here's another one from Journal of Marketing Management. This is the understanding the effects of social distancing on consumer and business practices. So look, while everybody is talking about COVID-19 and stuff like this particular journal picks up one thing out of that COVID-19, and that is social distancing, how social distancing is changing things. And then again, the bullet points, if you look at the bullet points, those are specific topics that they suggest where you can look at, right? So here's where you really can pick up a very good topic. Now, look, please don't take it wrong, okay? It doesn't mean that if you pick up this topic, then you are for sure going to be able to publish it. It's not like this. I mean, your research process and converting this topic into a full paper is a complete different thing. So you need to be sure at every step that you're following the things properly. The topic alone cannot guarantee the paper publication or a good research, right? I mean, you have to go through the whole process, but this is where we say that you can come up with a good topic to continue, okay? The third one here, another example, Journal of Service Theory and Practice. They talk about not COVID-19, but pandemics, past and present for service theory and practice. And then again, if you look here, there are some very specific questions here, right? So if you look here, see, how can service providers enhance the safety net for high-risk service employees? How are vulnerable populations disproportionately impacted, and what can be done to mitigate this? Hassan, can you please go out? Thank you. How can service providers help serve their community and society in the time of crisis? So these are very specific questions that you can pick up and you can continue your research with. I would love to see how do you guys feel about this method of coming up with topics, so you can use your chat feature. I would love that. The other one that I was saying earlier is that instead of going to generic papers, empirical papers to find out the future research suggestions, if you do it through review papers, then it's much more strong future research suggestion. Here are a few examples again for you. So this one is Journal of Academy of Marketing Science. There's a review paper on impulse buying. And then if you look at the last table, which is impulse buying research agenda, you will see that here they provide research directions, and it's a bit more detailed. So it's not just a bullet point, it's like a bit more detailed so that you understand what exactly is the future research suggestion, right? Another example here is another paper which is done on electronic word of mouth, right? And here in this paper, they talk about research gaps for e-word of mouth evaluation. And then you see point number 1, point number 2, point number 3. This is even more detailed because they provide much more references that you can use in developing your own research, right? So this is a much better way of looking at future research suggestions than to pick up any normal empirical paper and go to that future research suggestion and look the topics. Any questions so far? If there are any questions, let me know, because I will not touch upon research gaps or stuff anymore. Okay, there's a lot of literature being created about the COVID crisis. Okay, so again, the thing is this, okay? Yes, so it's good. Two very good questions. Both of the questions are pretty good. The first one is there's a lot of literature being created about COVID crisis. So isn't it too difficult to publish? In fact, I've got impression that everybody is sending and participating with this pandemic. Well, again, it depends on how do you position your paper. Okay, so it really depends on how do you position your paper. So remember one thing. Now, if we look at marketing, e-word of mouth, for the last 10, 15 years, there's so much research on e-word of mouth. But still, if you go to top tier journals like Journal of Consumer Research, Journal of Academy of Marketing Science, then you will see that there is every day, there are a lot of papers being published on the same topic. And the reason is because it's not only the concept, it's not only e-word of mouth, but it's about what are you studying about e-word of mouth that is new, that nobody has looked before, or that it has some implications or stuff like this, right? So this is what I would say. Now about COVID-19, I did 2 papers already published, and third paper I'm working on. So the first paper that we did, and that was with Siddhan, that is published in Service Industries Journal. Siddhant, can you summarize quickly that paper if you want? Can you help me a little bit while I drink some water, please?
Sure. That was actually a very interesting research. The idea came up from the coronavirus and the social distancing. Maybe you have seen that different brands change their logos to express the idea of social distancing. For example, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, they separated their logos. For example, Coca and Cola, they separated the two words. So we try to identify the impact of this change. I mean, how this logo change impacted the brand, and we try to examine the relationship and impact between this change and brand anthropomorphism and brand loyalty. And this really, the results were really interesting. Maybe Faizan, you can talk about the results. You are muted.
Yeah. So, all right. So the results were so again, the question here is that, okay, can we do research on COVID, right? Of course, there's a lot of research and, now it's losing its traction, its attraction. Not many journals are interested if you just put COVID in the title. So you need to think about things around COVID, right? The issues that come around COVID. So COVID itself is not a phenomena anymore, but the things that are happening because of COVID, you need to study them. Now, in this particular study, we obviously looked at the branding issue, the brands changing their brand logos and stuff. But at the same time, we wanted to see people who have general perception towards social distancing. You know that even in your own countries, there's a big bunch of people who say that social distancing is logical, it stops the spread and stuff like this. But there's also a big chunk of people who think that it's just not correct. I mean, social distancing doesn't make sense and the governments are trying to control people and stuff like this, right? So you see that type of stuff. So we also wanted to see that how people's general attitude towards social distancing change their perception of brands, the brands that are taking a stance and changing their logos to support social distancing. So for example, McDonald's changed their logo and put a distance in the M, right? So there was an M and they make it different. Or Starbucks put a mask on the lady's face, right? So which was again wearing a mask and stuff like this. Now, obviously people, general public who have negative perception of social distancing, normally you would assume that they would feel negative about the brands, and people who support or have a positive attitude towards social distancing would have a positive attitude towards the brand, right? This is what we wanted to study. Now, it's not directly COVID-19, but it originates from COVID-19, right? So something like this. Another study that I did with COVID-19 was with some friends from Pakistan, which is also published. And in that one, we wanted to see how it has impacted employees. So COVID-19 is happening, but with COVID-19, a lot of people are not sure of their job, right? They're not sure if they will still be on the job, will they be fired? And many people feel anxiety, and that anxiety is because of financial strain, like, the jobs might be lost and they might not have salary. Social strain, like what happens if they lose job, how will it impact their relation with their family and stuff like this. So that is what we studied in that study, not directly COVID, but an effect of COVID, right? So this is what the first answer is. All right. Oh my God, there's so many more questions came. So I will just continue, and then maybe Siddhant, we can take a note of these questions and I'll probably try to answer them in an email for everyone because time is limited, okay? The second thing that we need to talk about is mind map and concept map. So this is after you pick up a topic from special issue or whatever, right? So let's say you come up with a topic, and then now after this topic, how do you expand it? How do you proceed with it, right? So one very interesting and cool idea is called mind map. and then how mind map works. Okay, so this is very, very cool idea. And I think I've worked with several people in this group using mind maps as well. So here is how the mind map looks like. So you put your central idea in the middle, right? So whatever is your central idea. So let's say you want to work on COVID-19. So you put COVID-19 in the middle, and then you think about it in your head. So don't do any literature review or anything yet, right? Don't do anything yet. Just put your central thing in the middle, and then after that, just think of what do you think around it, right? So here, for example, I put branding in the middle. So branding is related to customers. It is related to products, brand, value, strategy, results. You know, it's about people's brain, promotion, stuff, visual, and then you keep proceeding till wherever you can go. Now, if you're working in a team, right? Like earlier, I said that multidisciplinary teams, if you work with them and you do brainstorming, then this thing would look very different. So right now, if you look at this particular picture on the screen, it seems that whoever created it comes from marketing background, right? Because all the issues are related to marketing here. But let's assume for a moment that if I had somebody from non-marketing disciplines, maybe medical side or maybe some other side, then some of these things will be very different, right? Because people look at the same phenomena from different perspectives. So this is what a mind map looks like. Another example of mind map here is vegetarianism, right? So if we look at vegetarianism, let's say I want to create a mind map. We have vegetarianism in the middle, and then we want to see what is around it. So maybe why people go vegetarian, right? So in that situation, maybe moral reasons, maybe religion, maybe health benefits, maybe environmental benefits, and then you keep proceeding, like I just said, right? So in the end, you will have something like this that you see on your screen, right? So I just want to know, please put it in the chat. Has anybody ever used such a tool like a mind map or something to explain their or to proceed with their research ideas, or to to expand their research ideas and stuff like this? So again, remember, please, okay, this particular thing that I'm talking about, mind map, this is nothing to do with thematic analysis. This is nothing to do with NVivo. This is not about word clouds. It's nothing like that. It's simply, you have a topic, you take a paper, you sit down and you do it by yourself. It's not data driven or anything. It's knowledge driven. What do you know about that topic? Okay. So please know this is not about word clouds. It's not about qualitative analysis, nothing like that. It's simply you pick up a topic and then you just draw some lines and see what do you get it? And yes, Sabha is saying I do it for memorizing during exams and stuff like this, and many people do it, right? So this is now what comes from your existing knowledge of the topic, okay? Now let's proceed. So once you have something like this, what else do you need to do? What you need to do is this. The first thing is look at your mind map, okay? And after looking at the mind map, you think about it. Is there one area of mind map that particularly interests you, right? So I will go back here. So vegetarianism, and then if we look here, we have some distinct areas, maybe health benefits, health dangers, moral reasons, religion and history, definition, right? So there are distinct areas that comes into it. So you need to look at them and you need to think about it. Is there any specific area that you are particularly interested in, right? What is it that you are interested in? So, right. So that's one thing. The other one is you go ahead and make a note on why are you interested in this? So if there's a particular area that you are interested in, why are you interested in, right? This will help you to later on then write about your research gaps. Okay, so this is what you do. The third one then is to understand that whatever you developed here, was based on your existing knowledge of this topic, right? So you didn't do any literature review or anything, right? So this is how you need to expand it now. So this thing that I drew, this is my existing knowledge of this topic or anything to do that. Now, the next thing is, if there's a particular area that you are interested in, you take a note of that area, and then now try to search some literature review about that area. So do some literature, some special issues, and all these things that we talked about today. You need to then do that search and stuff, and then from that particular quick literature review and this mind map, mix it together and then note down a few ideas that really you are interested in, right? So those ideas you need to write down. Those can be your questions. Once you have them, now the last thing you need to do is this. There are a few of these questions that you need to answer. So let's say you have 3 or 4 topics or ideas that came out of this exercise. Number one, what kind of resources do you think you might need to use in this research? So one idea might be, to do something. So do you have enough resources to conduct that research? Then the other one is, do you think you can find the relevant articles or data about this research, right? Do you have access to the information about this research? So if you have yes for all of them, then you should proceed, right? Then you should proceed. If you say no to either of them, then you shouldn't proceed, because later on you are going to have problem. And then if you later have problem, then by that time you already missed a lot of time and stuff like this. So this is what I would say about the mind maps and how you should use them, right? So if you have any questions, then again post them, I'll try to answer them. If not, then I'll probably try to email you with the answers. So that's mind map. The next thing that we need to do is a smart literature review. So this is again a couple of things that are very important that we need to talk about. And smart literature review. So normally what I've seen that when people want to do literature review on any topic, let's say I gave you an example of service robots, right? So people tend to normally go to Google Scholar or someplace, and then they just type Google Scholar or whatever, and then search it, right? That's not smart literature review. That is just literature review, right? And it wastes a lot of time, because I'll show you very soon, okay? All right, so now I'll show you on my screen. I probably am going to share my screen and really show you how do I do it. But before that, here is something that we need to know, okay? Why do we do literature review in quantitative studies? So whenever you do literature review, there are a few reasons. Number one, you need to provide direction to your research questions and hypothesis. So your research questions, your hypothesis should be driven out of literature, which I just explained to you with mind maps and stuff like this. It also helps you introduce your problem. It also helps you find the theory that you are going to use. It also helps you find the effectiveness or usefulness of the theory. And then it also helps you compare your findings with the existing literature and stuff like this, right? So this is why we do literature review. Now, there are several steps that you need to do, right? So let's say if you want to work on service robots in hotels, what is the sequence? How are you going to proceed? Number one, identify the keywords. This has to be the most important thing that you will do. And this is where the smart literature review comes into the picture, which I'll show you how you can do it. But the first thing is you need to identify keywords. Okay, on next slide, I'll explain how can you find keywords. The second one is then you search databases. So maybe you go to Google Scholar, maybe go to Science Direct, maybe go to, EBSCO, or stuff like this. So go to any databases and then use your keywords to search there. Once you search the database, identify 40 to 50 research papers, articles, or stuff. And then these should be central to your topic. Don't go out of your topic too much, right? Because you need to start with your topic and then design a literature map, okay? Literature map is somewhat like this concept map that I showed you. It's a little different. It's a little more structured, but somewhat similar, which I'll explain very soon. And then also, while you are doing it, draft summaries of relevant articles. So when you have these 50 articles in the start, it's not necessary that by the end of everything, you will still have those 50 articles. It's highly possible that out of those 50, only 10 or 12 or 15 are relevant to you. Others are not relevant. So make some short summaries of those articles so you know what exactly they are talking about and how you are going to use them, right? Now, some tools that I normally use are these ones. So number one is Boolean operators. Okay, Boolean operators are and, or, not. This is going to save you a lot of time. It's going to make really relevant search for you, and you don't have to read too many things. Okay, so this is normally how it is. All right, so let me see if I can share my screen with one example. All right. So the first thing we need to do here is, let's say I'm interested in customer experience. Okay. If I'm interested in customer, all right, so I'm just going to bring it here. So let's say I'm interested in customer experience. I go to Science Direct, and then I just write customer experience. Okay, so once I have customer experience, now if you look at this, it's unbelievable. I have 197,837 articles. It's just not possible that we read all of them, right? It's just not possible. It's too much. So then the other thing that I can do is, instead of writing the idea, I go a little bit specific with the question. Right? So let's say instead of customer satisfaction experience, now I am writing my question, and my question is, what are dimensions of customer experience in theme parks? So now it's much more specific, right? Not customer experience, it's a bit more specific. So now in this question, I have three different keywords. I am interested in dimensions, customer experience, and theme parks. So there are three keywords, right? These are the three keywords that I have. Now what I will do is I am going to put, so when I look at dimensions, dimensions can be a keyword, but it's again a very generic keyword, like dimension of what, right? So I'm going to exclude this one, and I'll just stick to customer experience and theme park, like these two keywords, right? So let's go back again here and go back. Oops. So 197,000, right? So now I'm just going to go to advanced search. Okay. And what I will do is, okay, we don't have too much stuff here. So what I'll do is I'm just going to write customer experience, okay, and theme parks. So now if you look at it, now my results are 8,699 instead of 197,000, right? So it already reduced it to an extent. Now, in the search, whenever we search, if we look at here, it sort of searches all these things. So what I will do is, instead of putting it just like this, let's say I'm just going to put double commas around this, and then double commas around this, and then search. So now you see you have 184, because now what it is doing is it's searching this whole world all together, not customer, not experience separately, but all together. The problem here is that when you put them into these quotation marks, then you might exclude some stuff, because let's say theme parks, right? So not everybody calls them theme parks. Some people call them entertainment parks, right? Some people call them by name, like Disney World, okay? When it comes to customer experience, some people call it consumer experience. Some people call it user experience. So then, you know, there are some close enough words as well. So when you are coming up with these customer experience theme parks, at the same time, in this bottom one, you also need to put some closely related terms or synonyms for this one, right? Something like this. So that is going to help you make sure that your literature review is really, really inclusive of everything that you need. Okay, so this is what, wow, this is my paper, the first one. Okay, So this is normally how I would suggest you to go with your literature. Now, I will try to share these slides with you. And also, I mean, if you want this particular template for PDF that I'm using here, I've provided a link on here that I can, okay. So you can use this one. All right, so this is your smart searching. The other tool that I use is called annotated bibliography. This is a very useful tool. It helped me a lot, especially with articles where I have a lot of papers. Then this tool can help you even if you are not working on one paper, but if you are working on a research stream, right? So if, let's say, my research stream is customer experience, and I am constantly updating my annotated bibliography database in Excel, then I can always use it for future for different type of things. The way I do it, you don't have to include all these things, but the way I do it is like this. So I download an article. The first one, I put the citation of that article, right? So that it's easy for me to find it, to refer to it or whatever. Then I put the keywords of that article here. Then what I do is I put a summary. Okay, it's not abstract of the article. Don't do the abstract. I mean, you probably are not going to use the abstract in many cases, but when you read the paper, you get an idea of what that paper is talking about. Use your own summary. Put your own summary of that article here. Okay, and then this one, authority, I do it particularly for some reasons. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. If you want to do it, I would highly recommend doing it. And the reason why I do it is because in certain areas, let's say if I'm working on robots and hospitality, okay, just service robots and hospitality, I know that I must cite a few people who are an authority in this, and one of them is Stanislav Avonov, right? He did a couple of papers, right, with Craig Webster and people like this. So I should know this, that these are authority. These are the initial people who worked on robots on a large scale in hospitality industry. And then let's say if I am working in on something related to flash sales, you know, hotel website flash sales. Okay, who is the person who started working on it really well? Katrina Berezina. So I need to know this, okay? If I'm working on hotel technologies or stuff like this, I need to know that Professor Jihan or Professor Bohales are the authorities in this area, right? So if I have a paper from them, then I just put the authority here, that these are the first scholars, or these are the most prominent scholars, or, you know, stuff like this. So it helps me. If I'm justifying my research gap or the contribution, and if that justification is coming from these authorities, then it's a much stronger way of presenting your gap or whatnot, okay? Then here in this comment, I normally say when I'm reading a paper, it gives me an idea, where am I going to use this paper? Am I going to use it in my literature? Am I going to use it to justify my gap? Am I going to use it to justify my methods? Am I going to use it for an argument? Am I going to use it to criticize this paper? Why am I going to use this paper? So I put that comment here, and then I also put the link to the paper. Now, once you have this annotated bibliography, let's say you have 200 papers in here, 300 papers in here, you can always convert it into a searchable database. Very easy. It's just one click in Microsoft Excel, and then you can even search it or filter your results based on certain search terms, right? So this is another tool that can help you save a lot of time, especially when it comes to smart literature review and saving your time over there. Another template, this is one of my good friends, Professor Aminul Islam from Malaysia. He shared this one. So I just want to share this because I thought it's a pretty cool one. And this is about systematic literature review. This also can help younger researchers. So let's say you're reading a paper and you don't want to do this annotated bibliography, you can do something like this. This helps a lot, especially if you're writing your PhD dissertation or master's thesis. You can see, I mean, of course, design wise, you can design it however you want to design, right? I mean, my friend, Professor Amin, he designed it like this. You can design it however you want, but the basic idea is that you take out some important information from the papers and then you put them into another template, right? So you put the title of the paper here. What is the research problem in this paper that has been discussed? What are some of the main literature reviews, or, you know, a list of variables or factors that are studied in this study? what is the theory or hypothesis, how did they collect data, what are their future research suggestions, what are their main findings, and what type of methods that they use, right? So this is some information you extract from the papers that you read. This is a filled template. So you can see the title is here, Impact of Risk and Competition on Bank Profitability in China. The research problem came here. These are some of the topics and main literature that come here. And the theory that they use, the structure, conduct, performance hypothesis, the data sources, suggestions, blah, blah, right? Now this is, if let's say you have downloaded 20 papers or 10 papers or 5 papers, you do this for each paper, right? Once you have 10 or 12 of these, then you can always compile them together, something like this. So it's summary of 10 articles, right? Here are all the authors, here are the theories that are used in these articles, here are the type of methodologies that are used, summary and main findings from these papers, and here are the suggestions. So now what happens is that you have 10 papers all on one sheet. So you don't have to read them again and again and again and again and highlight them and then try to find it and whatever. Rather, you can use this one thing right in front of you, try to make some linkages, and then do your research gap justification and whatnot. So this also can save you a lot of time. Now, some common mistakes that people make in literature review. Number one, your literature review is not logically organized. This is a big problem. Sometimes when I review papers, I don't understand why the literature review is like this. What's the flow, right? How is it organized? Your literature review isn't focused on the most important parts of the study, especially in quantitative study, right? So if you have a study where you have a model, let's say antecedents and consequences of customer engagement, right? So now in this case, what you are doing is you are focusing on antecedents and consequences of engagement, but there's no literature on engagement. Like, what is the previous literature on engagement? Then that becomes a little bit, problematic, because your readers, reviewers, editors all have problem. Like, what are you talking about, right? So that's another problem. The third one is review doesn't relate literature to the study. So this is also important. Now, recently, I've seen many reviewers ask this. So let's say if your study is about customer engagement in hospitality industry, your literature doesn't talk anything about customer engagement in hospitality industry. So that also is a problem now many people are highlighting. And they say that your literature should really relate the review to your study. They should have a connection, right? Your references can be too little or too much, and it may be outdated. The one big issue that I see in literature is that many people copy paste from the literature. So what they do is, like, let's say if somebody is going to work on brand anthropomorphism and they pick up my study with Siddhan that recently got published, and then what they do is, if I said something in my paper, they copy paste that whole thing, right? And then in the start or in the end, they put my name. So they say according to Ali et al, and then there's a copy paste. Or the copy paste and then the bracket says Ali et al, right? Not a good idea, because in literature review, it's your narrative. So what you need to do is think of it like this. How you need to do literature review, just think of it like this. Let's say if your mother or somebody who is very old, they ask you something about, do you think they should have COVID vaccine or not? Right? Just let's say that somebody asks you this question, do you think I should have COVID vaccine or not? So now, how do you answer this question? Normally, you tell them, what do you think, right? You say, I think you should have the vaccine. But when you say, I think you should have the vaccine, at the same time, you try to justify, why do you think like this? You can say, I think you should have a vaccine because I saw in the news that, people who don't have vaccine have this problem, blah, 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 right? This is how you also need to do literature review. Literature review is your own story about that variable. So you need to explain it how you tell a story, but in the middle, you justify it with the references or with other sources from the literature. Okay. All right. Now, all right. So this is what it is. If you want to, I don't know, some of you know that I run a YouTube channel called Research Beast, right? So I am going to share this QR code. On this channel, I have detailed videos about each of them. Now, today, of course, we have to manage the time, but each of this topic about coming up with an idea or, scientific method, or what is research gap, how do you find the gap, how do you present it, how do you refine research ideas, literature review. There are detailed videos, hour-long, 1.5 hour long videos on the channel. So I mean, if you want, I would highly recommend you to watch those videos. It's just going to help you a lot. And for most of the videos, the stuff that I use is also in the description of the video. So let's say if you go to the video on YouTube, for instance, I will just quickly show you this one. Okay, so if you go to this particular video, which is about this thing, research gap or whatever. Okay, so I'm just gonna, yeah, so this is that video which come from this advertising and whatever. So if you go to the description, in the description, there are some links that I here. So links to the resources, right? So if you go to this link, all the resources that I used in this particular video are in the description. I just am showing you this so that you know, right? So here, so organizing literature review. Here is the PowerPoint slide. Here is the PDF or Word document, and here's the template for annotated bibliography, right? So if you just click it, everything is there. Is just going to help you, for all of you, if you want to learn more about this particular topic. All right. So now we are going to, Siddhan, how long is this session left?
If you want, you can take a break for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think I should take a break. I talk too much. Okay, let's take a couple of minutes break. Yeah, not too much. Maybe just 5 minutes or so. I'll drink some water.
Okay, the entire session supposed to end at 1:50 your time.
Okay.
So take a break for 5 minutes.
Sure.
Okay, that will be fine.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. Let's come back in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and all of you should also go and take a stretch. Go like stretch your body, do something. All right, so is everybody okay to start now? Yeah, all right. It would be such a better experience to do it in person, but maybe next year. Yeah, so all right, so we talked about research gaps, smart literature review, mind maps, and a bunch of stuff. I know it's a lot, but we had to manage our time. We wanted to deliver as much experience as possible. And the reason is because this is all recorded, right? I just told you how you can watch some of the stuff that I have on my channel, but also then this MTCon is recording it on the YouTube channel, Siddhan is saying. Hopefully it will be available very soon. The best part about all this is you can always stop it whenever you want and resume it whenever you want. So even in the future, when you want to learn it, you can always look at it, stop it, take your notes, and then continue, right? So that's what it is. Now, this part of the session, which we have around half an hour, I'll focus more on the basic mistakes in methodology. And then later we are going to focus on smart PLS a little bit, right? So again, all this stuff that we are talking, the detailed videos, like big videos, detailed ones are available on different channels. So if you miss anything, then you can certainly look at that as well. All right, so when I talk about basic mistakes in methodology, now here's something you need to know, okay? All right, Huda, you asked a question saying, what about mixed methodology and qualitative methods? What are the steps? Thanks for advice. So it's a very good question. I'll just tell you one thing, that when in my PhD, I took a research methods course. It was a whole semester course. It was 16 weeks, and every week was a 3 hours class, right? Still at the end of that course, there was so much more that needed to be done, and we couldn't do it, right? So when it comes to research methods, it's such a big field that it's always impossible to cover everything, right? Especially when we are doing such a long, like 7-8 hours of workshop. You know, so I don't think we are going to talk about mixed methodology specifically. However, what we talk about today, like quantitative research, that's one part of mixed methodology. So whenever you are doing mixed methodology, you mix it, quantitative and qualitative, right? You do it. So you cover quantitative. Now, those of you who are interested in qualitative research, right, especially qualitative research, now the thing with qualitative research is that it's a little bit different. It's not same like quantitative, right? I just want to share something with all of you, and then from there, okay. Especially, I mean, if you are a qualitative researcher, right? So, okay. So let's come here, and I just told you about my research channel, right? I just want to show you something here, okay? I just go to my channel, go to search, and simply write qualitative here, okay? So this is for those who are really interested in qualitative research, right? Because I know that we will not cover qualitative in detail today, right? Here, I just a week ago did a very good session, a qualitative research, a step-by-step example. And in this session, what I did was I invited one of my friends from Pakistan, who is a qualitative researcher. So he shared his whole story of how he published the paper with qualitative data. So he started with how the idea was developed, how the collaboration and data analysis and data collection, all the challenges he faced with the reviewers, with editors, and how did he deal with them. So it's a very good session. I mean, it's a lot of learning in there if you are a qualitative researcher. And then there's also some videos on qualitative data analysis using NVivo. This one was a year ago, and then NVivo 12 came out. So here Siddhan is also here in this video. So then we did it on NVivo 12. We also have a very interesting video, thematic analysis comparison relationship analysis using atlas.ti, fuzzy set qualitative analysis, you know, so sentiment analysis. So these are all the things that are available on their channel, free to use, free to watch. There's no money you need to pay, nothing. So I mean, this is available. So if you are a qualitative researcher, I would suggest you to look into that, okay? All right. Perfect. So let's go into the basic mistakes in methodology. This is my, again, based on my experience, I already mentioned working on editorial boards, reviewing papers, coordinating papers, special issues, a book, and all of that. What happens is that when you are doing all these things, then you get to read other people's work, right? Now, it doesn't mean that my work is free of errors. It's not like that. It's sometimes when I'm writing my paper, I'm so blind to it that I don't realize I'm making mistakes. When I read other people's work, or when sometimes I send other people's work to reviewers, and those reviews come back, and then I see that, okay, some reviewer raised very good questions about methodology, then I also realize that, oh my God, I also make these mistakes in my methodology, right? So I get to learn from it. So again, remember that all these things we talk about, it doesn't mean that I'm very good, other people are bad, other people are very good, I'm bad. It's not like this. It's always a learning process. It's a lifelong learning thing, right? So you keep learning of other people. So this particular session is going to talk about the mistakes in methodology that I have experienced over the last few years. And because I'm a quantitative researcher, most of the papers that I review, most of the students that I work with, they're mainly quantitative researchers, right? So just bear in mind that many things that I talk about today would apply to quantitative research, even though there's some other stuff that is generic. So it doesn't really matter if you're doing qualitative or quantitative, it would still apply. All right, so obviously there's a lot of mistakes, and it takes, normally when I do this workshop about mistakes in methodology, it's a 2 days workshop that I do, right? But now I had to squeeze it into 1 hour. So I'm just going to talk about really the important ones, right? Really the important ones that are going to apply to many people, especially if you're not very experienced with research. So there are 3 main areas where we see that there are some problems. Number 1 is theory and design. So there's some problems with the theory and the design of the study. Number 2 is measurement. How do we measure variables? And then number 3 is data analysis. So these are the 3 distinct areas, like different areas where we see some problems that come. And many of these problems can lead to rejection of your paper. So it's important that you understand that, you know, what these problems are and try to avoid these mistakes in your own papers or research when you continue. All right. So number 1 is the theory and design. So the first mistake, and this is the most common one, and especially those people who have already published or who have published extensively, you would agree to this. That if there is weak theoretical base, then this is the most common reason for rejection of papers, or this is one of the most common comments that people get in their review, and that is there's a need for stronger justification or theoretical foundation or something like this, right? We hear this all the time, one of the most common ones. And this makes sense because whenever you do research, like I said, especially quantitative research, for each hypothesis in your model, each relationship in your model, you need to have a support from previous literature, right? So this is one. Now, not all the previous literature can be considered as a theoretical justification. It's not, right? When we say theoretical justification, then it means that you need to have some support from the theory, okay? Many people feel, especially young researchers, they get an idea that anything that is published, and if you put the reference of that into your justification, then it means theoretical justification. That's not true. That simply means justification from the literature. So for each hypothesis, let's say if you have 2 variables, A impacting B, then to support this relationship, you need to have some previous literature. So you provide that in hypothesis development. But when we say theoretical justification, that means that you should have some sort of a theoretical support to what you are talking about, right? And then this is simple. You can use very generic theories. You can use very specific theories. For instance, there's a theory from psychology called stimulus organism response, SOR. Some of you might know this. It's a generic theory. It's applied in different places, right? So if, let's say I'm doing a study on how the service robots, physical features impact my emotions and my behavior, I can simply use SOR because the physical features of robot are very simply considered as stimulus. My emotions or perceptions can be considered as organism, and my behavior would be considered as response, right? So it's a generic theory that can be used for this. Now, if let's say about the service robot, if we have a question and the question is, what will make people accept the service robot? What will make them, like what I just said earlier, right? So now the theory that I will use is much more specific, and that is maybe technology acceptance model, because that theory talks about why do people accept certain technologies, right? So you need to have some understanding of your theory, and you need to use that understanding of theory to support your model or your overall proposition or whatever you're talking about. So this is one major issue that we see, that the support from the theory is very weak in the study. The other problem is disconnect between the theory questions, and methods. This is also very important. Okay, so for example, I'll give you an example. I reviewed a paper a couple of years ago. Most of you may know something called SERVQUAL, right? Which is a service quality theory, right? Or a model to assess service quality. Now, if we look at SERVQUAL, which was proposed in 1985 initially, at that time, Parasuraman and his friends, his colleagues, they proposed it into a 2-questionnaire model, which was that when to assess service quality, you need to assess expectations and you also need to assess perceptions, because they use this confirmation model, right? So there were 24 items in expectations and 24 items in perceptions, and then you had to do the gap analysis to assess the service quality, right? But then in the next few years, they realized that it's not a good approach, because consumers may be buying something impulsively. They might not have any expectations. So how do we ask them about expectations, right? So then they changed the model and they changed the conceptualization of their this tool, SERVQUAL, and then they said that, okay, from now on, it will be only perception based. We don't have expectations, just assess perceptions, right? So from 1988 and then 1991 onwards, the updated SERVQUAL only had the perception part. There's no expectation part, right? So this is one thing that you need to know. The other one is when in 1985, 88, and 91, they proposed this SERVQUAL. At that time, there were no electronic services, like no websites, no things like, nothing like that, right? When the internet came in 1995, 1996, it became, a little bit commonly used here and there. Then in 2001, the same group of researchers, Parasuraman and friends, they came up with a new scale called eSERVQUAL, right? So not SERVQUAL, eSERVQUAL, because at that time, many companies had websites and stuff like this. So they said, okay, now we have this specific tool, SERVQUAL, that is going to be used only for electronic services, right? So this, I know it because I'm a student of service quality. I know this, right? How the theory has progressed, what are the models and stuff like this. Now, we get a paper to review, and in this paper, the students were assessing a service quality of a website, okay, in an online setting, but they used SERVQUAL from 1985, which is expectation and perception model, right? So the moment I see it, the first question was that if this model has an updated version, which only talks about perceptions, not expectation and perception, why do you still go with the outdated version of the theory? That's number one. Number two is, if this theory has already updated for the context of your study, eSERVQUAL, then why do you still go with the SERVQUAL and not use eSERVQUAL, which is specific to electronic services, right? So then this again shows the disconnect between the theory and between your methods and what you are picking up and what is the disconnect, right? So this is really, really important. See, today, many people who are using, who are working on technology acceptance, right? We have several people in this group today that I know work on technology acceptance. And then technology acceptance has, I don't know, I mean, quite a lot of models and theories that explain acceptance of technology. But if we really put them together, there are like 8 to 10 theories that are widely used, right? Let's say technology, some people used theory of planned behavior, theory of reasoned action. And then later when technology acceptance model came, then it, even till today, a lot of people use technology acceptance model, right? Then we also had information diffusion model. We have information system success model, a bunch, MM model, this, all that different type of things, right? So a lot of models. Now, interestingly, another very good researcher, Professor Venkatesh, in 2003, when he proposed a model, because at that time there's so many models already for technology acceptance, right? So what he did in his study was he put together all the existing models into one model called UTAUT, which was Unified Technology Usage and Acceptance Theory, right? UTAUT in 2003. The good part about this particular model was that it was putting together all the existing models in one, right? Which is a good thing. And then they also established that this UTAUT has a better predictive performance compared to all those individual models, right? Then in 2012, the same group of researchers then updated UTAUT into UTAUT2, right? Because they added more stuff, because technology has changed and stuff like this. Now today, if somebody is using technology acceptance model to study acceptance of technologies, then the first question is, why don't you use updated theories, right? Theories that are really updated compared to using really old theories that are no more, I wouldn't say no more valid, but really old. So that is important. If you are picking up a theory, you should be able to justify it. You should be able to answer why not others and why this one, right? So this is very important. The last issue here in theory and design is sample and conclusion. Now, what happens is that we all are really excited about our research, right? When we do research, we are very excited. We think that everything is going to change and stuff like this, especially when people are writing their conclusions, they make a lot of claims, which sometimes is not a good idea because the sample in many studies is maybe 200, 250, 300. So based on that type of sample, you cannot really make wild generalized conclusions. It's too difficult to say that, right? Especially now that many people who are either using small sample, and in some cases the sample is not small, maybe it's 500, maybe it's 600, right? But in comparison to population, so the problem here is that many people, when they justify their sample size, they don't justify it in relation to population. They justify it in relation to how many questions are in the questionnaire and how can they run the analysis, like the power analysis or something, which is okay. However, if you think about it, let's say if I'm studying acceptance of service robots in hotels, there are millions of people who are exposed to service robots in hotels, right? So when I'm trying to study it, the population is really big. If I collect data from 200, 300 people compared to the population, this sample size is really, really small, very small. Right? Even now, today, with this COVID-19, the biggest issue right now is what? Vaccination, right? Most of these vaccinations, when they came out, before that, there were months and months of trials going on for each vaccine. And each company had to do test trials and runs on thousands of people before they could actually put the vaccine out in the market, because you have to increase the sample in order to generalize the findings, right? Now, with our research, this is the problem. Either the sample is too small, or the sample is collected from one source, maybe one type of people or one country or one city or something like this, right? So based on that, you cannot really make wild generalizations. It's not possible to write that type of conclusion. In fact, some journals, now the top tier journals, even desk reject your paper. Like in hospitality and tourism, I know that tourism management desk rejects the papers if you have collected data from one source. So they actually ask you either to collect data from multiple sources, like 2 samples, 3 different samples from different countries or different age groups or different genders or whatever. And then, or you can do mixed methods. So you collect data with survey, and then you also do some interviews so you can explain the phenomena better, right? So this is another issue that we see a lot as a problematic area. All right. The other one is measurement. So measurement also creates some issues when it comes to methodology, right? So in measurement, we have 2 things. I mean, we have a few things, but today's session, I'm going to focus only on 2 things. One of them is the choice of constructs. Now, of course, when you are creating a model, in the model, you have all these different variables and stuff. But which variables you pick up, which variables you don't pick up, that choice is important, right? That choice is really, really important. The other one is conceptualization and operationalization of stuff, right? So conceptualization simply means how do you define something, and operationalization means how do you measure it, right? So this, I'll talk about this in detail on the next slide. So choice of constructs, okay? This again, sometimes what happens is that, gosh, the funny understanding amongst many young researchers is that the more variables you put in your model, like the more things are in your model, the more complicated your model will look like, and then it will increase your chances of getting it published, right? So when your model looks very complicated, then it's easy to get published. I don't think it's a right understanding of how this works. Earlier, I showed you one of the papers from my friends about hotel websites in which the pictures were there, and you clearly see there were like 3 variables and then 2 consequences, very simple model, and they got published. The paper that Siddhan and I, with a couple of friends, published about COVID-19 and the branding, the model is very unusually simple. There are 3 variables in my model. That's it. There are just 3 variables, right? Nothing else, 3 variables. But it's about how do you put them together and how do you justify putting them together. It's not about the number of variables. But unfortunately, this is how many people think. And then what happens is that when you are writing your introduction, because there are too many variables, it's difficult to justify including those variables in your study or in your model, and that can create a big problem. Like, why do you include these variables, right? The other one is that sometimes people use certain components or prefer certain components of a theory or a construct over others. I'll give you an example. So in marketing research, or consumer behavior research, there's a variable that everybody uses, and that is called loyalty, right? You all know loyalty, or these days many people call it behavioral intentions instead of loyalty, because we cannot measure loyalty, but we can measure behavioral intentions, right? So behavioral intentions is something that we all the time see. It's used a lot. Now, the original study that had this items for behavioral intentions is this one that is on your screen. So you can see from Zitmul, Barry Parasuraman, the behavioral consequences of service quality. And here right on the top, you can see it's about behavioral intentions, right? Here you see that behavioral intentions have 5 dimensions. So loyalty, switch, pay more, external response, internal response. Like this is what we have, the original scale. Okay, so loyalty is one dimension of behavioral intention, right? This is how it is. Now, I just want to show you something. This is a screenshot from one of published papers. Okay, it's a published paper. First of all, you look here. Okay, so what is the title of this variable? It's called behavioral intention, right? This is what the title of this paper is. And then the question here is, I plan to revisit this place in next 2 years. I recommend this place to my friends or family. I would say positive things about this place to other people. 3 questions, right? Now let me go back here. If I look at these 3 questions, do more business, I'll consider it. I'll encourage my friends and relatives to do business with this place and recommend. So these 3 questions that I showed you, these are basically not for behavioral intention. These questions are basically for loyalty. Right? In the original scale, those 3 questions are used for loyalty, not behavioral intention. Behavioral intention have more things. So now the one problem that we have with this paper, and even though it's published, this one, is first of all, they use the wrong questions for the wrong variable. They should have titled it loyalty instead of behavioral intentions, because that's what it is, right? But then the problem would be that loyalty is one dimension of behavioral intentions. Why are you picking up one dimension and ignoring the other dimensions, right? So this is what I was exactly saying. Why do you choose specific constructs or prefer over other ones, right? So this is one issue that comes a lot. The other one is, even if we look at these questions that are used for loyalty, I plan to revisit, I'll recommend, and I'll say positive things. I come here, I'll say positive things, I'll recommend it, and I will do more business. So now the funny thing is that, okay, fine, even if I ignore the shuffle of the name, okay, I ignore that instead of loyalty, you mention behavioral intention, that's okay. But then the other problem is, why do you skip 2 questions from here? Like, why do you pick up 3 questions out of 5 for loyalty? Does it make sense? Yes. So here is another issue, that when people are selecting their constructs or their, how they measure those constructs, then and this happens for what? I'll tell you what is the main reason why this happens. This happens because people want shortcut. Okay, and the easiest shortcut is this: you create your model. Now, when it's time for questionnaire, you don't go to really study on how to do the questionnaire. But normally, what many people would do is go to Google Scholar and then put the name of that variable in the Google Scholar, and whatever question comes on the top, or whatever paper comes on the top, you just pick that up and then use the questions from there, which is not a good idea. Okay, so I will stop here a little bit because there are some questions. It's we can answer these questions very quickly. Some of them I think we can do. Okay, so what is the difference between a model and theory? This is a very good question. Okay, now one thing I would say that before I answer this question, there are several questions. Some questions are, what is the difference between theoretical model, conceptual model? What is the difference between a model and a theory, right? What is the difference between literature and theory and stuff like this? So remember that there are no standard answers to this. It depends on you as a researcher. I mean, this answer, this question that you have, what is the difference between a model and a theory? A qualitative researcher would answer this very differently compared to quantitative researcher, right? Because it depends on how do you look at things. So what I will say is this, I'm just going to tell you how I feel, but I would welcome any other insight into this, okay? So Ankita is asking, what is the difference between a model and a theory? In my opinion, the model and a theory are pretty much the same thing, pretty much. Now, normally what happens is this, when we talk about theories, theories are of two different types, okay? Two different types. There are some theories that are very conceptual in nature, and then there are also some theories that are very elaborate in nature, very empirical in nature, right? So what is a theory? Okay, let's start there. What is a theory? Theory is explanation of a phenomena, right? Any phenomena or what is happening around you, if you want to explain it, we consider it as a theory. So theory is an explanation of a phenomena, why things happen, how things happen, and stuff like this. So having said that, now theories have two types. One is, okay, here. I cannot do it here. Siddharth knows that I could do it in my class because it's easier for students to do it. When I teach marketing, right? When I teach marketing, sometimes I ask people a question, and my question to people is this: can you make a toast? You know, toast like a bread with a peanut butter jelly and stuff like this, right? So I ask them, can you make a toast? Pretty much all my students say, yes, I can make a toast. Then I ask them, okay, how about you draw the process for me? Can you draw that process for me? Like, how do you make a toast, right? And this has been really, really interesting. So sometimes I have got people who just draw a bread, right, with some color on top of it. Okay, and that's okay. I mean, I understand what they want to say. I also have had cases where people have drawn this making toast process into 36 steps. 36 steps, okay? And then, so if I look at those steps, so some people, the way they do this explanation of how to make a toast is this: they put different type of pictures, like maybe the first picture is a pack of bread in a supermarket. The second one is they put the bread in the fridge. The third one is they take out one piece of bread. The fourth one is they are showing the jam, right? The fifth one is they are showing the toaster. And then the sixth one is where they are showing the jam on the bread. The seventh one is where they are showing the bread on the plate. Now, this is all good. So in this situation, what I see is that several students, they put arrows in the middle just to show that this is, this is where you start, this is how you proceed. And some people, they don't do anything. So they just draw one picture, and then some students, they draw a few different pictures and then they explain instead of saying which is the first step, which is the second step, which is the third step. Why am I telling you this? Here is the deal. It's one thing. How do you make a toast? A very simple thing. People look at it differently. Some people who are much more quantitative in nature, they try to give it a structure. So in steps, put arrows, put numbers, say this is first, this is second, this is third. Some people who are qualitative in nature, they are easier to explain it rather than putting it in steps. They just draw maybe one picture and try to explain it, right? This is where the theory and model distinguish. Some theories are conceptual in nature. For instance, there's a theory called Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? We all know it. Now, this theory is pretty conceptual in nature because they talk about generic needs and a lot of needs, but at the same time, it also shows some sort of structure because it says you fulfill your lower level needs, then you go up, blah, 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 right? This is how it is. Then you also have some theory, or for example, when we go to strategic management, right? So in strategic management, you have a bunch of theories that you use. Those theories may not make any sense of structure, okay? But we just talked about technology acceptance model, right? We talk about UT-AUT. We talk about theory of planned behavior. So when you look at them, you see there's a lot of structure. You know that this is a variable, this variable impacts this variable impacts that variable. So when you are giving a structure to a conceptual theory, that structure comes from boxes, rectangles, ovals, arrows, and stuff like this. So then what you are doing is you are drawing a model to explain the theory, right? So you're modeling the theory. So in my opinion, the only difference between theory and model would be that theory is much more conceptual. Model is a depiction of that concept into a figurative form, or, you know, so I hope this makes it easy for you to understand. All right. Okay, so this is done. If a few parts of theory support our model, can we use that theory? Yes, you can. Definitely, in my opinion, you can do it. It's better than having no theory at all. You still might get some reviewers who might ask you why you don't have support for this place or that place. You can always bring 2 or 3 different theories together to put them together to create something new. But certainly, if you have partial support by theory, that's better than having nothing. Okay. All right, so gosh, I think then maybe I should stop here with the questions, because the questions keep coming. Okay, I cannot complete my problems. But Siddhan, please take a note of these things. Okay, so then we'll try to answer these questions, or we probably can have another session, maybe, you know, after this, just to answer these questions.
Sure, I'm taking the notes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so this was about your choice of constructs. The other one is about conceptualization and operationalization of constructs, right? So here, conceptualization simply means is how do you define things, okay? Operationalization means how do you measure them? So these are just 2 things, very important. Now, when you do literature review, it's very important that you do focus on conceptualization and operationalization of your constructs, okay? Just a few minutes earlier, I was telling you about the progress of SURF-QUAL, right? So I know what is SURF-QUAL. I know the definition of SURF-QUAL. I know how it is used. I also know that where did the idea come from, which is disconfirmation theory. And I know that then what happened and how the authors keep changing the original thing into the modified thing. So when you are a student of one area, especially a smaller area, you really need to know not only the definition of the constructs, but also the progress of those definitions and those concepts. Now, I don't mean for you to really go and memorize it, and, you know, when somebody asks you what is this, you tell them the bookish definition or whatever. It's not like this. I mean, you should be just clear about it. Why is this progress there, right? So here is one example that I'll show you. It's about satisfaction and emotions, okay? So one thing is, remember that if you are not clear about the definition of your constructs, you can actually go into a very big problem. Why? Because certain concepts are overlapping with each other. They conceptually are very similar, but then the way they are measured are different, right? I'll give you an example. There is a variable, I don't know, maybe some of you know, there's a variable called flow, right? State of flow. When you are doing something, you are in a state of flow. It's a very unique variable. Many people study it. It's pretty interesting. So that's one variable. The other variable related to it is called telepresence, okay? Telepresence means that you are sitting in one place and then you just sometimes are lost in your thinking, and then you think of yourself into another place, right? Telepresence. And it happens when many young people are using phones, right? So they use phones and then they are lost. They don't know what's happening around them. So that is called telepresence. Now, on the paper, if I look at telepresence, if the way I explain telepresence and flow, they look very similar. But when you go to the literature and you look at the definition and everything, then they're very different. So some people say that flow is antecedent to telepresence. Like if you are in a state of flow, then you feel that you are teleported into another place. Whereas some people say that flow is a consequence of telepresence. So if you are lost to another place, then you get into the state of flow, right? It's not sure because research is not conclusive, right? But this is what it is. Now, the easy example would be satisfaction and emotion. Now, in many studies, we have where people go to a restaurant, hotel, whatever, it impacts their emotions and it impacts their satisfaction, two things, right? So if I use satisfaction and emotions, I have to be very careful, extremely careful. And here is the reason for it. So this is, I have taken from one of the papers, the reference is provided in the bottom, the role of emotions in utilitarian and service settings. I don't want you to read all of it, don't want you to read all of it, but I just want you to look at two things, very important. The first one, they say that satisfaction in the previous studies is assessed as cognition and affective elements. Cognition means perception, thinking about things, right? Where you are looking at things and assessing, is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing, right? So some people say that satisfaction is cognitive. Some people say that satisfaction is emotional, means if you are emotionally happy with something, then you are satisfied with it, right? So this is very important to understand. Here, I just want to show you something. Here, these are the questions that I took from one of the published papers. They are assessing customer satisfaction in restaurants, right? So here, the questions that they use are, I'm satisfied with the restaurant staff. I'm satisfied with the restaurant service quality. This is one published paper. Another published paper is this. Customer satisfaction, there are 4 questions. I was pleased to dine in at that restaurant. The overall feeling was satisfied. The overall feeling was good mood, and I enjoyed myself. So if you look at these 2 different papers that are measuring satisfaction, you will clearly see that the way they are measuring is very different, right? This one on your screen right now is a person who thinks satisfaction is emotional. It's an emotional thing, right? That's why you see pleased, a feeling, good mood, enjoyment. So it's more emotional. And this one is more perceptual, cognitive. You think about things, not emotions, but you assess things, right? Is the staff good? Is the service quality good, right? So you can clearly see this. Now, the problem is this. If I am having a study where I have satisfaction and emotions together, okay? Let me see. I just showed you guys, yeah, this particular paper. So I don't know if you can see my screen or not, but let me go ahead and, yeah. Okay, so this is the paper. If you look at this paper, it talks about a bunch of things. Let's go to the model. Yeah, here. So in this model, if you look in this model, there's a bunch of stuff, but in the middle, we have customer delight and customer satisfaction, right? So customer delight in itself is an emotion, right? Delight is an emotion, and then satisfaction can be emotion or can be perception. We don't know, right? I mean, we know these are the 2 conceptualizations, but here is the thing. We need to clarify this. So when I'm writing my literature review, right, it's really important that in my literature review, we need to be very clear on which definition am I picking up. Like in my study, which definition am I picking up? So I'll go and see if this is an old paper in 20 something, but let's see. All right, so all right, here. So now this is very interesting. Okay, so you can see very clearly in this literature review in this paper where it says that several studies related to customer satisfaction and services have contested the usage of satisfaction as either an emotional construct or a cognitive one. Some scholars have argued that both emotion and cognition are parts of satisfaction, blah, blah, blah. So this is what we have. Now, what we are saying here is, for this reason, researchers have proposed that measures of customer satisfaction should include an additional affective component. So what it means is that in this study, we are saying that satisfaction is cognitive, but it should have some sort of affective component, right? So the reviewers, when this paper was being reviewed, the reviewers asked me a question, which was very interesting, and I'm going to explain to you how did I answer that question. So they asked me that if you are saying in your study, if you are saying that customer satisfaction is cognitive, but it also has some affective, like emotional component, right? I said it in my paper that customer satisfaction has a component of emotion. Then they asked me how delight impacts satisfaction, because delight itself is emotion. So how emotion impacts emotion? I mean, it makes sense, right? The thing is that in my study, I did not define delight as emotion. I didn't. I defined delight as a surprise. Surprise is not emotion. And the original theory of disconfirmation says that if you are surprised of the service, then it creates delight. It's delight, right? So here is one example that when you are coming up with your models and you are creating the models, you should be very clear on how these different variables are defined so that you don't have overlapping concepts coming together, right? This is very important. The other one is, I just told you that whatever is your definition, yes, exactly, Professor Zahir, delight is more than satisfaction. That's exactly what it is, that if you are highly satisfied, then it creates delight. So high satisfaction is not delight, but high satisfaction comes out of delight. Delight is basically satisfaction plus surprise, right? So that's how it's defined. So now here we have the other problem, and that is misalignment between conceptualization and operationalization. Now, I already showed you here, right, how the satisfaction is measured depending on how you define it. This is very important. So if, let's say that in your study, you say that satisfaction is an emotional component, but then the questions that you use for satisfaction are these, then it doesn't make sense, because you said satisfaction is emotional component, it's an emotional construct, but you are using a cognitive assessment of satisfaction. It's a big issue, right? And many people are going to put you in trouble for something like this. That's why it's very important that you should know the progress of your constructs in the literature and then use your questions accordingly. All right, then the other one is data collection and analysis. So in data collection and analysis, we also have some issues. Number one is choice of analysis. Number two is errors. Siddhan, is the time over for this session? Please let me know, okay?
Actually, you passed a bit.
Really?
Yes.
I was in the state of flow. Telepresence. Okay. Okay, so I will just finish these problems and then we can take a short break and then come back for Smart PLS, okay?
Okay.
All right, so then in data collection and analysis, we have three issues. One is choice of analysis and errors related to specific tests, measurement model tests. And I also want to apologize to everyone because the time in this type of session, it just is too difficult, really too difficult to manage the time because the questions keep coming and, you know, stuff like this. And sometimes explanations go further. So, I mean, we apologize for not being exactly on time, but it's okay. We'll try to cover a lot of stuff. Okay. The other thing is when we talk about choice of analysis, errors related to specific tests and stuff like this, the first one is mediation. Now, this is, gosh, the stuff that I've heard about analysis in the last many years, one of the most explained thing is mediation analysis. And one of the most problematic things is mediation analysis. So I have even, I mean, I will tell you what type of things I've heard a lot, right? And these are even people who are really experienced in research. So sometimes supervisors ask their students to do mediation analysis because if you don't do it, your analysis does not look fancy. I've heard this. I don't know how true is this, but I've heard this, right? Sometimes people have more than 2 variables in the model. So it's like, just like what I showed you earlier, right? About this customer delight model. I don't know if you can see it or not, but yeah, this type of model, right? So you know, this type of model, so people think that this delight and satisfaction are mediators. In my opinion, they are not. But you know, this is what is a misconception or a problem, right? So one thing about mediation is that you should understand what is mediation and when it needs to be applied. You cannot apply it all the time just because you want to do it. It's not like this. So you need to understand what is it and when do you apply it, right? It's very important that we understand this. So here, if we ask a mediator, I mean, if I ask anybody that, do you see a mediator here? I'm pretty sure that most of the people would say that this M is a mediator because it's in the middle, right? I mean, the biggest justification that anybody give for mediation is that it's in the middle. Now, I just want you to know that it's not true. Now, yes, position-wise, every time you want to find a mediator, it should be between 2 variables. But everything that is between 2 variables is not a mediator, right? So here, this M, if I want to make it a mediator, I need to theoretically support the mediation here. I cannot just put it in the middle and then feel it's a mediator. It's not like that, right? So I'll give you an example. There are 2 variables, okay? Seawater temperature and depth toll. So seawater temperature is the temperature of the seawater. Death toll is how many people die when it's, you know, when they're swimming in the sea. So I ask people, and I still remember the last time I talked about this was in Kushadasi in 2019, I guess, or 2019, yes. December, very cold, right? And the university was on the top of a hill, and it was on the, you know, the view was extremely beautiful. What is it, Siddhant? The Andaman Sea? Which sea is that?
Which sea? Again, Aegean Sea.
Yeah, Aegean Sea, yes. So very cold, very cold. So I remember I asked, there's like close to 300 people in that session. I asked them, like, is there a relation between seawater temperature and death toll? And one of the students said yes. And I asked, what is it? They said, well, the water is so cold, if you jump in it, it will freeze you and you will die. So I still remember that answer to that, which was very cool. And I mean, originally, many people who die by drowning are in the summer months, right? Because the temperature of the water is higher, it's a bit warm, and you know, people go to swim. So the more people go to swim, the more people are probably going to drown, right? So this is normally what it is. Directly, there's no relation. Like seawater temperature has nothing to do with death toll. However, if I bring something in the middle, and that is number of swimmers, right? So it means that if the seawater temperature is higher, there are more people going to swim, and the more people go to swim, the more people are going to die, right? By drowning, there's a chance, there's a probability. So then it makes sense. Now, in this situation, I added number of swimmers in the middle of 2 variables, and then it helps me understand the relation better. So then I can say it's you know, a mediator. Another example that I always give people is, and this is a cool one. This is easy to understand for many people. So let's say that I have this. So let's say I have 2 variables. One of them is raining, and then the other one is intentions to use umbrella. So do you think there's a relation between raining and intentions to use umbrella? Yes, no? And if somebody says yes, can you also tell me what do you think is the relation? Many people are going to say, well, when it rains, you use umbrella, right? Yes and no. Again, it's not true. So yes, when it rains, then you use umbrella. But also, I have seen many people that when it rains, they go out in the rain and dance or play or jump around or be happy or whatever, right? So basically, when it's raining, you don't use umbrella. When it's raining, and you want to, okay. When you want to stay dry, then you would use umbrella. So it's raining, you want to stay dry, you use umbrella. It's raining, you don't want to stay dry, you don't use umbrella, right? So in this situation, what happens is that you use another variable in the middle so that it clarifies the relation between your independent variable and dependent variable, right? So this is number one. You need to understand that usage of mediator should always be because you want to clarify the relation between independent variable and dependent variable. And it can only happen if the relation between independent variable and dependent variable is inconclusive. Earlier, I told you about customer satisfaction and loyalty, right? So customer satisfaction has an impact on loyalty, some people say, but some people also say that satisfaction does not have an impact on loyalty. So now the problem with me is, what should I believe in? Should I believe that satisfaction leads to loyalty, or should I believe satisfaction does not lead to loyalty? Because it's inconclusive, right? Not everybody agrees to it. So then I can always use mediators between satisfaction and loyalty to see whether, how does it explain? Like maybe there's something else that explains it, right? So this is normally how you need to go with mediation. One, it should clarify that relation. The other thing that is very important here is that to test a mediation, right? To test a mediation, you need to have a hypothesis. And now, if this, we just look at this model right now, normally it should be like this, right? So you have H1, H2, and H3. And if you look at this H1, H2, and H3, this H1, H2, and H3 simply shows the relation between seawater temperature, death toll, temperature, swimmers, and drowning, right? So what I do is whatever I collect data, whatever analysis I use, I test these three hypotheses. Now, many people, then what they do is they go and test mediation also. You cannot test mediation if you did not hypothesize it. So if I really want to do mediation, then I should also have one H4. And that H4 should say that numbers of swimmer mediates the relationship between seawater temperature and death toll. That should be your H4. And that hypothesis, just like any other hypothesis development that you have, for instance, in this study here that I just showed you here. So if I look at this study here, you will see that in this study, I have a section on hypothesis development, right? So let's say this is H1, H2. Before H1 and H2, I have to define and explain and justify this relationship for H1 and H2, and then H3 and H4, right? Same is the case for mediation. So when you want to mediate, test it as a mediator, you need to justify this as a mediator. You cannot just go and test it if there's no hypothesis, right? So you need to justify it as a mediator, and then you test it whether it's really a mediator or you don't have a mediator or stuff like this. So that's very important for mediation. There's one question, I'll just answer this question, then we can take a break. H1 is necessary to do it when we do not want to analyze the. Okay, so there are two schools of thought about this, and the question is simply this. Should we have this H1 or not? Is it necessary to have the direct relation or not, right? Okay, so yes, you can have, you cannot, you don't have to have. It doesn't matter, okay? There are two schools of thought. Number one, which is the old one, Barron and Kenny, according to them, this H1 should exist. And not only should it exist, but it also should be significant. Like you should have the direct relation as a significant relation before you test mediation. Now, the second school of thought, which is Preacher and Hayes, they think it's not necessary to have it there, and they explain it by the concept of mediation. So let's say, why do you add mediation is because the relation between, the relation between your independent variable and your dependent variable is inconclusive. This is why you add the mediator, right? So if I already say that the mediation will only exist if this relationship is significant, then where is the inconclusiveness? There's no inconclusiveness. And if we already assume that this relation exists, it's significant, right? This is normally the idea behind it. So I am of the thought of Preacher and his that you don't have to have the direct relation. Now, if you have it, it's okay. But if you don't have it, then it's also okay. You can still continue with only the indirect relations and stuff like this. So let's take a break. We come back and then we will continue with Smart PLS. All right. Okay. So
I have 5 minutes break.
Let's do 10 minutes, Siddhan. I haven't had lunch, so I need to eat something.
Okay, 10 minutes break then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so we are here now. We can continue. I know the time is a bit limited, and all right. So we can start. Huh. All right, so let's quickly finish this, then I'll talk a little bit about PLS. The time is already limited, so we'll see what can we do in this time. And let's quickly. All right, so for the mediation analysis, I already explained like how do you do mediation analysis, right? The other one is Preacher and Hayes, they have a very nice blog. If you go to their website, they have a blog. On that blog, they have these questions that different students ask, and then how would they suggest things, right? So for example, this is one of the screenshots where one student asked them, my advisor tells me I should use Barron and Penny strategy for assessing mediation, but my reading of the literature tells me this isn't recommended these days. What should I do? So this is the answer from Preacher and Hayes. You have counted on your advisor for guidance and support. Now return the favor. All but the most stubborn of advisors are open to the new ideas, and many are too busy or just don't care enough to stay informed on recent development. Give him or her a copy of the relevant literature or a copy of my book and make your case. Try my Beyond Uncanny paper for a start. So this is basically what it is. You can look into this blog. It's from Preacher and Hayes, and then you can get these type of answers. And but the thing is not about answers being disrespectful or something. The thing is about all these references or resources that are provided that you can obviously read to increase your own understanding of different things, right? So this is what I would suggest for mediation. The other thing that is about mistakes in research methods is all right, factor analysis and structural equation modeling, right? So factor analysis is something that many people who are using quantitative research, they use in their research, CFA, EFA, and stuff like this. And of course, SEM, right? This is something that many people are using now. So here are a few things that I think are very important for all of us here to know. These are the mistakes that are related to, okay, one moment, guys. Okay, so my kids love to learn about research. They keep coming and they want to know about research more and more. So anyways, so common mistakes in SEM and factor analysis and stuff like this. Number one is the inappropriate use of SEM approach. So when we apply SEM, there are several different ways of doing it. And the thing is that these different approaches have different assumptions, right? You need to know those assumptions, and then you need to decide which approach should you pick up. Not all the approaches are applicable for all types of researchers, right? So it's very important to know that. Then the other issue is improper elimination of items, and this happens because many people don't understand the concept behind SEM. They just learn it from maybe their seniors or other people who teach them by clicking the software. So you keep clicking, this is the cutoff value. If you don't have this value, delete the things, and then ultimately you end up in a situation where you delete items that you shouldn't delete, stuff like this. We'll talk about this very quickly. Now, the third one is, okay, so not the two. So these two, let me see what is the next slide. Okay, yeah. So if we look at here, these two pictures in the bottom of your screen, the first one and the second one, right? So the first one right now is factor analysis. I mean, both of them are factor analysis, but the first one right now is EFA, okay, exploratory factor analysis. The second one is CFA, which is confirmatory factor analysis. Now, why is it important to understand the distinction between these two? This is very important, right? So very important for all of you to understand. And I'll also tell you why is it important that you decide which one do you need, EFA or CFA. So just like all the other difficult statistical concepts, I explain with easy examples. I'll go with the same easy example for this one. It has nothing to do with statistics, the example, but it will make you understand the difference between EFA and CFA, right? I don't like statistics books, so I'll just give you some easy examples so that you know what it is. So just assume that you go to a room okay? And in this room, there is a big pile of clothes, maybe shirts, okay? There's a big pile of shirts. And then now you look at all these shirts and they're mixed. Some of the shirts are small, some are medium, some are large, some are extra large, right? So there's a bunch of clothes all in one pile mixed up. And then there's another bunch of hangers. You know, hangers where you hang your clothes in them, right? Hangers also have sizes, right? Small, medium, large, extra large. Just like when you go to any supermarket or clothes store, then you see the hangers are there. And these hangers are also mixed. So now if let's say I ask Siddhan, I say, Siddhan, I need your help. I really need you to help me figure out which shirt will go to which hanger, right? Right now, I don't know. There's a bunch of hangers all mixed up. There's a bunch of clothes all mixed up. So at this time, just assume that this F1 is small hanger, F2 is medium hanger, F3 is large hanger, right? So this Y1, Y2, Y3 till Y8, these are all mixed clothes, small, medium, large, right? So this first shirt, you don't know the size yet. It can be at any of these hangers, depending on what it is, right? If it's medium, then you put it on medium hanger. If it's small, you put it on small hanger. We don't know this because these are two piles and everything is mixed, right? So in EFA, this is what happens. You have a lot of questions, a lot of items, right? And then you don't know which item belong to which question. You don't know this, right? So each item can belong to any of the variables or any of the constructs. So you do EFA to see which items are going to go to which variables, right? So this is what EFA looks like. Now let's say Siddhan spends an hour. She helps me to put all the small clothes in small hanger, all the medium clothes in medium hanger, and then all the large clothes in large hanger. So now I get an idea of, okay, which one are medium, which one are small, which one are large, right? Now I have Professor Zahir, and then I asked Professor Zahir, I said, Professor Zahir, I need a help from you. And he asked me, what is the help you need? And I say, look, here is what Siddhan did. She sorted out all these things. She put these small ones in small, medium and medium, large and large. I just want you to please confirm this if she has done a good job. So now Professor Zahir is going to do a very easy thing. He's just going to check like, okay, all these hangers, are they small? Yes, small. If one of the hangers Siddhan mistakenly put in medium, then Professor Zahir is just going to remove that from there, right? Because he just is confirming it. So in this case, this is CFA. In CFA, you already know which question belongs to which variable. You are just confirming it. Now, whenever you confirm something, maybe sometimes it's not applicable there, right? So then you just delete that item. You don't have to delete all the items and stuff like this, right? So this is where EFA and CFA come into the picture. Now, normally what happens is that because the assumption is very different, right? In EFA, you assume that you don't know which question belongs to which variable. I mean, this is what we assume. In CFA, it's a very different situation. I don't know if you can see my screen or not. Okay, no, you cannot. So I'm just going to go back to this paper that I just showed you, right? So in this paper, when I was preparing my questionnaire, here is the thing, right? So this is a variable physical environment, and I knew that this variable has 5 questions. So in my questionnaire, I put physical environment. Under it, I put 5 questions because I know these questions belong to this variable, right? Then we have another variable, interaction with staff. There are 4 questions. So I know these questions belong to them. So now when I collect data, I don't have to do EFA because I know which question belong to which variable. I already know it. So I don't have to do EFA. I will simply do CFA because, you know, the assumption for EFA is you don't know which item belong to which variable. Now, the question then people ask is, okay, so if that's the case, why do we even need EFA? Because most of the times you go to the existing literature and you pick up questions from existing literature, right? So if we already know that this question belongs to here, then why do we need EFA? So EFA will be used in a situation where I want questions for physical environment. I go to one study, maybe that study is done by Herminia. I look at her study and I see that she used these 5 questions in her study, right? So I pick up these 5 questions from her study. All the 5 questions that I pick up are coming from one study. Now I don't need EFA because I already know that these 5 belong to that variable, right? The problem is where when I am picking up questions and I pick up questions for one variable from multiple sources. Okay, so what it means is, let's say I pick up 3, let's say question number 1 and 2 and 3 comes from Professor Zahir's paper. Then question number 4 and 5 come from Professor Jihan's paper. Now what I did is I diluted the scale, right? Because now I don't know whether these 5 belong to this one variable altogether or not. I know that 3 of them belong to this scale in one paper, 2 of them belong to the scale in another paper, but do they belong at the same time or not? This I don't know. So then I'll have to do EFA to make sure they belong here or not, right? So in this type of situation, you do EFA. Otherwise, you don't need to do EFA just because you want to make your work look complicated or too many tables or fancy things. Don't do that. There's no need for doing any of that type of stuff, okay? So that's about your CFA and EFA. Now, in EFA and CFA, also people have some issues. One is using the same data set for EFA and CFA. You cannot do that. It's just not possible to do it. And why? Again, the problem is you do EFA when you don't know which question belong to which factor or whether all these questions belong to this factor. It means you don't know how to design questioning. Does it make sense? Because you're not sure whether these questions belong to this variable or not. So your questionnaire will not be completed yet. So that's why the best option is that if you are mixing scales from different places, then to do a pilot test with enough respondents, not with 30, 40, 50 people, not like that. Depending on how big is your questionnaire, let's say if your questionnaire has 40 questions, you cannot then collect data from 50 people and then do a pilot test. It's just not possible. You still will go with 200, 250, 300 people or sample one to conduct EFA. And in the EFA, your results may show you a different factor structure. Maybe your results might show you to remove 1 or 2 items, or maybe those items load on another construct or whatever. So then whatever your findings from EFA are, you need to redesign your questionnaire based on that and then recollect data with the new design questionnaire and then do CFA to confirm it, right? So normally this is the flow. If you want to do EFA and CFA, you cannot do it with the same data set. The same data set you can't use for EFA and CFA. Now, in some cases, what happens is that you might be a PhD student and your data collection is very difficult. So you decide to collect data before you know that you can't use EFA and CFA with the same data set. So now you already collected data from 400 people, 500 people, and now you know that, wow, I can't use the same data set for EFA and CFA. So what do I do now? Because I cannot collect more data. Maybe I don't have time, maybe I don't have money, whatever, right? Maybe a lot of reasons. So in that situation, what you need to do is, before you analyze your data, before you do anything, you need to split your data set. So let's say you collected data from 400 people, split it into 180, 220, 200, 200, 150, 250. Just split 2 data sets. Use data set number 1 for EFA. So use that for EFA and then see what are the differences, right? So let's say if you have to delete one thing or whatever, then you delete that from your subset number 2, like split data set number 2, and then use split set data number 2 for your CFA. So this is only in situations where you cannot recollect data or whatever reasons. The best option, however, would be to do one data collection for EFA, use all the findings to redesign stuff, and then collect data again for CFA. So that would be the ideal situation, but I also told you how you can go if, let's say, you know, you are in a situation where you cannot recollect data and stuff. Okay, and then I provided here that Joseph here, Rex Klein, they have written against using the same data set for EFA, CFA. It also creates a conceptual error that I just explained to you. The other one in SEM and EFA, CFA is reporting violations. Now, this is also important. So what is important is, first of all, data normality. Now, the funny thing about data normality is that we all know that data normality is an assumption for SEM. So whenever you are running SEM, structural equation modeling, or any other parametric test, right? Any other parametric test like regression, you need to make sure that your data is normally distributed. Your data is in a normal distribution. Many of us, we know this, right? So the problem number one is people don't report it. Like people don't test data normality before analysis, right? So if you don't report it, then it means that you didn't do it. And remember, this is an assumption for parametric tests. So before you even test anything and you report your findings, you need to test data normality. That's very important. It's an assumption, right? Now that's one problem, not doing it. The other problem is even you do it wrong. And how it works is this. Many of us, we use skewness and kurtosis, right? Skewness and kurtosis to report normality. Like these are two measures, just two numbers. But what we do is we take them out for individual items. Okay, I will show you. Okay, I'm trying to open SmartPLS so that I can show you what I mean. Okay. So let's say I just open up this SmartPLS here. You can see that these are all my items, right? And by items, what I mean is this. Oh, I don't know if I have something here or not. No, I don't have anything here. Okay, I'll just. Okay, so this is a model, and these circles that you see on your screen, right, Siddhan?
Yes, we see.
Okay. So these circles that you see, these circles are basically the variables, right? So these are your variables, and then each of them, if I say these are the items, right? So these items help me create the variable, and then I can test the hypothesis. Now, the thing with normality is this. Many of us use SPSS or something to report normality, right? And here, so these are all the items that you see on this side, right? And then for each item, I have a mean value, I have a median value, and then I have standard deviation, kurtosis, and skewness, right? So I normally use these values to report normality of data, which is not correct. It's not correct. You cannot use these values. The reason for that is here. Okay, so let me explain to you. Now, let's say I want to run SEM, okay? And for SEM, my data needs to be normally distributed, right? Now my data is made up of all these items, right? My data is made up of all these items. And if I look at all these items, some of the items like here, see, some of them, they are not normally distributed, some of them, right? Some of them are not normally distributed. A lot of them are normally distributed, right? So this is how I look at my data. Now, in the conclusion, what do I say? Do I say my data is normally distributed or not? I cannot say anything because for some items, data is distributed normally. For some of them, the data is not normally distributed. But I cannot for sure say that my data is not normally distributed because that's not true. And I also cannot say that my data is non-normal because that's also not true. Some of them are normal, right? So either way, I cannot make a judgment call here. I cannot make a conclusive judgment here that it's normal or not. So, and plus also, you are not dealing with individual items in the model. What you are dealing with is all the items, all the variables, and all of them together. So it's not a univariate analysis. Univariate analysis means where you deal with one variable, like age, gender, right? It's not like this. Here you are dealing with multiple variables at the same time. So instead of this type of univariate normality, you need to test and report multivariate normality. And what multivariate normality does is you need to put your entire data set into software, and that software gives you one number for your entire data set. So you look at that number, and then you decide whether your data is normally distributed or not, which is multivariate normality, right? So this is what you need to do in order to test and report data normality. multivariate data normality. Then, like I said, the other problem is people not reporting it, which is not a good idea. The third one is missing data and its treatment. So many people, they also do not realize that they need to work on missing data. I just want to show you guys something here very quickly. Journal of Hospitality and Tourism Management. If I go here to author guidelines. So this is a good journal, a pretty good journal. And here, it clearly says something here that I want you to have a look. So it says that the use of structural equation modeling is a popular technique, and hence referees would wish to know not only that data meets the requirement of normality, but also how missing data have been treated. So now, you know, even journals are requesting for it. Like when you submit your paper, and if you're using SCM or these type of tools, you need to provide an explanation of how the data normality was tested and how did you deal with the missing data, right? So it's very important for you as researchers to be updated with these type of things, okay? So missing data and its treatment. Then the other one is post hoc model modification. So this also happens in a lot of cases where, I mean, smart PLS still cannot do this, but, you know, especially when people are doing MOS or covariance-based SEM, they do this type of stuff. So sometimes what happens is that people want to make sure that the numbers are okay. You know, the numbers are okay, because we are so number driven now with models and testing the models, that let's say if the numbers are not okay, then I make some adjustment in the model after testing the model. This is something that Professor Herman Egvenes, who is, I think, the president of Academy of Management now, he wrote a paper on Harking. I will put it in, I don't have the link, maybe Siddhan or somebody, if you can find it, you can check it out from Google and then put the link here. Herman Egvenes, he did a paper on Harking. And if you read that paper, it talks about how bad is it for you to change the model after the analysis. So let's say you are doing analysis, now you are realizing that maybe this hypothesis is not supported, right? Okay, who knows about it? Let's just delete it. I'll just delete this hypothesis and I'll remove this hypothesis development section from my paper, and nobody will know that I ever had this hypothesis, right? Which is unethical, not a good idea. All right, and so these are some of the mistakes that I would say are happening a lot. Why these mistakes are happening? In my opinion, the biggest issue is the publish and perish thing, which everybody is now being forced to publish a lot and stuff like this. So that's one reason why many people are being pressured into publishing, right? So that's one thing. The other one is focusing on replication instead of development. So many PhD programs, when they train their students, they train them by saying that you cannot develop theories, you can replicate. And I am a first-hand observative person on this, that in many developing countries, in fact, earlier somebody even asked a question of from Professor Bohales, the same question, that how should I deal with it if somebody tells me that you cannot change the world in your PhD dissertation? This is common. Like when you are doing research, many people demotivate you, and many people say, well, you are not in a position to develop something, you can just replicate something or whatever, right? So this is another reason why these mistakes are being made. The third one is lack of training opportunities. Today, this session that you are having 8 hours, normally it was supposed to be in person, right? Because we wanted to do it in the conference, but because of COVID, the conference was virtual. And even though it's very difficult to manage something like this for 8 hours straight and with so much information and content, we still did it because we believe that people should have more and more opportunities. Even, you don't have to pay for it because this grows with sharing, right? So these type of training opportunities are very, very limited. And then this also creates, because when like today in today's session, you would see that when I am explaining a lot of things, I'm also criticizing a lot of things that are happening, right? Maybe I'm not criticizing them for making people look bad or something. I'm criticizing it so that you know that these are problems and you shouldn't do that. right? Dr. Jihan, Professor Jihan did the same. When you have something and you are critical of it, the main idea is so that those type of mistakes are not repeated again. And because we don't have a lot of these type of opportunities, people don't talk about them. And when people don't talk about them, they keep continuing more and more, right? So that's one thing. And then the last one I feel, which is the most important one, is the stubbornness to learn new methods. So many people, when they finish their PhD, then they're like, oh my God, I'm done. I don't want to do anything else. So whatever mistakes they brought with them from PhD, they continue and they keep going on and on and on, right? So stubbornness to learn new methods. The journals and conferences, in my opinion, are partly responsible. There are several journals who are also biased towards certain methods and, prefer certain methods. So that type of things also create these type of issues that we talked about today. And lastly, lack of critical review papers. So we have a lot of review papers on content. Like earlier, I showed you some examples on e-word of mouth or impulsive buying or anything like engagement, commitment, whatever. But when it comes to methodologies, there are very few review papers. Not a lot. One of my papers that I did, and I'll talk about it very quickly. It's a review paper on PLS. Maybe some of you already know it or you have seen it. We reviewed studies in hospitality that used PLS. It's so funny, the story about that paper. It was a critical review paper on a method which was desk rejected by 6 journals, desk rejected, not even, whatever. And then luckily, Professor Fevzi is a very good friend of mine, like a brother. So I talked to him roughly. I mean, we were just discussing. Then, he always says something very funny. He says, if you have a crazy idea, talk to me. Right? If you have a crazy idea about any research or whatever. So I talked to him and he sort of liked the idea. And then I submitted it to IJCHM, even though the paper went through 4 rounds of revision, but then it got accepted in 2018. Right now, that paper is the most cited paper, 404 or 5 citations by now. And I've received several awards for it, from Emerald here, there. And funny that I think that it was rejected, not even rejected, desk rejected by 6 journals, right? So sometimes it's a bit funny, how things are, but then also because generally we don't see a lot of critical review papers, and that's why we get into situations like this where these type of mistakes keep repeating and we see them again and again. Okay, so because the time is limited, yes, Dr. Jan.
I was just telling that earlier when we talked about the subjectivity of the review process, even though we try to make it as objective as possible. That's why I'm telling people that if you get rejected, and we get rejected ourselves as well too. So it's important to keep that high spirit and do not lose the hope, and then keep trying. But of course, look at the reviews and incorporate them into the study and submit to elsewhere.
Yeah, the good thing is that people are learning from things, right? So I know that several journals now have much expanded editorial boards. So in the past, it was like the editor. I mean, even now, the editor-in-chief have the ultimate power of accepting or rejecting things, right? But now that many journals are moving more towards objectiveness. So like, for example, I know that Professor Jihan in his journal have several layers of editors. So it's not only him as editor-in-chief deciding things, but then we also have associate editors, assistant editors, and things like that. So, before desk rejecting something, he reaches out to people and then talk to them. Same is the case with several other journals, right? So, for example, I'm working with Dr. Jihan as assistant editor methodology. So if a paper comes where there's reviewers are saying very different things about methodology, then I would really look at the paper about the methodology, try to suggest something, right? So many reviewers are doing this. I completely agree. Don't lose hope. I mean, this is part of the game. And honestly, I will tell you something. If I had to pay $10 for every paper that was rejected, or every paper, how many times it was rejected, or I got a bad comment that they demotivated me, by now I would be a millionaire. So it's very common. It happens all the time. Sometimes it's out of, it's not understandable, but that's what it is. The time is limited, right? So what I'll do is I am not going to explain this. I actually already explained all of this.
And we
I
covered
already
that
explained
also too.
Yeah, we already covered like what are the issues and what are the recommendations. But then I already put them into this one table all together. So when we share the slides, then you can read it and it will help you with how to deal with these problems. Okay, I would highly recommend you to look at newer methodologies. Replication studies are very good as far as you are comparing and contrasting, not just, you know, pick up a copy, pick up a model, copy it, it's all good. That's not good. You need to compare and contrast. So if you are replicating a study, make sure that your entire conclusion talks about what was it then and what is it now and what are the differences, how can we learn something new from it, right? So it's very important. The other one is maybe focus more towards qualitative methods, maybe more towards mixed methods, because traditionally hospitality research has been quite quantitative in nature. Yeah, I don't know why, but this is how it is. Think of focus groups, think of interviews. And in fact, many of you can even do observations depending on your field, but observations can also be very interesting area of focus that you can have into your methods. Think of scale development. Scale development is certainly a mixed method because you use multiple methods to come up with a scale. And the reason why I'm saying to do scale development is because to this day, we have this problem of people picking up 30 years old, 40-year-old constructs, right? Like satisfaction, loyalty, and you know, that type of stuff, which is okay, but the times have changed so much that if you develop new skills, you can really bring new insights into things, and it can be a very comprehensive contribution, right? So think of scale development studies. And then how about big data, right? So I see that many, in some fields it's okay, but in many other fields, it's something that is completely ignored. I am not from education. Dr. Jihan, you may even talk about it because you are editing one journal, Journal of Global Education Research, right? I think that some fields like education or sociology or this type of fields, they're completely ignoring big data. Hospitality still have some here and there. Business research has a lot of big data application and research, but when you look at some major fields, big fields, like in my opinion, education is a pretty huge field, right? When we talk about education, we all colleges of education, we are missing a lot of stuff here. And what do I mean by big data? Netnography, like right now, I don't know, maybe somebody even can share that. In 1 minute, what happens on internet? You just go to Google and write 1 minute on internet, and you would see how much data is being produced in every field, every field. In fact, we talked about Loana earlier. She recently presented one paper, which was very cool. In America, there's a website called ratemyprofessor.com. On this website, students can go randomly and they can review different professors and they can rate them and talk about them. And then Loana, what she did was she took that information, just like TripAdvisor or Google reviews or whatever, and then analyze that information. Yeah, crawl the data and then analyze all that data to see what are the trends, what are the themes and stuff like this. So think of big data in your own fields, right? Netnography is one, which is sim like ethnography, but netnography is where you use the internet websites to crawl the data and get the data. Think of machine learning. You know, I still remember that when this COVID-19 started, we had one of our master student, Sam. He is a computer software engineer as well. I asked him to crawl the tweets about COVID-19. And this, I'm talking about last week of February and first week of March last year, when this really started at that time. And Sam had to crawl more than 1 million tweets. More than 1 million tweets. It was so problematic that he had to change several computers because the amount of data. And this is right when this COVID-19 started. We're not talking about today. So machine learning can help you with situations like this. Earlier, Dr. Jihan shared, you know, this person does not exist, and then taking the pictures from there, which is all machine learning, right? So we need to think about the developments in technology and then how can we use them as a methodology into our own studies. Now, many people are using sentiment analysis. So sentiment analysis is where you qualitatively analyze the data and see what sentiment is in the data, like the qualitative data.
Faizan, I want to give an example about this machine learning and this person does not exist, or artificially intelligent technologies. Like, we are not technologists. So I don't think that anybody in this group are going to go and invent a new way to create a human face. However, I'll tell you two research studies that I've started with my colleagues. One of them is about thispersondoesnotexist.com. So we are utilizing those artificially intelligently created human faces along with the real human faces in a customer service setting, right? And then we are asking people to evaluate those people to see that if the overall perception are different for artificial intelligently generated pictures versus real human pictures. Similarly, I'm doing another study for an education journal to do a teaching seminar, just like this one, with an artificially intelligent voice generated by IBM. IBM has a machine, and then the same lecture with the human voice. To see that in the future, if we were to go into fully automated lectures, will that make a difference? This is just all. And also, I just want to tell you one more thing that, with these new methods that Dr. Faizan Ali is telling you, some of you, especially those of you who are experienced researchers, and we do have quite a few here. By the way, this session since 8 a.m. in Florida morning never dropped under 200, which is unbelievable. So I really appreciate your patience. One thing that I want to tell you that the other day, one of the researchers from Portugal, reached out to me and told me that a new special issue for one of the journals, Journal of Global Business Insights, about entrepreneurship, new trends in entrepreneurship, like social entrepreneurship, different things. And we created a special issue for it. So you can even approach if you are, of course, knowledgeable about these topics, one of the editors in that field and propose them as special issue. Why not? This is how we can spread the knowledge there.
Yeah. Yes. So thank you, Dr. Jian. It certainly helps. I just, when you were talking about it, I recalled another example about this machine learning and thing. We have a friend, I did mention him earlier, Professor Stan from Bulgaria, and he also edits a journal called European Journal of Tourism Research. And recently what he did was very interesting. So he has a Facebook page for this EJTR, European Journal of Tourism Research. And then he set up a chat bot on that page, a chat bot which Facebook also allows. So when you go onto that page, you can chat with that chat bot, and he actually put it, customized it so this chat bot can send proper messages and whatever. And then I saw on his Facebook that he is now going to analyze how people chat with that chat bot, knowing that it's chat bot. So like when you know that you are chatting with someone, a human versus a chat bot, how your chat would change, right? How the messages would change. So certainly, I mean, these depend on context to context, but these are just some examples for you to think about on how you can bring these new technologies and things that are happening to your own fields and how you can apply them. And sometimes they can be very simple, so very, very simple, right? You don't have to be like sitting in a
I think that's the internet here that I think we lost Faizan, but he will come back quickly. So, he's also gonna talk about, okay, here we go, you're back.
Sorry, I was disconnected. So yeah, I was saying that normally, you don't have to sit in like a space shuttle like Tesla company to go to Mars to do all this heavy research. And you can think of these new technologies and see how does that apply into your context and bring them. And I think that would give you a better flavor and a better chance of getting accepted into good journals in your field, because then you're bringing two different areas together, right, to create a unique research. The other thing is biometric studies. This is unbelievable. It has so much potential. In fact, I was showing Dr. Jihan when the COVID didn't hit yet. I downloaded a paper from really one of the top journals, Journal of Consumer Research. Okay, it's almost impossible to publish. It's just so difficult. And when you look at that, the model is basic. Like literally nothing in the model. Like you would feel like, what is this? You know, just maybe 3 variables, 4 variables together. And then they also, the sample size is small, 40, 50, 60, something like this. But what they do is not survey research. What they do is biometric research. So it's like, you know, they look at your eye tracking, they look at your skin response, they look at your heart rate and stuff like this, which is much more real, much more applicable, right? And then also it eliminates some of the problems that are with existing methods. Like let's say if I ask somebody about survey, like, okay, maybe, you know, in this session that we had, if I ask you, how did you like the session? I'm pretty sure all of you are going to say very good. Even inside, you may not feel it's very good, right? But on a survey, you will say it's so good, it's so good, right? I mean, this is something with the survey research, right? You don't know if the data is really valid or not, right? We don't know. But when it comes to biometric studies and stuff like this, then you cannot control it, right? You can't control your eye movement, or you can't control your heart rate, or you can't control your brain activity and stuff like this, right? So again, look into biometric studies. I'm not saying it's going to be applied to everyone, but you know, for many people it can be applied, right? So think about something like this. And then lastly, I would say that think of experimental studies. And this is again, in many areas, we see that not many people use experimental studies, right? So I know in hospitality and tourism, for example, the amount of experimental studies are very, very low, like very low compared to, you know, survey-based research and stuff like this. And what experimental studies now, of course, in hospitality and tourism, we cannot wear white coats and go to a lab and do the full-fledged experiment with mouse and frogs and rabbits. We can't do that, right? So what we need to do is we need to create a fake experiment, right? And that fake experiment, I don't want to call it fake, but not really, you know, lab-based experiments. Rather, we do scenario-based experiments. So instead of asking people to randomly answer questions, we try to provide a scenario so that they can put themselves into that mindset and then answer questions. Or we use quasi-experiments or quasi-experiments, which is imitating real-world experiments into a controlled setting, right? So these are some newer methodologies. Think about them. I am pretty sure that if you use them, or a mix of them, or you can always, you know, use this in addition to survey-based research, then it becomes mixed method or multi-method research. Ultimately, in the end, your findings will be much more valid and reliable. And then the last one is bibliometric studies and meta-analysis. This is not purely methodology, but it's a different type of studies. I think we really need them, because right now, compared to pure business like marketing or you know, human resource area in pure business journals, hospitality and tourism lacks meta-analysis and bibliometric studies. Recently, we have started seeing some good papers. In fact, I like to mention one very good friend of mine, Mehmet Ali, who is also a Turkish. And he is one of the people who really started doing bibliometric studies in hospitality and tourism. In fact, I think he is even editing one journal, which is International Journal of Bibliometrics in something. I don't remember the full name. And he struggles getting submissions. And the reason is because not many people are working in that area, like on bibliometrics. So think of these. These are, again, some new methods for all of you to consider. All right, here. So remember this, okay? When we talk about the problems or the mistakes that other people make, these are only for you to learn from them and also correct your own issues, right? I mean, this is what the wise strategy would be. All these mistakes, all these issues that we highlight here, take it as a learning point and think of it as how do you improve yourself as a researcher and not really make these mistakes, okay? Now, these are a couple of ideas, 4 ideas on how I think you should pitch your research, right? But before I go into creating a perfect pitch, I have, no, leave this one. I have questions, and I really want you to think about them and then use the chat box to tell me if you think this is true or false. Publish or perish. Do you think it's true or do you think it's false? Ooh. All right, so a lot of truths, right? Now, some falses as well, mainly true. Okay, mix, it's okay. Then the other question is this one. Reviewers are more motivated to reject than to accept a paper. What do you think about this? Okay, so again, it's a mix of questions. I would tell you, my thinking is if you are a good reviewer, like if you are a really good reviewer, you should be motivated to reject the paper, to accept the paper. Like I told you earlier, that you need to be critical of the work in order to bring the best work in it, right? So when I say you should be motivated to reject, it doesn't mean that you reject everything you get. It simply means that when you get a paper, you read it, your motivation should be to find the flaws in the paper, at the same time to make sure that you are also highlighting the strengths of the paper. Anyways, the last one, what do you think about this? Reviewers may think a paper is pointless as they read it. So the more people read the paper, the more they feel it's pointless. Okay. Okay. All right, so it's sort of mixed. It's sort of, yeah, Philly's Hujam is saying that there's always one angry reviewer too, which I agree to. The reviewer too is always very scary. But anyways, so, and then this one, I'm pretty sure that all of you must have heard that there's nothing new in this research, which is a common reason to reject. I actually see this in a lot of places. A lot of reviewers, they sort of use it as a standard thing, you know, to put it in all the review. There's nothing new here. So anyways, when we look at all these things, you would see that, look, obviously in this group, there's a mixed response to it, but I still see more truths than false. And I sort of say true to all of them because it's somewhat what I have experienced in the last, years of my academic life. So now, here is the thing, okay? Whenever we want to pitch the idea, right? Normally, the idea pitching is done in one paragraph or sometimes in 2 or 3 sentences. So let's say that you have collected data on customer satisfaction and customer loyalty with a sample of hotel guests in Sudan, okay? Will reviewers accept the following justification? So let's say if your justification is this: although the relationship between satisfaction and loyalty has been examined in hundreds of studies, this relationship has not been examined with hotel guests in Sudanese context. Thus, this research is needed and important. Do you think this is something that reviewers will accept or no? Right. So most of you say, or all of you say no, and I agree. Not if you are, or especially if you are submitting to a good journal, probably it will not be accepted. Now, if you submit it to a journal that is paid journal or a fake journal or predatory journal, yes. But if you are going to publish in a good journal, no. Okay. Instead of this, I will give you 4 different strategies. I mean, again, remember that these strategies are just some tips for you. Okay. It would still depend on your entire paper and how you are doing it and stuff like this, right? I mean, just this strategy is not going to ensure your paper being accepted. But just some tips that can help you, right? So here, strategy number 1 is exactly what was the point in the previous slide. And that is, although it has been done many times before, but there's still research needed. Now, whatever is that research that is needed, you need to highlight that in your explanation. Just saying that there's a lot of studies done and there's still studies needed is not enough. You need to be really specific with it. So for instance, here, if you look at the main application, it becomes this: the relationship between perceptions and share of wallet among millennials in Sudan, right? So what here is happening is we, instead of loyalty, are now calling it share of wallet, which is one dimension of loyalty that has not been studied before, right? So when we say loyalty, purchasing again and again, recommending it to friends, recommending it to other people, saying positive word of mouth, these are all dimensions of loyalty that have been studied before, right? But some stuff in loyalty has not been studied before. One of them is share of wallet. So whatever is not studied, you bring it, you explain it instead of saying there's still more studies needed, right? Then even if we are going in Sudan, Now, Sudan is a big country. So instead of focusing your study on everybody in Sudan, then pick up a cohort that is anyways generating interest these days. So for example, these days, many people want to know about millennials because that's the next upcoming generation, right? How are they going to spend money? How are they going to behave? Or what will be their behavior in terms of consumer buying, purchasing, and stuff like this? So then now here, this would be a much better strategy than to just say that there's more research needed, right? So something like this. All right, the other one is this. So pick up a lot of variables from different studies that have not been studied before. Now, again, remember, this is one strategy. It doesn't mean that your paper will be accepted if you don't do a good job, right? So even if you are putting variables together from multiple studies, then you still need to have some sort of a justification for that merging. Like, why are you putting them together, right? So in this case, here is one example. So you can see examining the impact of fun, thrill, and engagement on customer satisfaction and loyalty, a case of adventure tourism. So again, I bring multiple variables together. I put them in my title, I put them in my application so people know that these are the things that are relevant to the industry that I'm studying, which is adventure tourism, and then putting them together. So because you're adding a few different things together, then the chances of you making a contribution increases, because maybe some people have studied fun and thrill together. Maybe some people have studied engagement and satisfaction together, but studying them together, maybe not many people have done it before. So that's another way to go. Strategy number 3 is, although it has been done before, do it bigger and better. This is more like replication, but when you do replication, your replication should make sense, like I said earlier, right? So for instance, here, one option is this. I did a study on the effect of physical environment and social environment on emotions and behaviors. This is one of my studies. I collected data from 200 people in Malaysia, or 300 people in Malaysia. It's already published and all good. Now, let's say Sidan wants to do the same study, same topic, same model, and whatever, right? So one idea would be to do everything bigger and better. How she can do it? Take the same model, take the same idea, but maybe instead of consumers, focus on employees, right? Instead of collecting data from 300 people, collect it from 3,000 people, 1,000 people, 500 people. Do it bigger, and then instead of collecting data only from Malaysia, collect data from Turkey and Malaysia, so that you have some sort of a comparison or generalization in there, right? So now you are doing the same topic, same model, but bigger and better, so that you have more to say about it. Like, is it generalizable or not? So something like that. And then find somebody, somebody like Professor Jatin. I see him also in the so Professor Jatin is very good at statistics. Find somebody like Professor Jatin and ask him to give you a very fancy name of a statistical technique. So then you add that into your papers. Like I mentioned here, mediated binary logistic regression. I don't know if it even exists or not. I just wanted to make it look complicated. So then it becomes a bit more, complicated, bigger, better, more generalization and stuff like this. So that's strategy number 3. Strategy number 4 is do something controversial or irresistible. Now, this is cool. This is important if you are working with some editors like Professor Jihan, Professor Fevzi, Professor Bohalis, who openly say that we are willing to publish, or yes, I also want to mention another one of my friends, Professor Levent. He told me also the same thing, that if you have a crazy idea, share it with me. I will be happy to look at it and publish it into service industry journal. Now, when editors tell you this, it doesn't mean that they are going to bypass the whole process, right? I mean, it still goes through the whole process of review and everything. But just that willingness of the editor to look into that type of topics is a big thing, right? So do something controversial or irresistible, because this can really grab attention. So for instance, earlier, Dr. Jihan was talking about masks, right? So masks is something that is very new right now, and it's also controversial because some people say you should wear masks, some people are really against it, right? Or the type of masks and stuff like this. So do something that is controversial, it's irresistible. I know that, for instance, tattoos, right? So we have tattoos. And in some countries it's very common, like in the US it's very common, people have tattoos. But I know that in some countries tattoos are considered not very good. Like in China, if you have a tattoo, people look at you in a very negative manner, right? It's just not a good idea to have that tattoo. So doing something like this can be controversial, but it can generate some interest, and editors might be interested in publishing that type of topic, right? So one example here is the impact of server attractiveness, ability, and personality on guest intention to tip. So here we are talking about the physical attractiveness of servers, which may be a controversial thing in several countries, right? How can you talk about physical attractiveness of somebody? But it's a topic that can generate some interest. So that is something. Now, one thing you must know about this particular one, which is controversial, is that something that is controversial today might not be controversial 5 years down the road. People may be very normal with it, right? Or something that is controversial today may not be controversial even a year later, right? So that is something that you need to be really careful about, right? I mean, just that. But other than that, it can be a very good strategy, okay? Now, in the end, I would say this. When you are putting together a paper for a good journal, a better journal, the first thing you should always think about is, what are you contributing in terms of theory and concept? That should be always number one goal, right? What is your theoretical contribution? What is it that you are telling people about theory that they didn't know? The second one is methodological contribution. Are you doing something unique in your methodology that nobody has done before, or maybe people have ignored before, and then now you are doing it? So think about that. And then the third one is the contextual contribution. Contextual contribution means something about your context. So somebody asked a question earlier, and it was, why not to submit in a journal in Sudan? It will be more relevant. Now, I have mixed feelings about it, okay? So I'm from Pakistan. If, let's say, I do a research on Pakistan, and somebody asks me, why don't you publish it in a Pakistani journal rather than sending it to an international journal, right? Well, in Pakistan, many people know about Pakistani consumers, their behavior and stuff like this. Maybe people outside of Pakistan don't know about it. So of course, my motivation should be so other people should know about the consumer behavior or user behavior, whatever in Pakistan. So I should send it to an international journal, right? So this is one thing. Now, however, when you want to send your work to an international journal, you cannot send a local paper to an international journal. That's not a good idea, right? So if my paper is entirely Pakistan and only Pakistan, and I don't talk about anything else, then of course I cannot send it to an international journal. But the best option is, whatever your findings are in your conclusion, then you should compare your findings from Pakistan or Sudan or Turkey with other countries, maybe comparable countries, or maybe really contrasting countries, so that you can provide a better implication section, right? In that case, your study would be relevant not only for people in this country we are talking about, but other readers as well. Because let's say if I want to do a study on the food culture in Pakistan, okay? So when we talk about food culture in Pakistan, now in food culture in Pakistan is also very relevant to food culture in India or food culture in Bangladesh, right? Or parts of Pakistan, the food culture is also relevant to food culture in Afghanistan or in Turkey. So if I only, put my head in sand and I don't see anything else, and I only talk about Pakistan, I don't do any favors to myself and other people. But if I do that comparing and contrasting with these very relevant countries, then I'm actually drawing attention to my work from other places as well. Okay, so all right, so I am going to stop here. We will quickly switch to Smart PLS. I'll give you a few pointers about Smart PLS, and then from there, because we have only 15-20 minutes left.
Yeah, Dr. Faisal, while you are finding the slides for that one, I want to tell everybody that since we have a little bit less time than planned for the Smart PLS, at the end of the session, which is about 30 minutes from now, or actually 20 minutes, we are going to do a drawing with everybody who are here. And for those of them who are going to be here, we are going to give them actually a copy of our book, PLS in Hospitality and Tourism. We're going to send it to them.
but that's going to come in about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Very
Okay.
active audience. They are writing amazing things. Very good. I like it. Very, very good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's quickly get into this and talk about Smart PLS. I actually also want to leave a couple of minutes for questions so that, you know, if anybody have some end questions, then we can also look into this. So now, before we get into this Smart PLS thing, because of the time issues, I'm not going to go into hands-on example. Like I will not go to Smart PLS software and show you how to do it. And I'll tell you why I am saying this is because on my YouTube channel, there's at least 5 or 6 videos. One of them is very detailed. I did it a couple of months ago, step by step showing off the software, right? So, I mean, if you really want to learn the software, then it's there. But here, I just want to focus on the concept of it and also give you some recent updates on PLS so that you know those recent updates, right? I want to keep it in these slides and then also answer some questions that you may have. So one thing is, if you have not seen this, I would highly recommend you to look at this paper published 2 years ago or so, 3 years ago almost, assessment of use of PLS in hospitality research. It's available on IJCHM. This paper, we talk a lot about different things. And the best part about this particular paper is that in the end of this paper, there's a table. It's a very big table. And that table shows step by step what are the things that you need to do if you are using PLS. So it gives you all the steps that you need to follow, but it also gives you all the cutoff values and all the stuff that you need for PLS. So everything is in one table, which I have heard from many people that it has been very helpful to them from this paper because it puts all this different type of stuff into one table. So look into this if you want. The thing here about PLS SEM is this. Many people who are using it, they don't understand that when you are using PLS, you need to provide a justification. You need to justify your usage of PLS. Like, why are you using PLS instead of any other tool, right? Maybe regression or CBSEM. So I have seen over the years that many people and even many reviewers do not understand why people use PLS. So I don't know how, but somehow people only have 2 reasons for PLS. One is that my sample size is small, and the other one is my data is not normally distributed. So these are the 2 reasons that many people cite, right? And it is not a good idea because now I have even seen situations where if I'm sending a paper to even a good journal, the reviewers sometimes say that, why are you using PLS? Your sample size is big. You know, so actually people only synonymize PLS with small sample size or non-normal data, which is not true. It's not the only reason, or it's not even the right reason why you should use PLS, right? So the one reason that you should really use PLS for is if your study focuses on a prediction or explanation of things rather than confirmation of things, right? So let's say if you are developing a new theory, or if you are putting 2 or 3 theories together to explore them, then PLS is a better option. If you are using one theory and you're just confirming it in another context, then you should go with CBSEM or stuff like this. Smaller sample sizes, that, like I mentioned, it's the highly cited reason for using PLS. Now, I just want to explain this to all of you that if you have a small sample size, you can not use it with CBSEM or MOS or something like this because they are very sensitive to sample size. However, PLS can produce some better results with small sample size, right? Now, it doesn't mean that you cannot use PLS if your sample size is big. If your sample size is big, you can still use PLS or CBSEM either way, but only if your sample size is small, PLS can give you better results compared to other methods. This is what it simply means. Same is the case with complexity of models. So normally when you are using MOS or something, then it's recommended that you should have at most 7 variables in your study, 7. If you go beyond 7, then it becomes too complicated. So if your models are complicated, you have several mediators, moderators, if you have higher order constructs and stuff like this, then PLS becomes a better choice of analytical tool compared to any other tool. Now, again, this is also important. The same thing like sample size. If your data is normally distributed, you can use either of the method. If your data is not normally distributed, you can use PLS then, right? So this is like that. Now, it doesn't mean that if your data is normally distributed, you cannot use PLS. You can use PLS either way, right? Normal, not normal, either way. So it's important to understand. However, now the recent literature in 2021, 2020, 19, it is recommended that even though PLS does not require the data to be normally distributed, you should still test the normality and you should still report the normality into your data, into your paper, right? So that's important to know. Also, if you have single item constructs in your model, like one question used to measure a variable, maybe like, profitability or age, something like this. So then you can use PLS. It supports single constructs, single item constructs. It also supports formative, reflective, and composites. So it is much more inclusive of the type of variables that you can use. And then, like I said, if you're integrating multiple theories or if you're exploring, then PLS is a better option and stuff like this. Now, what is important is this. So many people do not know that PLS now has several new additions into the software, and I would highly recommend you to look into them. This can help you a lot in improving your paper even, and in writing your conclusions and implications and stuff like this, and you can offer more implications in your paper. That is a good thing for editors and papers, right? So here, number one, PLS now integrates IPMA, which is importance performance map analysis. So, sometimes in your paper or in your study, you have many variables, and then you want to know which variable is really important and how each variable is performing, right? So then IPMA can help you with something like this. It is also helpful when you are trying to do pick and choose type of thing, where you have a lot of things and you want to pick and choose from them. So IPMA can help you there. Which factors should you pick up in implications? Okay, I'm not talking about research, in implications. So when you are providing this implication discussion to your your managerial implication and stuff in your paper, then you can use this IPMA results in there. The other one is higher order component models. So this is also important because the more research is being developed, then the more what we are seeing is that people are getting more complicated concepts, right? So the more we are doing research, the more constructs are becoming complicated. So for instance, one variable, very simple variable, is loyalty, right? Loyalty in the past was just loyalty. Now people are even dividing it into two things: attitudinal loyalty, behavioral loyalty. Then attitudinal loyalty is subdivided, behavioral loyalty is subdivided. So the variables are becoming more and more complicated. You get more layers in the variables, right? And you want to have them into your research. So if PLS can support you with that using hierarchical component models, you can use higher order models and stuff like that. Then the third one is confirmatory tetrad analysis, CTA, which is again very cool because most of you might have heard of the discussion about formative and reflective constructs, right? Constructs can be reflective, constructs can be formative. Now, the only way where you can decide whether your variable is reflective or formative is based on literature, right? Available method, right? So you need to go to the literature and see how the literature defines something. Is it formative and reflective? The problem is that many literature is not very clear. It's not very clear. So when you even read it, you cannot make a decision whether this is a formative construct or a reflective construct, right? So then what we do is we need to find a statistical support for it. Okay, let's say, okay, literature is pretty ambiguous. We are not sure. So then let's use statistics to decide whether this variable is formative or reflective. So this again is a new thing in PLS called CTA, which can help you decide whether your studies, your variables are formative or reflective. And this is going to change how we develop skills. In fact, right now, Dr. Sidan and I are working with another two good friends of us, Dr. Mustafa and Florian, on writing a paper on this CTA. How can you use CTA and CCA to renew scale development procedures, right? It's a new thing. So this is another development. Then multi-group analysis, very important. Very, very important. Okay. So, and then you can even do like a smart thing here, right? So let's say tourism management now says that if you collected data one shot, one place, your paper will be desk rejected, right? Which is okay. I will show you an easy way on how not to be rejected like that, only because of that sample issue, right? Now, when you collect data, normally your data is heterogeneous, means it's not homogeneous, right? Everybody do not think the same. So when you are collecting data from young people, old people, you are collecting data from male, from female, right? Your data has all these distinctions, right? But many times, most of the times, we don't want to see the differences in these groups within our data set, right? So the easy way is this: you have a model, you test your model. The same thing, what I showed you earlier about that model that I worked on. Let me share my screen. Okay, so this one, right? So earlier I showed you this model that I have. Now, if you look at this particular model, this is my overall data set. I use the overall data set to test this model. Now, if I really want to make it unique, what I can do is I can, after my analysis is done, I can reanalyze the same model for male consumers and female consumers. So I want to look at the differences between male and female consumers. I want to look at the differences between, let's say, Malaysian and non-Malaysian consumers. I want to look at the differences between old and young consumers, right? So that can be done through MGA. And then remember, this can bring you more insights. And journals like Tourism Management that do not allow one-shot data set are also satisfied with this, where you are looking at the differences in your samples or subsamples, or the groups in your sample. The other one is finite mixture PLS, which is FIMIX. This is very interesting as well, and it's related to what I mentioned earlier. So sometimes what happens is you collect data, and when you collect data, one of your hypotheses or two or three of your hypotheses are not supported, right? So you simply just go ahead and you say it's not supported, and it's all done. Now, many times what happens is that your hypotheses are not supported because in your data set, you have two groups that are opposing each other. Now, earlier when Dr. Jehan was explaining the quantitative analysis, he did mention something about shopping time and enjoyment, right? Shopping time and enjoyment. And then he explained about how females have a positive relation for this. Like the more time you spend in shopping, the more you enjoy. Male consumers have a negative relation. The more time you spend shopping, the less you enjoy, right? So this is exactly what I'm studying: shopping time and shopping enjoyment. And I collect data from 400 people, 200 male, 200 female. So the male one is a positive relation, the female one is a negative. It nulls out each other. Ultimately, your hypothesis will be not significant, right? So how can you deal with this? It's very simple. You use this FIMIX PLS to identify if there is any two distinct or three distinct groups in your data set. It simply is going to tell you your data set has 2 or 3 distinct groups. Then you can use those groups as multi-group analysis or moderators to see what are the differences, right? Something like that. And then the last one is consistent PLS. This is actually a very new one, and I will not talk about this. And I would highly recommend all of you to leave this one for now, because there's some debate going on about this consistent PLS. And where are you? Okay, so yeah, so this consistent PLS is still not conclusive. I would highly recommend you to just leave it out for now. I'll stop here. And then again, if you want to see the step-by-step explanation of PLS, there are a bunch of detailed videos on the YouTube channel that you can definitely look into.
Thank you, Faizan. Amazing, unbelievable. So Faizan is one of the few people that I cannot say enough, and this is his son there.
They are also scientists and researchers. They are doing experiments. So Faizan, really wonderful job. Thank you. And of course, thanks to all of you who have been here since this morning. It's really not easy to have a session from 8 a.m. from Florida time to almost 4 p.m. now. So Dr. Doğan, before we go into that, so I want to make that drawing with your permission, if that's okay. So to give you a reward for being here at this time, at this late, and also the fact that we normally had a little bit less time than we planned for the PLS portion of the training, but don't worry. We're going to give you a wonderful gift, one of you, unfortunately. Maybe we'll look at our budget. We may even do two, that one of our books that I'm going to show you in a second. But the other good thing is that Faizan and myself and team of us, including Dr. Sedan Doğan and many others, are preparing an amazing MOOC for you. It will be comprehensive. It will be more than what you have found here in different detail, more detail as much as you want to. So watch for that one. We are preparing that very nicely. It's MOOC, Massive Online Open Course, like an EDX. Academia Central is offering that platform for USF and many other institutions. So, okay, let me bring, here you go. I'm going to share my screen and I will bring this. You are going to, please, what you are seeing on your screen, simply take this survey. This is not the 4th session survey. I'm going to give that to you in a few seconds. Let me share the screen first. You see a link there, tinyurl.com/research academy, or you see the QR code. Please scan this code and put your name, email address, but make sure that your email is correct. Okay, so don't type it fast, because if you win and your email is incorrect, I mean, chances we can probably find you, but please don't do it. And then we are going to send, normally we were planning to do one. Frankly, we will have to buy this as well too ourselves, but I'm gonna give a present to 3 people, not 1, not 2, not 3 people. We will buy it for you from Amazon. You can give us your address once we communicate with you, and then we will ship that to you. So let's say last 30 seconds, we are going to leave this up. And as soon as this session is over, I'm going to download the data, and I can assure you that we're going to do a random Excel command, and we will just pick simply the top 3 in that random selection. And we will, of course, also inform you in the m2con.org. Really, this is actually, Faizan and I have done quite a bit research academies over the years. This is the most attended ever, and the whole day. Probably this is the longest one, right, Faizan? I don't think that we've done this long ever before.
We did one in Kushadasi, but it was with a break. Like, it was 2 days, so it was with a break, or 1 day.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that was only on PLS by itself.
Yeah.
That one. Yes, you're right. Okay. I think that it's enough time. The link is working, right, Sedan? Did you have a chance to try? Yep, should be working. And I'm going to stop sharing now. We are done. Mission completed. Dr. Doğan, the floor is yours.
Okay, before you share the final online form for the 4th session, I would like to share my screen to close the session.
Yep, we are seeing it, the PowerPoint.
Dear professors, on behalf of the conference organizing committee, I would like to thank you for delivering such an informative and insightful research workshop. We have a very special thank you gift for you. First, I would like to show you a very short 1-minute video. Association of Turkish Tourism Academics is leading an environmentally oriented project with the support of 17 tourism-related non-profit organizations, universities, alumni, and media. The project aims to build a forest in Hatay in Turkey, where a large amount of forest burned because of the several fires that occurred in 2019 and 2020. We named this project Forest Tourism, combination of two words, forests and tourism, because the project stakeholders are from tourism industry. As the founder and the leader of this important project, the Association of Turkish Tourism Academics donated saplings for you. From now on, you will have trees in Turkey, and they will be another reason for you to visit Turkey. Here are your certificates. Professor Çobanoğlu, this is your certificate. And Dr. Faizan, this is your certificate. You have 10 trees in Turkey.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Doğan. This is one of the most meaningful gifts I've ever received after a conference, so I appreciate it. I already also contributed on my own purpose, on myself and on my behalf of my family. This is the edition. That's great. I also would like to encourage everybody who's attending MTCon and all of the Research Academy people to also donate a tree to Tourism Forest. You may want to maybe share the link if they want to do that in the chat, but I appreciate it. Faizan?
Yeah, so I was going to say the same thing, Dr. Jan. It's I guess the most valuable certificate or present, or I don't know, token of appreciation, whatever, to me. And it's very close to me because I don't know, maybe some of you know this, but in Pakistan, the government is pretty, pretty big on this plantation now. And last 5 years, the government has already planted 1 billion trees in different parts of Pakistan to bring forests and stuff to life, which is continuing now with the new project, and that is 10 billion trees. I don't know how realistic that is, or will that happen or not. But I think that it's something that we all should, consider as our own responsibility. I mean, I don't think that, but I'm really kudos to, the organizations that are doing this here. But I think each and every one of us, we should try to plant some trees and stuff in our own countries, other places, wherever. It's all about the planet. So thank you very much, Sidan. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Dr. Jihan, for, I told you earlier on the message, I want to say it also in front of other people, that now I hear to my own self, and I cannot believe it. If I compare myself to 4 or 5 years ago, there's been obviously a lot of development, and you have been one consistent reason for that development and change. So I really appreciate and thank you for all the support and opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Faizan. This is the cycle of life. I learned this from my advisors, Dr. Pat Morio, Fred D'Amico, who was my first boss, and many others that I cannot count right now. Of course, all of my instructors at the Mersin School of Tourism at Mersin University in Turkey. This is the life of cycle. Now, Faizan, one of the good things about you is that I touch your life, which I'm so happy I did. And then now you are touching many, many lives, more than I can imagine myself. So good for you. Same thing for Sedan, Gözde, all of our students that are here. We would like to, and everybody who's participating today. That means that these people believe in research, believe in sharing. Why do we do research? We want to share our knowledge. So for that reason, I would like to also thank Dr. Muharrem Tuna, who is the father of this Managing Tourism Across Continents conference idea. And of course, putting this all together, he invited me to co-chair with Dr. Ebru Küçük Altan. I'm very happy to be doing this, even though I'm very busy. And I usually say no to these kind of things because I have my own conferences, but this one, I couldn't say no. Of course, it's dear and near to my heart. Of course, Turkey is my motherland. The host, although it's virtual, it's organized in Turkey. So hopefully next year, 211 people still to this date. By the way, I put the link, so don't go anywhere. Please, for the 4th session. Next year, I hope that Faizan and I will be in Turkey, wherever this conference is going to be. I hope that it's going to be in person, that we will do this session again in person. But you guys need to buy us a little bit baklava and döner kebab. So that's the reward. Hopefully by that time, we'll have the tourism forest already built and being grown up as well too. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Jan, I wanted to say the same thing. The only regret I have, I mean, of course, I love it was honestly too difficult for me to talk this long because, you know, I'm still recovering from COVID, right? But there's no problem. I enjoyed every single moment and I was so happy with the questions and, you know, the interaction in the session. The only thing I regret is no baklava, no kanafe, no doner kebab.
Kokoreç. Faizan also likes kokoreç too.
No, so you know, so I mean that's the only thing I regret, but hopefully next time.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your patience, attendance. Dr. Doğan, is there anything else we need to take care?
Just 1 minute, please. Dear participants, if you also want to support this project, we kindly ask you to visit the website on the screen. You can make donation by making payment with your credit card and receive similar certificates for yourself and your loved ones. Before I close today's session, I would like to invite you to join us tomorrow as well. Tomorrow, MTCOM 21 will officially start with opening speech at 9 a.m. Turkish time. You may find minute-by-minute program on our website, and you can join us from virtual.mtcom.org. I will show you tomorrow's program. We will start with the opening speech. We will have plenary session 1 at 10 a.m. Turkish time. Professor Larry Davier will be our guest. At 4 p.m. again Turkish time, we will have Ruth Gomez Sobrino. She will be our guest on plenary session 2. And at 7 p.m. again Turkish time, opening speech will be delivered by Professor Çobanoğlu in English language. And at 8 p.m. Turkish time again, we will have panel on high touch versus high tech or both that will be moderated by Professor Çobanoğlu again. You can access the parallel sessions, panels, and the experience conversations by using the same Zoom ID that you joined us today. I would like to say the last words. Have a wonderful day or night. And join us tomorrow. Goodbye and stay safe.